A very good morning everyone and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton from all of us at Somerset County Cricket Club as we celebrate our festival of red ball cricket here at Taunton during this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Nottinghamshire. Somerset will resume day 2 in their first innings on 275 for 6 in just under 25 minutes time. Tom Banton and Casey Aldridge, the not-out batters. A warm welcome to all the players, officials and supporters joining us from Trent Bridge. We hope you have an enjoyable few days with us here in Taunton, and a huge welcome to all the school children joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We hope you have a fabulous day with us, and there's so much to enjoy throughout the day. Starting right now, because the Somerset Cricket Museum is open before the start of play. There will also be a flavour of red ball cricket talk in the museum at 12 noon, another one at 1:15 and another one at 3:40. If you'd like to get inside the mind of a professional cricketer, there will be a fan forum with Steve Kirby and Shane Berger after play in the county room. There is a bat-making Miller-Chapman Hall demonstration every hour, on the hour, in the Miller-Chapman Hall Museum and Workshop. There is a kids' t-shirt design competition in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion reception. That's taking place all day. You can enjoy wandering around the outfield during the tea interval, and there will be cricket coaching sessions for kids and inflatable games taking place all day in the fan village. So there's lots happening around the ground. We hope you have a brilliant day with us here in Taunton. Day 2 set to get underway at 11 AM. Somerset 275 for 6 in their first innings, taking on Nottinghamshire. if you're just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match set to get underway in just 10 minutes time. A big thanks to match sponsor Alliance Medical, founded in 1989. Alliance Medical Limited is Europe's leading independent provider of imaging services, operating across the continent in the UK, Germany, Ireland, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway and Spain. In the UK, they deliver imaging services across 46 static sites and 64 mobile scanners, including a diagnostic centre at Blackbrook Business Park right here in Taunton. They are a trusted and sustainable partner to the NHS and also provide private healthcare imaging services for insured and self-funding patients. Well, today's a great opportunity to pick up a half-season membership. It is now on sale and it gives you 16 days of cricket for just £115. That's less than £8 per day. To give you even more value for money, any ticket buyers will have the cost of their ticket for this match taken off the price of half-season membership. All the information is available from reception in the Marcus-Trescothick Pavilion. please give a warm round of applause to today's Guard of Honour provided by Northtown Primary School.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where we're all set for day 2 of this County Championship Kookaburra Ball match. Mohammed Abbas is just loosening up in his whites with school kids all around him. It's school day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, the Festival of Red Ball Cricket. So we've got young'uns waving flags, escorting the players onto the pitch. We've got kids screaming in the stands already. It's going to be a hot one, so we're hoping they've got a fair amount of hats, sunglasses, sunscreen. Hopefully they'll last the whole day. But do join us on the YouTube live chat. We've got a few to say good morning to already. And yes, Somerset are 275 for 6 after 96 overs. Casey Aldridge and Tom Banton, the not out batters, after Tom Abel was the top scorer with 64 yesterday. Not his fluent best. Tom Abel admitted that in his post-match interview talking to us last night. He was saying how much he's been struggling, but he's just got to dig in and get through that period. Runs will come. So it's good to see him battling away. But Somerset back deep. Don't forget Craig Overton, the captain, is in next. Lewis Gregory still on paternity leave. Vic Marks was with us yesterday. He's not here today. We might have Errol Sapaya for a guest stint later on. Richard Latham might come and do a little bit. I've got my Baker Cup semi-final tonight, so I won't be here for the end of play. But Pete Tree goes alongside me for a bit this morning, and we will talk you through. Well, basically, there are 14 overs left for Somerset to try and get 300. They probably won't get 350. Notts will want to restrict Somerset to a figure probably below 400. But it's hard to know what's the past score on this pitch that hasn't broken up yet, hasn't moved massively. We will monitor how the pitch plays across today, and that might give us an idea of what's going to happen later in the day. But generally, the pitches here get better for batting. We have umpires Nigel Long and Rob White walking out to the middle. And Nottinghamshire coming out of the field. There were a lot of seagulls here yesterday in the afternoon session. Flying ants, because of the humid weather, were pretty prevalent. So that was an interesting experience yesterday afternoon with the ball going through the lush outfield and seagulls going everywhere. Well, there's no seagulls at all so far this morning. As I mentioned, plenty of young kids enjoying a bit of county championship action. There's kids so far I've seen from Hazel Grove, kids from Enmore School. I'm sure there'll be many more. I'll get a list for you and we'll shout out a few schools across the day. But yes, the Festival of Red Ball Cricket. Nearly 3,000 people here watching yesterday. An absolutely cracking figure. Great numbers and great sign for the game. Well, Mohammed Abbas is going to open up from the just Gothic Pavilion end. The Notts fielders are all set to go. The Somerset batters aren't quite ready, but they are going to come out a minute late, really. I don't think we're going to be starting about at 11 here. I remember the first game of the season, actually. There was a wicket that fell before 11 AM, which has got to be any cricketer's winter nightmare, getting out before the season officially starts. Well, the batters are now coming out. Banton's on 57. This partnership, 25 runs yesterday evening. Do let us know if you're listening in the Virtue earpieces around the ground. Yeah, feel free to subscribe and thumb up our YouTube channel. Get your mates watching it, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. We're streaming out in India as well. So loads of different ways you can watch. Hasib Hamid, the Notts skipper, is at mid-off. We're just having a bit of a chat with Abbas.
Yep, good morning everyone. Morning Harry.
Morning Pete.
Well, getting you got your stash on, you're getting into the right frame of mind for your Baker Cup final later.
Yeah, give my first opportunity to play at the Cooper Associates County Ground if we win tonight. So.
You'll have to send me a link so I can keep a check on it and wish you well, mate.
Yeah, big game. But no, concentrate on this one here first of all with Tom Banton and 2 slips in the gully.
Yeah, Tom Banton yesterday, bar the life that he was presented with, he was dropped at first slip. He played beautifully, played the situation, very much a new Tom Banton we've seen. doesn't just have that one game where he's ultra attacking. He's maturing as a batter, and he's certainly a key feature and a key for today's play. 275 for 6 at the moment. Somerset will be looking to put a substantial score on the board to get themselves ahead of this game. Nottinghamshire, I thought, were exceptional yesterday with their disciplines and really kept the attacking batters that Somerset possessed quite quiet throughout the day. I think the run rate was sub 3 and over all day, and on a pitch as good as this one at Taunton with the fast outfield and especially across the square. They did really well to keep the runs down and kept themselves in the game. They picked up 6 wickets. A couple of soft dismissals, Harry, throughout the day.
I think you'd have to say Dixon and Lammerby definitely fall into that category.
Off memory, it was really the Kohler Cadmore that was an exceptional delivery. Apart from that, a few dismissals the batters would be a bit disappointed with.
Yeah, Rue was a bit early on a caught and bowled. Abel was tickling down the leg side. Vaughan just hit one straight to gully. So yeah, I think TKC is probably the only one that got a particularly good ball.
Well, there's plenty of youngsters around the ground. It looks like the Trade Nation stand is rapidly filling up with what I imagine are gangs from different schools around the area. So we certainly hope the youngsters have their first experience, if it is their first experience here at the county ground, a successful one, and they can come back in the future. Always a good day out, and certainly better than sitting in a classroom on a lovely day like today.
I don't know what they learn at school in June, July, really. It's all this time of year they do trips and residentials and
pop quizzes.
Yeah. Or films even. That's really desperate, isn't it, when you put a film on last couple of lessons of the year.
Mohamed Abbas, in many ways, was probably the pick of the bowlers yesterday, as you have come to expect if you follow county cricket in England. He didn't strike. There was a period in his first spell where he looked like he was quite frustrated and started to try and force it a few times, but stuck to his guns, and was very impressed watching him, especially post spell, keeping his body good, stretching, making sure he was ready for his captain if he was called upon. Very impressive performance from him yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of the chat in the interviews last night, talking to Tom Abel, was about how well Notts bowled. 275 in a day is pretty low scoring for a 96 over day at Taunton. Quite often you'll see more runs at the Cooper Associates County Ground than 275. I think a lot of that was just good bowling from Notts.
Yeah, I agree. You've also got to remember that Mohamed Abbas into his 22nd, or just completed his 22nd over. He's 35 years of age and still on hand for whenever his captain needs him. Brett Hutton, who bowled very well with the new ball yesterday. Not as consistent when he came back, but still picked up those 2 wickets. He's got 2 for 55 at the moment, so he'll be a threat this morning.
Yeah, we thank WPA, our principal partners, back in our live stream, giving us the opportunity to sit up here and talk to you about cricket all day.
Aldridge on strike.
First game
First
back
time this morning. He played within himself. He's a good striker of the ball. He's got a nice technique, stands up nice and tall, which is probably easy to do at 6'5". But yeah, he played nicely, quite defensively, just ticking those overs down last night, giving himself a chance of putting a score on the board. He's been around the traps. He's been up to Durham on loan, so hopefully he hasn't got too severe jet lag.
It's quite a long way up to Durham, to be fair. It made me chuckle when the Durham women had to come and play Somerset women, and instead of the longest journey in the county game, they thought, let's not play them at Taunton, let's make them sit another hour on the bus and play them at Exmouth. Well, I thought that was good gamesmanship from the Somerset organisers. Make the away side travel even further. Oh, that could
leading
be
edge. He's going to pick up just a run for it. Got away with one there. Just tried to turn that into the leg side and looked like it might have just straightened on him a little bit. Just back of the bat, leading edge over the slips.
Big bat. That's gone quite a long way off the False shot. In case you didn't have a clue where that went. You played a bit with him at Western. He'd bat fairly top order in the Western side a few years ago, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he played a few games. I think he had that was a season where he had a lot of injuries, but yeah, the guys enjoyed having him around. That was probably 4 seasons ago now, a long time ago.
Maybe
Time
before.
flies when you're having fun. Nice shot there from Banton. He's going to pick up the first boundary of the morning. Cut away, slightly off the outside edge through the vacant gully area. They've got a backward point out on the deep boundary, but he had no chance of saving that.
Almost makes a mockery of having a deep point. You can have a deep point and he's still not going to be able to stop that. It's a bit of a, like I say, a bit of a flashy edge, but controlled past the cordon. Deep point's no good there. Just some of the school kids enjoying the cricket already. If you're watching at home and you spot your kids and think they should be at school, well, they're not. They're here enjoying the cricket.
In a change of field, the mid-wickets come into what is a fly gully, which I think is quite unusual. The start of play, if you can have a gully in, why not having catching? Almost a bit of a one-day fielding position, that.
Yeah, I kind of get it, but one leading edge from Aldridge. Banton will flash hard at some. I can't remember hitting many in the air that far back.
Well, if there was a lot of bounce and pace in the wicket, you'd think that that was a potential catching position, but yeah.
Also, if it was Dylan Pennington, not Brett Hutton, there might be more bounce and pace.
Don't want to talk too much, as we don't want to bring on a commentator's curse, but it feels like a standard gully would be a more sensible way to go in the second over of day 2. I think when you've got that reputation of being a fast scorer, I think captains are loath to put too many catches in place, and it's finding that balance between stopping the flow of boundaries, but best way to stop a batter getting runs is to get them out. Looks like he's recovered well. He had a period towards the back end of yesterday's play where he looked like he had a bit of cramp in his hamstring, but he looks like he's recovered well enough. That's the end of his first over, and a few runs on the board for Somerset. They'll be looking to chalk off those 50-run increments and pick up a few points in this first innings.
So Bass and Hutton bowled 8 overs through at the start of day 1 yesterday. And they came on for later spells. Hutton tried to go at the Marcus Scott Pavilion end below us, but generally they bowled as they are now. Abbas from the Scott Pavilion end and Hutton from the river end. Good hands again from Banton. We saw him play that sort of handsy dab through gully for 4 a couple of times yesterday. In control of it. Two slips in the gully then for Mohammed Abbas. Remember, was taken down James Reeves double 100 here when he was playing for Hampshire. Just bowled a lot tighter. Good lines, good areas. Case Aldridge has obviously got long levers and a long stride, so he can get to the pitch of the ball well to defend it. Yeah, great to see people in the comments remembering their first ever day of cricket as a school kid. Remembering when they were the youngsters that are in the ground today. Donald Fear remembers his first day watching cricket age 12 at Torquay, the minor county South versus Somerset in the B&H Cup. And I like that from John Hayes. Is Somerset the best supported county per capita in the country? Quite possibly.
But not if you include Devon and Cornwall.
Well, yeah, when is the region? Yeah. And maybe a quarter of Dorset.
but you have to say most games here, championship, one-day cricket, whatever it is, gets a pretty fair turnout. Another sloppy bit of wicket keeping there by Ishan Kishan, palmed round the post into the top corner and goes for 4 byes.
Yeah, he's on the football pitch for the warm-up. Oh yeah, we were saying yesterday we weren't too impressed with his keeping. Then he did take the one that mattered. Tom Abel caught behind on the leg side.
Yeah, I think that old saying, you don't notice a good wicketkeeper. You notice him. It's quite scrappy in between the. No doubt catching catches is probably the most important thing, but return throws in, bits of wicket keeping like that. It's just a little bit sloppy.
It wasn't that far down the leg side for him to not be able to stop. Yeah.
Oh, an edge, and a beautiful piece of bowling there from Abbas, and Aldridge is gone. Probing delivery around off stump, and a bit of a tentative prod there from Aldridge, who strides off looking quite disappointed with himself, but good piece of bowling and a good catch at second slip.
Yeah, nice height that. Easy catch really, but Aldridge hasn't quite got himself in last night or today. Sort of playing for the close last night. Bit pokey, bit tentative out there. Could have let that go. No need to play at that. But good areas from Mohamed Abbas. Doesn't give you much to score off.
Yeah, that's the classic Abbas delivery. You're always slightly worried about the one coming back into the pads. That's just darted a little bit off the seam, and it's moved that perfect 2.5 inches away and caught the outside edge. Yeah, I think it's more the footwork. He's sort of stuck on the crease and just a prod at it. With his height, you'd expect him to put a big stride in. And I actually think you have to say maybe the lack of footwork was a byproduct of being bowled that bounce of the ball before. So very good piece of bowling, good smart bowling from Mohamed Abbas's Somerset acting captain. Craig Overton strides over the rope. He's been in better batting form this year, so Somerset certainly need him to put something on the board today. Banton on 63, needs some support from the bowlers for the rest of this innings.
Yeah, he didn't really get forward and didn't really push back. He didn't commit to one way or the other. Casey Aldridge there, just hands poking. Yeah, you wonder whether that.
I don't think that's a delivery you can necessarily leave with Abbas's ability to nip it back in.
Yeah.
But I think it's just the fact that, at 6'5", I think he can get forward to that ball. Yeah, he's just got stuck on the popping crease and kind of just prodded at it. And Mohamed Abbas has got that knack of finding the outside edge.
Interesting point you make there. The 4 byes almost could have set that up. It should have just been a bouncer to Kishan's gloves.
Well, I think a bowler of sort of the Hutton Abbas sort of pace is the bounce is really used to take the feet away from the batter. A top quality batter would instinctively know that a bounce is often backed up by that probing delivery, when probably have taken a step down the wicket to negate it, but just a little bit of indecision there from Aldridge.
Textbook defence.
Excellent over from Abbas. He picks up his third now, 3 for 46, and all of a sudden, you cast your mind back to this time yesterday, you think he was going to have a frustrating day, and all of a sudden he's got 3 for, and he'll be hunting out another couple.
Textbook defensive shot from Craig Overton to start his innings. Nearly as tall as Casey Aldridge.
Well, you'd say very similar balls as well.
Yeah.
Played in a different fashion. It's just about covering that length, covering a little bit of movement by getting a good stride forward. It's a lot of the reason why Banton has a lot of success against bowlers of this pace. He bats outside of his crease. Kola Cadmore early on used his feet to Abbas and Hutton. Again there, Banton just lunging forward and smothering that ball there. Nicely played.
Still got a deep mid-wicket, really, for Banton. Sort of a forward square leg, deep mid-wicket, patrolling the Somerset stand and the deep point and the deep third.
Interesting to note there, that previous over with our Eurolay speed gun. Mohamed Abbas actually crept up a little bit pace, which is a great effort. With 22 overs on the board, still kept his pace up.
Yeah, you think of these two as sort of military mediums, but they've not looked slow on this surface. What's Nishan Kishan doing here? Him and Mohammed Abbas having a chat between balls. I think he's saying, please can you stop my bouncer down the leg side? Please can you take it? Or maybe saying he's going to give you a tell, the Pakistani bowler and the Indian keeper. Not played much cricket together, of course. Nishan Kishan just a short-term signing for Notts. Carl Verena busy with South Africa and Zimbabwe Test cricket. Tom Moore's not been wicket-keeping in the red ball stuff. Joe Clark has kept a few times. But Nishan Kishan with the gloves for this match.
Another quite obvious movement down the wicket by Tom Banton, negating what Brett Hutton does well. Yeah, I think it lends into what I would call like the cricket IQ. You've got first-class cricket, 4-day cricket, Test cricket. You've got multiple challenges that you're faced with as a batter, and it's about seeing a few balls and very quickly, or as quickly as you can, formulating a plan to counteract the challenge. You've got in this case, you've got two skill bowlers. They're not going to intimidate you in terms of quick bounces, that physical threat that you can get in 4-day cricket. There isn't much pace around. So as soon as you get that feeling that the short ball isn't a threat, the obvious thing to do then is to get outside the crease and negate the skill, the swing, whatever movements are available. And the same with spin. You face a couple of balls, just question yourself, question what's going on. Is it spinning? Has he got a googly or a wrong un or an arm ball or something different? And I think the better players get the game plan right very quickly, whereas other players just kind of have that one mode of playing and can come unstuck sometimes.
We saw TKC batting out of his crease and getting down the wicket in the early overs yesterday. He got 31 off 55 balls, and Nishan Kishan stood up, stopped him doing that. As soon as Kola Cadmore was out, Kishan went back with Dixon, Lammonby. Well, it was Dixon for long, it was Lammonby, Rue and Abel not coming down the wicket as much. Kola Cadmore, of course, does that in white ball cricket, getting to the pitch of the ball and upsetting the line and length of the bowlers.
Yeah, I think that's why, you talk about picking teams where the attack has variety in it, whether it be, the ideal scenario would be you have a tall, nasty fasty, you have a skill bowler, you have a left armour, you have a conventional spinner, and you have a spinner that can bowl a wrong one, like a leg spinner or a left armour with a good arm ball, for instance, or a Karen ball, or whatever the different balls are out there. It's about continually testing the batter's mind as well as his technique with different challenges. And I suppose the one thing that I think Somerset have fallen foul of slightly against the two seamers, or three seamers, including Lyndon James, which is a bowler of similar pace and a similar way of trying to get a batter out, is once you've made the decision to play in a certain way against one, you can do it for all three of the seamers. And that's probably where Somerset, I think, have been a little bit slow. I think the batters that have had success, Kola Cadmore, Rue, Abel, Banton in particular, the four of them have worked that out a bit quicker than the rest.
Really nice single from Tom Banton, just punching that with a full face of the bat, not trying to drive through. And a pat on the back with Mohammed Abbas. Not easy to drive because Mohammed Abbas doesn't give you that length, but slightly over pitched, he can just punch it for one. Interesting point, yes. Tom Banton doesn't seem to be hobbling as much as he did yesterday. Hurt his hamstring in the warm-up yesterday. Still managed to bat pretty well. He's nearing, well, he's just passed Tom Abel's top score in the match so far, so he is now the top scorer in this game. Seems to be moving fairly free up. I like the comment, is Tom Banton becoming a bit like Gordon Greenwich, who bats better when he's injured?
Beware the injured sportsman. They always somehow manage to pull out a performance. Sometimes it just gives you a little focus outside of the game itself. You can tune the mind. I always used to feel like if you were facing someone with a bit of pace, if you got hit on the body early, it would kind of like wake you up. give you a little bit more adrenaline, and your eyes would light up a little bit.
Dean Elgar strikes me as one of them as well. He got a few runs for Essex yesterday. Yeah, I wake the fighter in him.
The inner beast. Abbas just operating as you expect. 2 runs and over at Taunton. Not many seamers come to Taunton with an economy rate as low as that. Very few opportunities to score.
Happy to get himself in. Tom Banton grafting away in the more defensive innings we've seen him play in County Championship cricket in recent years. He knows how important it is to his side against the table toppers, the league leaders, the decent bowling attack. He knows the Kookaburra ball will go soft and the pitch will get flatter and it'll get easier the more they bat. This ball's only just over 20 overs old. The bowlers are fresh. They don't seem to be worried about the 350. Somerset just want to make sure they get over 300. Bat for as long as they can. That's a fairly quick short ball from Abbas. You're right, he does seem to be bowling a bit quicker today than yesterday, particularly the closer play yesterday when he was tired after a few overs in the heat. Well played by Banton, just dropping the hands and leaving it through.
A little bit of extra oomph in the shorter balls just to keep the batter honest. As we see all the kids playing that inflatable throwing challenge run by the Somerset Cricket Foundation. Outside edge, and Overton's going to pick up 4. Frustrating for the bowler. But valuable runs here as Somerset edge closer to another batting point. 293 now. 100 overs bowled. Another 9 overs for Somerset to secure some batting points. So looks like 300. It's probably going to be as which is 2 points, which is probably about as many as Somerset are going to be able to get in the time, definitely, because of the disciplines that the Nottinghamshire bowlers have shown.
Could be 2-all if these two bat to the 110th over in first innings batting bonus points. Deprive Notts of getting the second. Well, they've already got the second. Deprive them of getting the 3rd bowling bonus point.
Oh, it used to be 369. Is it in 2s now? Do you get?
Yeah, it's 369. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still 369.
So they've got to get 2 more in 9 overs.
Yeah, so that's the side plot we have this first session.
I enjoy it. I like the bonus points to 110. Within the game, it gives that sort of extra game within the game, the extra excitement, the little bit of drama. Do you try and push on? Do you get too greedy and then lose wickets and then not get as good a score?
Yeah, I think it's probably a case of playing the longer game. A beautiful shot there from Overton, using his height, striding down the wicket. Slightly over pitch from Hutton, but a glorious shot back past the bowler.
Yeah, there was an argument for Craig Overton to come in ahead of Casey Aldridge. Well, Casey's not played much, but Craig's been in good form this season with the bat. That sums it up. Beautiful shot down the ground. He was the man who was there at the end against Essex in that brilliant win. He hit Harmer into the Lothian Botham stand to win that game before the T20 blast break. That is a sign of a man in form. Beautiful drive down the ground. One of Craig's former England colleagues, Jimmy Anson's having his first ever bowl at Queen's Park. His second ever over bowling at Chesterfield. He's got a wicket. Derbyshire 2 for 1. I think that's the first game across both divisions that it's into its second innings. Lancs 3-6-7 all out. Derbyshire 2 for 1. And then Anson got a second wicket not long after the Aussie Caleb Jewell to 11 for 2, with Anson getting 2 in quick time. He still got it.
Yeah, death taxes and Anderson getting wickets.
I started reading his autobiography last night, actually. His career ending in a chicken chop with Joe Root at 5:30 in the morning is the opening paragraph. Good line. The chicken shop that was shut, and Joe Root had to go in and say, "Do you know who this is? This is Jimmy Anderson. Please, can you open just for him to have one?" Special early AM takeaway.
Sometimes you just need that fried chicken, don't you?
Yeah, well, he's desperate. Another former England man, Ollie Robinson's got a breakthrough this morning. Warwickshire 3-8-4 for 8, with Ollie Robinson having 3 for 76 now. That game down at Hove. Warwickshire drew with Somerset Edgbaston last round. I was talking to Mark Davies and Anthony Gibson about Bell Drummond's brilliant 100 here for Kent in the Blast the other week. He actually injured muscles in his shoulder throwing in that game, but he's able to bat. He's into the 70s at Canterbury. Kent 3-3-4 for 4 against Northants in Division 2. Good at ticking of the strike from Craig Overton. Big gap at mid-wicket, able to take that one.
Quite a successful one from a Somerset point of view. A couple of boundaries in it. One lucky, one glorious shot. You see the Nottinghamshire Pavilion balcony nice and full there. Plenty of fans in, and nice to see the youngsters in that Trade Nation stand. One school particularly hot on the old health and safety, high-vising up all their kids. They've obviously got a few kids known to go rogue on school trips. Yeah. Maybe you should like Apple AirTag them or something to make sure they stay put.
No, it's cool. At school days across the country, they got over 7,000 at the Oval today, apparently. I reckon over 3,000 here. As you say, it's that June-July period where schools are winding down for summer. Any excuse for a trip. The staff love it. They've worked hard all year. They're quite keen to have a day in the sunshine.
Oh, I don't know about that. Prayers for the staff. There'll be like herding cats in there.
It depends if you're primary or secondary, doesn't it? Secondary, you probably chill out. Primary, you're babysitting.
They'll watch 2 or 3 overs and then they'll be bouncing off the seats.
Depends if they're allowed to buy sweets or not. I had a couple of parents asking me, do they take cash? No. So.
I think the whole of the Cooper Associates County Ground is cashless these days, isn't it?
Yeah. So kids with debit cards is another scary thought, mine. Buying snacks around the ground. Another big stride from Craig Overton. Dominic Sibley's got 180 for Surrey. They're 440 for 3 against Durham. There's a quick bouncer again from Abbas. Seeing a bit of pace from Mohammed Abbas. Troubling Craig Overton with that short ball there. Thought about pulling it. Interesting, Durham were the only side in Division 1 to choose to bowl. They chose to bowl, and so we've racked up, well, nearly 500 now. And Ben Rain's gone down with that foot injury. So Durham in a bit of trouble against who could become the league leaders if Somerset Notts goes Somerset away in this game. Surrey will go back on top if they beat Durham. He's taken it on this time, Craig Overton. Great effort at fine leg, great effort. It's going to be, should be 2 runs. Take on the arm, quite a long boundary out there. Yeah, good running. Great effort at fine leg. I think it's Brett Hutton, but that is the 300, the second batting bonus point. Don't underestimate bonus points in the County Championship. Think how many times teams have missed out on other place because of a bonus point. Even that Yorkshire Middlesex declaration game a few years ago would have been a bit different if Somerset had got that bonus point in that game. So they've got to 300. There are 7.1 overs left, so they're not going to get 50 runs in that time, I wouldn't have thought. But Knox will be pushing for the last couple of wickets. Abbas just getting Hutton in. Yeah, I like that. 10 yards off the rope. It's quite a long way out to deep fine leg in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. If he bowls another bouncer, he wants Hutton 10 yards off to come in and take that catch. Although we should credit how good an effort he made. Good batting from Craig Overton, taking the one where he can. Just that gentle hubbub the kids you can hear. It's probably not that gentle if you sat next to them, but from up here we've got our effects mic.
Yeah, give it an hour, we might have to turn that down a little bit. Yeah, Bass has definitely picked up a yard of pace, as we see on the speed guns. A couple of miles an hour up from yesterday. Clipped into the leg side, and Overton's going to pick up another couple. Banton hasn't had a great deal of strikes since Overton's come to the crease. Banton's on 65 and getting good support here by the skipper for the week.
I feel like Banton's not had much to strike here this morning. Overton's already faced 17 balls in this partnership.
You obviously switched off the last couple of seconds.
Yeah, I was just trying to read some of the YouTube comments. Did you just say that?
Yeah, literally.
That's what, is that the subconscious in me? That's going to be 4 runs from
Another valuable boundary there for Craig Overton, and Somerset just nipping back and catching the inside edge, whizzing down to the fine leg boundary. Another 4, and runs are starting to flow from the Hutton end. Can't imagine the Nottinghamshire captain will like seeing that for too much longer. Liam Patson-White bowled an awful lot of overs on day one yesterday. Picked up that 1 wicket, but kept the runs right down throughout the day. Well, over 30 overs, I think.
Yeah, I was just trawling through some of the YouTube comments, some interesting discussion about the Kookaburra ball. To be honest, I agree with most of the comments in there. We did say we'd try and get a ball up here at some point, and we can show you the different seam, different shape of the ball, different colour, but yeah, it's not the abrasive surfaces they have in Australia and South Africa, so the experiment's never going to be as accurate as it would be bowling the Kookaburra ball in those countries. It's like different balls as well. It doesn't help that the English Kookaburra is slightly different to the Australian Kookaburra.
Yeah, it does seem like there are too many games that go in this kind of fashion with the Kookaburra rounds, and you know, it's been tried for a number of years now, and it seems to be quite an appetite from the ECB. Rob Key in particular seems to be the champion of the theory. I suppose that's where there is that slight conflict. He's only really interested in how the England team do, not necessarily the effect it has on the championship.
Yeah, Michael from America. The reference to the Yorkshire Middlesex game, yeah, that was a declaration game where they bowled declaration bowlers, and Franklin and Kay just whacked it into the stands to set up a game. Toby Rowland-Jones got that hat-trick. Somerset were in to win the championship, but that Yorkshire Middlesex game, because Somerset didn't get that extra bonus point, it allowed Yorkshire Middlesex to set up that game. He's gone. Oh, he's out. There was not really an appeal, not really anything doing there. It's down the leg side. Ishan Kishan's taken it, and Banton just walked off. Knox didn't really seem to celebrate, didn't really seem to appeal.
He's having a drink.
Why is...
He's just having a drink, Harry. Calm down.
God, I found that a bit bizarre. Sorry, everyone. What? Josh Davey must have been on the pitch The second after it was taken by Shankishan, and Banton walked off Josh Davey.
Was he having a drink, bud? It's warm out there.
Was he walking off? Was he walking on from deep cover? I just can't believe how quickly Josh Davies got on the pitch within this heat. What's the replay of this? They've appealed on the leg side. Maybe it's hit pad. Shankishan's done the throw in the air and completely fooled me. I'm gonna get reminded about this for a while. There you go, thigh pad, bit of trouser.
Walk off very quickly, but he does obviously organise himself a little refreshment.
Ah, sorry everyone. Been done there, haven't I?
You've done yourself, Harry. You've only got yourself to blame. But it's early.
I want a replay.
We'll forgive you.
Yeah, I want a replay of how quickly Josh Davey got on.
I think you don't want to replay. You want to pretend it didn't happen.
Okay. Well, the YouTube comments have already stitched you. They're on it. It does look like he's walking off. Thank you, Bakers does. And thank you, someone else saying that was weird. Tucked his bat under his arm and all. There you go. Thanks for those of you defending me. Thought the same, Harry, says Dom Kiffin. There you go. I got 5 or 6 supporters in the chat. You might have made the same mistake. Nice shot from Banton, pulling that not quite in the gap. Hutton's come a little bit squarer since that top edge from Overton. There you go. I like the supportive Somerset live chat community. My therapy after a daft mistake. Enough said. Ian Shepherd's just sent me a Specsavers link. That's all I need. Oh, that's a good point.
Another bit of roughy-tufty stuff there from Mohamed Abbas, using the bouncer at the moment. 2 scouts out for the mistimed hook. Craig Overton does generally like to take it on. It's a fair bit of acreage on the leg side, quite a big boundary. He already presented a slightly top-edged opportunity down at fine leg that was just dropping short. Down the leg side and a little bit of pad involved there, so just a leg by.
Yeah, again a non-tidy stop from Kishan. That was a harder one, admittedly, diving down the leg side, but.
Yeah, I think we've all got to give Harry the benefit of the doubt. He's zoned in for 6:30, 7 p.m. tonight for his big game. He's been out the back doing a few stretches, shaping his shots.
They've got my back up for
Who's the game against tonight?
We're playing Taunton Dean. Taunton Dean at the neutral ground of Taunton St Andrews, 200 metres up the road.
And you're playing for
Wemden.
For Wemden.
Baker Cup semi-final. Yeah, if you're watching here, want to come on down for some semi-final local T20 Cup cricket. The final was here. 4th of August.
That's not the one near the mini train track, is it? That's got the nice coffee and cake store. That's St Andrews, isn't it, I think?
Dean's one in Vivery Park by the golf course.
Oh, a lovely place to come and watch a bit of cricket if you're in the Taunton area later, and the 6 hours we've got on show is not enough for you.
Yeah, it's going to be a warm one. So yeah, Dean, the 2 Roos both played, and Archie Vaughan.
Presumably a 20 over game?
Yeah.
Might have to up your strike rate from Saturday.
Yeah, correct. Very good point.
Did have a little look. I always keep an eye on the scores around the traps and
yeah, that was
see how
poor.
you're getting on. Just
Mark Davies was slaughtering me this morning.
Got the old Brigadier block on, didn't you?
That was my worst innings of the year, I'll admit. I say I'm thinking top score the following week, the previous week. And
was it a Kookaburra game? Is that why you battened down the hatch?
No, I just couldn't get it away. I do generally. I scored runs in both games against them beforehand as well. Just couldn't get it away.
It's one of those games where you can have your off days no matter how good you are. Liam Patterson-White is going to replace Brett Hutton, who was uncharacteristically expensive this morning. Few shots off the leading edge, but quite a few loose deliveries that have just up the run rate here for Somerset as we see all those youngsters enjoying the day's play. Prayers for all of those volunteers and teachers.
The teachers sort of get swallowed up, don't they? They're just sort of hidden in amongst the kids, jumping and waving their arms. At least they haven't got clappers or
Vuvuzelas.
Yeah, their vocal cords are enough.
That would be the end for me. That
we do have
ghastly
control
noise.
of our effects mic, to be fair. That's better. Turn the effects mic down a notch.
Banton on strike to Patterson White, who certainly targeted, I'd say, middle and leg more often than not yesterday. Didn't get anything really to spin. A couple straightened, but felt, myself and Vic in particular, just felt like he bowled a little bit too flat, too fast. We'd have liked to have seen him maybe push the mid off back 5 or 10 yards and tempt the batter with a little bit of loop. 3:13 for 7. We have 5 overs left to get, what, 37 runs. Probably not going to be part of the tactic. I think Somerset will play the 4-day, the long game here. Try to post as big a score as possible and go for the W instead of trying to pick up this extra point. I think doing that, Harry, it's fair to say you'd probably run the risk of not getting a 400 plus score if you put the hammer down now.
Yeah, I think it'd be different if they were 5 down as opposed to 7 down, or if they had 2 set batters on 70 not out. Yeah, obviously at the end of the season you don't want to miss out on something important, whether it's the title or even a position in the league by 1 bonus point. But yeah, you've got to try and just bat big.
Yeah, Banton's the one of the 4 batters that you'd say have really got themselves in, that is looking to cash in, as they say, here at Taunton. He's on 68 now, and even though Harry gave him out a couple of overs ago, he's batted beautifully.
Another good point though, how have both of them got jumpers on? I know they're sleeveless sweaters. I think Banton's a thing he just does. That's what he does. What he believes in, he always has his sleeveless sweater. Nice back foot punch. Cut from Overton to get that single. Talking of club cricket, Dave Roberts, former Western Storm coach, just texted me. Ask Triggs if he had a good decision on Saturday.
I've water off a duck's back, mate. You know when you play in the web ball, you're going to get 2 regrettables a year. I've got a little bruise somewhere up near my groin, though, where the ball hit me. But there we go. Such is life.
They're better umpires than me, just about.
Just get slightly frustrated when the umpire gives you out with a great big grin on his face. That kind of grates a little bit, but there we go.
Oh, I had Graham Botham again on Saturday, Ian Botham's brother, who always has a grin on his face. But, once he didn't give me out, but it might put me out of my misery on Saturday, in fairness.
Stolen single there into mid-wicket from Overton. Just sense that Mohamed Abbas over the last 3 or 4 overs is just trying to chase a wicket here instead of doing what he's done so well for the majority of his spell, just probing in and around that off stump. Yeah, I think the short sleeve jumpers often used by a lot of batters as well, because I think it's nice to feel warm. Obviously there's not really an issue there at the moment, but sometimes it feels nice and cozy. And also that Somerset use the wool sort of knitted jumper as well, and it does give you a little bit of extra protection if you don't like wearing a chest pad. I was never a fan of a chest pad. I've noticed that Craig Overton has got one in because he needs to protect those left ribs for his bowling, but not many batters these days wear them, and it just gives you a little bit of cushioning if you do get one sneak through into the old ribs, which can be quite sensitive if you get a knit backer.
Yeah, you make a good point there. I don't think many seem to wear chest pads these days. Would you reckon a few years back it was a bit more common?
No. It's, rule of thumb is generally that the bowlers would use them.
Yeah.
But just to look after the ribs, because if you've got an impact on the ribs, you create, sort of like a clotting that can leave you susceptible to pulling, rib ligaments and muscles. And if a bowler does an intercostal, that's 8 weeks, 10 weeks out of the season. So it's not always because they're not fancying, taking a few on the body, but they've got to be able to perform their other skill. Not too many batters. Top order batters wear chest pads unless there's real express pace around, but we've obviously spoken about that. There isn't anything on show here from an express pace point of view. But even at 80, 75 miles an hour, you'd have a few sleepless nights if you did get one on the old spare rib.
Yeah, pretty unpleasant place to get hit, isn't it? Even with a kookaburra ball, as you say. The ball's not soft yet either. It's 26 overs old.
Yeah, I had one years ago playing against Lancashire where I got squared up by a ball that just sort of nipped away from me and popped off the pitch a little bit, and it hit me right in the middle of the chest, right on the breastbone, and I had a tiny little crack in it. It was months until that came right. It was just like every time you sort of take a deep breath or get out of breath, it was, you remember it, that's for sure.
Yeah, I got one on my shin. Took a bobble in the outfield a few weeks ago.
Oh, Banton takes it on and plays it well. Up on his toes, keeps it down into the ground and picks up another 4. He's into the 70s.
There's something to cheer for the kids, as the YouTube comments have asked for. People will now get excited and think that they're going for this batting bonus point. I think he just played it.
Look at that replay, the way that he got up onto the balls of his feet so he could get on top of the ball. Beautifully played there from Banton, right up onto the balls of his feet to keep it down on the deck. Beautifully played there by one of the stars of cricket internationally, franchise, certainly here at Somerset. Really is blossoming as a batter. Another ball into leg stump there from Patterson White. Clipped for 1 by Craig Overton. Very good partnership Somerset have brewing. 4 runs away from another 50 partnership.
Yeah, Craig Overton's just come in and just ticked the ball around nicely. Banton finally getting a bit more of the strike. Oh, and he's looking a bit more positive before the 110 overs are up. Well, 4 men back now. Not a bit more defensive, although the long on is not all the way. Hassan Hamid, the captain himself, is 10 yards off. Sorry, Hassan Hamid's at short extra cover, but he's sent long on. 10 yards off long on route. Shortly give Richard Leatham a little stint of commentary with Pete, but just get to the end of this Liam Patterson White over. Full lovely drive from Tom Banton. Farn Ahmed's out there on the deep cover boundary and will run round to keep it to 2. That's a lovely timed cover drive.
Yeah, it looked like he tried to give that a little bit more air, but just too full. I think he has done a job for his captain. 33 overs, keeping it down to something around 2 and over, but hasn't ever really bowled the ball on a good length with a little bit of pace off, giving the ball a chance to spin. He's bowled a little bit too quick and a little bit too straight for me in terms of taking wickets. I suppose we can only really tell when Jack Leach at some stage today gets the ball in hand, see what he has to offer. Obviously very experienced at bowling here at Taunton, and he always does talk about his pace and feeling like he needs to drop the ball onto the wicket to get that bit of spin.
Oh, that's a better line and length, I think. Making Craven have to pop forward and play it. Right, I'll bring Richard Latham into the attack.
That's something called cricketers in the southwest feared. The words Latham into the attack. Brett Hutton having a switcheroo of ends here, following up Mohamed Abbas. It didn't quite go Hutton's way. He was quite expensive in his first spell, but the captain kept it relatively short. And he's going to have a go at the other end. Abbas has had another successful spell here at Taunton. Good morning, Richard. How are you?
Good morning, Pete. Very good, thank you. Lovely day for a game of cricket, and brilliant day yesterday, I thought, didn't you? Fantastic county cricket at its best. An interesting battle between bat and ball. Pitch just doing a bit for the bowlers, and I thought it was a really good day yesterday.
Yeah, I would have probably characterised it as quite an attritional day of cricket, and I think there's a couple of talking points. The difference in ball, the quality of the discipline from the Nottinghamshire attack, and I suppose the slight nature of the, we had 3 ins and outs from Somerset players with relatively soft dismissals. Banton's the only one that has really sort of kicked on. He's on 77 now, looking to push on to 3 figures and more, and we know he's capable of that. And that's a great talking point. Richard, you watch every ball that's played here at Taunton and beyond. The emergence of Tom Banton and the change in more mentality than technique has been quite impressive to watch over the last 18 months.
Well, I think he worked very hard at it, didn't he? And that's what's most impressive to me about Tommy. His success came to him so early in the T20 sphere and playing for England at the age of 20. And then he went through the doldrums a bit, and he had to battle his way out of it. And one of the ways he chose to battle out was to become good at red ball cricket as well. And I think he did work hard at it for a while. He didn't get much luck, I didn't think, when he batted. I remember a dismissal against Surrey here where he was going well and got caught down the leg side, strangled down the leg side.
It's a good delivery that from Hutton. He's bounced a bit too much on the inner thigh pad of the back leg, but a good delivery. There's
been some good deliveries in the game. I think Abbas in particular has been, he angles it in and then the odd one straightens, and he's very impressive. Doesn't give anything away, does he? And that's what I thought was good about Notts yesterday. Was they bowl with great discipline, and on this sort of pitch, you're not going to take wickets every ball, but what you've got to do is make it hard for the other side to make runs in between the wickets, and I thought they did that to great effect. All their bowlers really, but Mohamed Abbas I think is a serious bowler, and the Kohler Cadmore dismissal I thought was where he's angled it in. It's just left him a little bit. He's capable of doing that even on what's a pretty benign pitch. So going back to Banton, I think he had to come through a real tough time, and the odd thing about this season is he made 300 odd in the first game and nothing since. So it's good to see him getting back to form in this game, and I love to see him battling away. A lad who found it very easy to hit the ball all around the ground, but it's very different facing good bowlers in Championship cricket, and he's made himself a player in that as well.
Well, this season in particular, you can see how it quite easily happened. As soon as you got that big score, you're all over the papers and the press. The England selection, there's a big distraction post that innings, and it's almost like the dust has settled on that, and he's back into his work. And I think, I think you get a lot of situations with young cricketers where they come out the traps and do something exceptional early. Oh, that's just dropped short. Another nice delivery there from Brett Hutton, but just not quite carrying to first slip. Overton just prodding at that one.
That's a big moment, because Craig's looked in good nick today, hasn't he? Looked in good form, so hopefully he'll profit from that later.
Yeah, he's moved nicely, using his height, getting a good stride in negating the skill of Hutton and Abbas. Yeah, and I think there's often a case of selectors, boards getting a little bit too excited too soon instead of just letting the guys nurture their game, keep an eye on them, bring them into some training sessions, that's fine, but selecting them when they've got a more rounded game. And I think you see that a lot. I think there's a very small pot of players that get to 2022, go into the international scene across formats and have success. Most batters, as you know, through the ages, 25 to 28 to 30, that's when you really start to find your feet as a complete batter in all three formats. And we're seeing that, I think, with Banton.
I think it's how England treat the players over the years. I think it's been very variable how England have treated young players coming into the squad. I go back to Mark Lathwell, treated as the boy wonder of English cricket by the press, and played against Australia, which is the hardest test matches you can play, and got a cup 20 and a 30, I think, and was discarded. Came back absolutely baffled by the experience, really, and feeling a bit like an outsider who went up there to join a bit of a closed dressing room. I think of Mike Smith of Gloucestershire, who had a catch dropped when he second slip on it by Graham Thorpe in his test debut, never thought of again, and was a terrific bowler in county cricket for years. Dominic Bess, who probably got success with England too early, and has battled to get back to that sort of standard ever since. And James Bracey at Gloucestershire is another Gloucestershire player I can think of who was rising through as though he was going to be a really, really good player, went off and had a couple of disasters with England and came back and found it very hard to recover, although he's playing well this season. So the England experience can be daunting for some, can't it?
Yeah, and I think it's, yes, you want to pick players on form, but I think in the modern age, I think there are a number of selections on hype instead of a season of consistency. I think for me, I think Rue in particular, from a Somerset perspective, has got a bank of performances over a number of seasons now, 10, 11 centuries. He's clearly a player that's found his game, found his feet, and I think now if there are talks about him in squads, selection, potentially playing in the next 12 months, and so it feels like the timing is right for him, because again he's got quite a complete game, whereas youngsters, they play one good shot that goes viral on Instagram and they get selected out of nowhere, and actually it can have a very detrimental effect on their career as a whole, and it does seem to set players back sometimes.
And of course, the temperament of the player is very important. I mean, some are more vulnerable than others to being a bit overawed by the experience. And James Drew strikes me to have everything temperamentally as well as technically. And I'd be very surprised if he doesn't have an England future, certainly in red ball cricket, because he can play long innings. He's not flustered by if he doesn't make a couple runs for a few innings. When you talk to him, he's just a genuinely nice lad who takes it all in his stride, and I think that's very important. So if he does get the chance with England, he's more likely to take it.
Yeah, he certainly is the full package of class, skill, and a good head on his shoulders. The players are just taking a little break here because so much spin has been bowled. The over 8's currently sat at +5, so there's a bit of time in here to grab a few refreshments. I'm sure that'll slightly frustrate some, but
good for Somerset to reflect on the minute on a very good morning so far. I mean, 329 for 7. I said at the start of the innings, 350 would probably be a reasonable score, and certainly from 46 for 3, 350 was always a decent target. It looks like they might get to that now and beyond. So all well for Somerset this morning. You want to be batting in these conditions, don't you? And quite often Somerset contrive to be bowled out before the end of a day, and the best conditions are in the final session here. So the longer they can bat today, the better. Get not tired, have a long, the long session in the field, and hopefully then they can make some inroads. But with the Kookaburra ball and pitches here, you almost feel they're going to have to bowl very, very well to get knots out for a total that'll give them a chance of winning.
Yeah, you can only really judge the pitch, the ball, once both teams have had a go. I think, with Aldridge, Overton and Henry, there's a little bit more pace, there's a little bit more height to, bang the ball into the pitch. So you might see something different.
Well, there's been
I'm going
just
to be
enough
quite
for the
intrigued because we watch so much left-arm spin yesterday. The difference in pace and flight when Jack Leach gets a...
Got the feeling talking to Tom Abel last night that although they hope the pitch will spin more as the game goes on, they're sort of also know very well that pitches here can flatten out. and not offer much on the last couple of days. So I think he was more talking about if it's going to spin, it might be out of the rough that's created by the pace bowlers as the match goes on. Not expecting the pitch necessarily to turn square, but I just thought it was a brilliant first day pitch yesterday, and if you bowled well on it, you got rewards, and if you batted well on it, you got rewards as well. And that's the key to the pitches here, is what they do on days 3 and 4, because too often they don't offer the bowlers any more on days 3 or 4, or even less on days 3 and 4 than they do on the first 2 days. And we hope with this one that Jack Leach certainly will come into play on days 3 and 4.
Yeah, the heavy roller has quite an impact, doesn't it? It really does compress the pitch. The rough areas get pressed down, and I think that probably slows down the deterioration. But again, we are here for all the days, and we'll see it unfold. At the moment, Somerset have battled hard, and it's been proper first-class cricket. Good bowling attack, high skill bowlers, and that is a beauty from Brett Hutton. He's got that to nip back into the back leg of Craig Overton, and he's going to be on his way back for 24. He's played nicely, the Somerset captain, this week, but the hitman strikes again. 3 for 82.
Partnership of 44 though, which has put Somerset in an improved position, and sorry about that, because Craig looked in good nick today. Looked like he was enjoying it, timing the ball pretty well.
Drinks breaks, Richard. There's always something happens after a drinks break. That little bit of a change of rhythm. As you have a look at that ball there, it's just nipped back actually onto the front shin, and that is very adjacent there. Very modus operandi that for Brett Hutton.
Well, it's again reward for accuracy, and that this Notts attack have given very little away. And you can see why they're doing so well this season. You know, they've got not name players necessarily, but very, very capable players.
Matt Henry joining Tom Banton, that again just needs a bit of support. Not necessarily runs, but just time. Another couple of partnerships here to send Somerset 350 and above. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think if at most first-class games, if you get 350 and above, the opposition have got to play exceptionally well to get past you and put you under pressure. So Somerset have certainly given themselves a real opportunity here to pressurise the lineup of Nottinghamshire that's been in great form.
Also, I'm a great believer in momentum between innings, and if Somerset can put some more runs on the board and get a couple of, as you say, a couple more partnerships, then I think they go in, feeling great. If the innings finishes and folds quickly, then I think the opposition come out feeling as though they've had a good time, a good morning. So it is important now that Henry and Jack Leach, can just stay with Tom Banton, and maybe in the end he'll start to play a few shots if he's running out of partners. But at the moment, I think he should just keep playing the same way.
Nicely played there. First ball from Matt Henry. Yeah, it's going to be really good cricket here for the rest of the day. You've got, I think, an exceptional opening partnership in Hamid and Slater. You've got I think one of the easiest on the eye cricketers in the country, Joe Clark, batting in the middle order. Some younger players that I'm not that familiar with, Haynes, Ishan Kishan. So the Somerset bowlers will have their work cut out for them when the time comes, but for now Somerset just need to bed in and support Tom Banton, who's made it to 82 so far. He's played a very mature innings.
Doesn't the ground look a picture? From here, we've got a fantastic view from where we are, and I have when I'm in the press box. I was just talking to Richard Gould, who's visiting today, old friend of mine from Bristol City days when he worked for Bristol City, now of course the top man at the ECB. Always a pleasure to see Richard, and he was saying how wonderful the ground looked, and all the children in today, 2,000 children, isn't there, admitted free. And that's great to see. We don't want to see empty seats. We want to see them, if the seats are given away, how many of those youngsters are going to look at today's cricket and think, yeah, that's for me later on, and it may not be many, maybe a lot. But I watched my first county cricket at Weston-super-Mare. We're both Westonians, aren't we?
Yeah, same.
Proud Westonians.
Clarence Park.
Free
absolutely. Ticket in exchange for litter picking at the end of the day.
I remember these days of cushions being sold around the ground, around scorecards. People come around with scorecards, ice creams. Used to take a bat and ball and play on the park during the intervals. And that hooked me. And county championship cricket, it's always been my favourite form of cricket, and still is. I'm not a great one for the wham bam form of the game, but when we were growing up, you took a scorebook along, and it wasn't boring. Even if you saw Don Shepherd for Glamorgan bowling about 40 overs for about 60 on a sandy pitch, we loved it, and it got you to what I would call love proper cricket. Nowadays, I think people think that children are not going to be interested unless it's a wicket every ball or a six every ball. You know, that's the only way that you're going to get kids hooked. But I can't agree with that. I hope some of those over there today are not sitting there bored stiff. I think they should, hopefully some of them will be sitting there to think this is a game that I could either play or watch all my life.
Yeah, times are changing somewhat. I think the majority for the good. You get that trickle-down effect, don't you? The kids, come here for their first experience of county cricket, and it is often a limited overs game with the music and the food vans and all the stuff that goes on around that. And you think there'll be a pretty considerable percentage of those that will then just want to go to the cricket, regardless of what format's being played. So I think it's important to tick all the boxes. I think across the three formats, it's fair to say that there's enough for everyone. We have a number of different models of membership here: Championship, Platinum membership, which is everything, and obviously now have membership for the women's games as well. So
there was nearly 3,000 here yesterday, wasn't there? Nearly 3,000 the crowd yesterday, and that wasn't including children coming in free or anything like that. It was just a very, very healthy first day crowd for what is a very important match for both clubs. And as I say, I go back to yesterday. I mean, that's the sort of cricket I like. It was you might call it attritional, but it's a contest between bat and ball. It wasn't too easy to bat, and it wasn't easy to bowl on. And that's I think the art of a good cricket pitch, certainly for championship cricket. As I say, it just depends now what this pitch does as the match progresses. But at the moment, it's a really good cricket wicket.
I did think actually yesterday you were looking rather chipper. Now I know why.
Don't I always, Pete?
Always, very consistent.
You know me. You come in the press box enough. You know how happy I am always.
Yourself and Walsh. I know what I'm going to get. It's just joy, good conversation, smiling faces, occasional moans about certain players getting out the same way.
Oh, very occasional.
But there we go.
Stadler and Waldorf, I think they call us.
We do well. It's a great place to work if you like talking and writing about cricket. That's for sure.
In all seriousness, I'm a big champion of county championship cricket. I hope and pray that it's not going to be more marginalised and pushed out to the different ends of the season. I was just talking to Richard Gould about it. Now, I remember when he left to join the ECB, I texted him and said, I won't forgive you if the championship dies during your or gets seriously affected. And every time we meet, and he said to me today, he said, I think you're all right. The championship's going to be all right. Is it? So I keep saying to him, yeah, well, you're in charge. Oh, it's not up to me. He said it's the counties have got to vote on it and all this sort of thing, But he's a lovely guy, Richard Gordon. I know he does like the longer forms of cricket. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a place in it for many, many years to come. Richard, like I said, we've got brilliant crowds down here having a lovely day out. Hutton on the back of that successful last over. Two bowlers on a three-for with 2 wickets left to get, so can Hutton be the one to pick up those last 2? Matt Henry's out there supporting Tom Banton on 82. 3:31 for 8 here in the 113th over.
Yeah, don't underestimate the job Patterson White's done. If you look at those figures now, 70-odd runs off 36 overs. He's only taken 1 wicket, but he's been accurate and there's been no freebies. And as I said, when Somerset come to bowl, I hope that's they approach it in the same way, that you've got to be on the spot and don't give anything away, and wickets will come.
No, he has done a great job. I think there were in that many overs though. feel like I would have liked to have seen a number of balls, maybe one every couple of overs, just tossed up a little bit just to try and extract a little bit of spin. I think he was just quite one pace.
But don't you feel that sometimes when Jack
Majority
Leach
of
is
the day.
bowling? I feel the same with Jack Leach, that he's so metronomically accurate, and he gets a lot of wickets by tying batsmen down, and he does a great job for the seamers that might be bowling the other end in that respect. But again, with Jack, I just wish he'd toss a couple up a bit more, bowl a little bit slower.
Yeah, I think the best version of Jack Leach for me is someone who, the Jack Leach that finds the pace for the pitch, because every pitch is slightly different, and sometimes it's slower, sometimes it's on the real turning wickets you can fire it in and extract some side spin, because left arm spin can be quite innocuous if it's just one pace and sliding in, and the batters are pretty well adapted to playing spin in the modern way post DRS. Back in the day you used to sort of hide the bat behind the front pad, umpire would never give you out, whereas now the batters, I know it sounds obvious, they play with the bat very much now, but the game changes when you see one spin. As soon as there's one that goes towards the slips or the wicket keeper, all of a sudden those slide-in deliveries become so much more dangerous.
Yeah, I go back to the first game of the season here at Worcestershire, when Somerset had 8 overs at the last Worcester player to come in, and he'd only played, I think, one previous first cast.
Well, what's happened there?
Leading
edge.
There, he's all right, I think. Yep, just bounced beyond the fielder. So the Worcester game, they had 8 overs at the last man, and I think Jack Leach bowled 4 of them, and it was pretty much speared in, forward defensive, speared in, forward defensive, speared in. And I thought they either had to get Craigo on to perhaps put 1 or 2 round his ears just for an over, or just tempt him a bit more, And I think in the old days the spinners would have put it above his eye line. You don't see that so much now, do you? It's probably as a result of one-day cricket, but spinners normally now have a fairly flat trajectory.
Yeah, I think there's obviously that slight fear of modern-day batters see it above the eye line, they're going to pop you back over your head, but you also protect that slightly by just pushing your mid-off back a little bit.
And if you're looking to win the game, runs aren't important. Let him have a go at hitting it back over your head. I think that's part of it. You tempt the number 11. As it was, he was able to play forward and played pretty much the same shot to ball after ball, and it was a. Looking back, that was 8 points lost at the very start of the season, because Somerset absolutely dominated that game. 200 overs at the opposition against a Worcestershire team that.
Massive shot there from Henry. It's gone.
He can
miles.
Bat Matt Henry. He's not the worst by any means.
All the way for 6. Nice aggressive bit of cricket there from the Kiwi.
But whatever happens, that was 8 points lost at the start of the season, and then they lost the next game, didn't they? So the momentum that could have been 24 points against Worcestershire turned out to be 16. The momentum, instead of carrying momentum of a win into the next game, they carried a momentum of what almost seemed like a defeat.
Yeah, it took a lot out of the bodies of the bowlers as well, didn't it? There was definitely a knock-on effect post that Worcester game, where the bowlers looked like they were on their backside.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
It certainly took a bit of a toil, but we are where we are, and Somerset have certainly recovered the season. I think they've been magnificent the last couple of months in all formats of the game, in particular Richard's preferred T20. I think they've been exceptional, exciting, clinical. But yeah, I think the back-to-back 4-day wins has been super impressive to watch, and don't want to go a reverse sweep and caught to backward point. I'm really fearing looking to my right and seeing the expression on Richard Latham's face. He's going to be as disappointed as I am, but Banton's played well for his 84. Somerset now 340 for 9. Liam Patterson-White has deserved that extra wicket, but you have to say the 2 he's got have been a little bit on the fortunate side. What are your thoughts there, Richard, while I waft away the steam coming out from your ears?
I'm not a lover of the reverse sweep, but it has its place, I understand, in moving the field around in one-day cricket. Just sad that 84 is 16 away from a century, and that is a gift wicket. be honest, isn't it? I mean,
You
that's
think with
not
the
the
ball
bowler
not
getting him out.
Down the wicket, just hit straight back over the top if you're
play
going to take a
straight.
risk.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It may be me being a dinosaur, but I don't like people getting out to reverse sweeping. I think it's a shot if you play at your own risk, and if it gets you a lot of runs, fine. But if you get out to it, it doesn't look too good.
Yeah, no,
To be blunt.
I think it's. I'm semi with you. With all the shots he's got available, I think he does play it so well. It's hard to argue.
Exactly, he does play it well. But he was dropped on 2. He's made 84, and I think that could be a very important innings for him because he's not made a run hardly since the 100, and that's really good to see Tom Banton back in some form.
Yeah, great knock. Jack Leach out into the middle, who's certainly useful, and again probably one of my keen to watch cricketers of the day. Liam Patterson-White has picked up his 2nd wicket, and in regard to the job he's done for his captain, you have to say he's bowled beautifully, he's bowled really well. There is an element I would have liked for him to have explored, but he's still picked up a couple of really, really key wickets there. Abel and Banton, absolutely must wickets for any team coming here to Taunton. So well done to Pato.
And Jack Leach has now got close up to see what the ball's doing and what pace to bowl at, and hopefully he can stay out there for a few overs and get an even better idea of that, because he's going to be very important to Somerset as the game progresses.
Yeah, it is really one of those Marmite shots, the reverse sweep. It looks brilliant when you execute it, but when you get out doing it, it's, oh, why did you do that? And that's certainly the feeling on the live stream comments at the moment.
Yeah, it's a risky shot. As simple as that. And even the ones who play it really well have to be aware of that. Sometimes fielders, they play it when when there's a fielder in position to, you always think he's put there for the reverse sweep. And they still play it. They're still confident enough to put it one side or other. And like you say, when it comes off, fine. When it doesn't, well, at least he had 84 to his name at the time.
Yeah, taking nothing away. It was a good knock played over a long period of time as well. Hutton continuing from the Trescothick stand end, bowling to Henry, who I get a sense he's going to open his shoulders and try and rattle a few runs up onto the board here. Somerset on 340 as we speak.
I'm not sure what the tactics could be, because Jack Leach can bat, can't he? He's shown for England he can bat, and hasn't, I don't think, got that many runs this season. But of course he doesn't often get a chance. But he can stick around, and maybe if they could add another 20 now, that would see the momentum between the innings again. That would send them off with a spring in their step. I'm not sure it's the time to go too gung-ho. Just pick up what runs
just
are
play.
there.
Have a net.
I know what you'd do, Pete.
Just have a net. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of inevitable.
Yeah, really, yeah.
But then again, I think you have to give me a little bit of credit, because quite often the number 11 that came in was Shah Willoughby. An exceptional shot there in my style, Matt Henry slapping one through county corner for 4.
You were right, of course. Yeah, slight difference between having Jack
when
Leach
you
at one end and Shah Willoughby.
when you got Steve Kirby and Shah Willoughby coming into bat, and Shah used to greet me in the middle, and especially if I was on a few, he'd hey pup, and he'd go, sorry Treeks. Before he'd even faced the ball, he'd apologise.
Were you here that Saturday when he made 40 odd?
Yeah, against Worcester. Yeah, 47. And do you know what? It was quite funny, because we got in the dressing room after that 40, and he was quite downbeat. What's the matter, pup? He goes, I've just scored more runs than wickets in my first class career, and that was one of my targets, was to do the opposite. Another great shot there from Henry on the up, through the offside. Back-to-back boundaries.
I'm not sure we mentioned, by the way, that the 110 overs came up, didn't they? I was glad Somerset didn't go gung-ho to try and get to 350 in 110 overs, so they've had to settle for the what we get, 2 batting points.
Yeah, we spoke about it, actually. It was I think it was 7 overs, 37 runs needed. Felt like it was a bit of a stretch. I felt like the tactic was to play the long game, try and get a substantial first innings score, and Somerset are
Notts only
closing in
got 2
on.
bowling points as well because they only had 8 wickets down. So that's it's two points each from the innings at the minute. And what's important is that Somerset just put every run on the board that they possibly can, not how quickly they do it.
Yeah, you'd have to say that 350 is in the lower end of a substantial total, looking at the conditions, looking at the ball. But like I said, I do think Somerset have got a point of difference in their attack. They've got 2 bowlers of 6'5", 6'6". They've got Matt Henry, who's obviously got great skills and a bit more pace, and maybe, just maybe, Jack Leach can find the right pace just to get a little bit of side spin, which will definitely change the feeling of what it is to bat out there.
As I said, I just hope they do what the Notts bowlers have done and be disciplined and not give too many free runs away, because it is a short boundary on the town side of the ground, and if you don't bowl accurately, you're going to put through there, fairly. It's not much of a shot to get to the boundary that side, so they've got to bowl accurately, and if they bowl accurately, the pitch might just do enough to ensure they get some wickets.
Another clean strike down the ground. Will he push for 2? No, there's no point because there's no more points available. As Richard rightly said, 110 overs have gone, 114 now, but you can only get the bonus points in the first innings up to the 110th over. So that little carrot is no more. Liam Patterson-White continuing from the river end. Loads of kids throwing balls at the inflatable Somerset Foundation throwy game, whatever you'd call that. Seems like that's more of a baseball thing, really, but I'm sure the kids are enjoying it.
It's great. I mean, there's lots of activities going on around the ground, and like you said, that's important. You want them to watch the cricket, of course you do, but it's got to be a day's experience that they're going to look back on with pleasure, and it's all part of it. I listened to the young lady singing yesterday. Did you?
Yeah,
the guitar in the cut, wasn't that nice?
Yeah,
I thought she was
good.
really, really good. I stopped and listened to her, so that's nice. And then wasn't it yourself and Victor?
Yeah, me and Vic. I thought we were being asked to sing as Henry plays a aggressive sweep shot, an under edge all the way to the boundary. And that's Somerset past the 350. Henry definitely looks like he's going to play his shots with Jack Leach up the other end.
Are you a singer? Would you be up for a spot of?
I'm more than happy to throw my hat in the ring for a bit of karaoke, but I certainly wouldn't sell tickets for it.
Why doesn't that surprise me?
I can knock out
a cowboy hat on
a reasonable Elvis,
country and western,
bit of Elvis, Elton John, anything in the sort of lower baritones. I'm not too bad.
I can believe it.
Obviously, with my denim jacket and my Stetson, it'd probably have to be some sort of country.
That's
sort
what
of
I thought.
song,
You look like a country and western star this morning.
Yeah, Z list.
My son's a country and western fan. It's not. I used to think it was like old fogies that love country and western, but my son and his partner love
big
it.
slog down the ground and
That's
4.
an incredible shot.
Hutton hasn't even moved. Flat batted straight back over the bowler's head. One bounce.
That is one hell of a shot.
Yeah, that's a good strike.
Look at that. Where's he fetched that from? Quite wide.
Just using some of his T20 batting skills. And it's brought an instant change of the field.
So this is great. I mean, the Somerset are going to finish their innings now, whatever happens, I think, on a bit of a high, and I think that's really important. The momentum often goes into the next innings.
Oh,
No,
big top edge.
Not
Not going to be enough. Joe Clark's under it, and he spilled it.
Oh.
Very unusual. Normally a very good slip fielder as well, but
You don't see that often.
Joe Clark's put it down, much to the delight of the fans in the James Hildreth stand. Henry's got a life.
Including my wife, who sat just behind him.
Oh, she'll be over the moon with that.
With my mate Richard Turner, and Rob's brother from my old school, going back to school days, Richard and I. So she's with him at the moment, and that was right behind where that catch was put down.
Oh, big opportunity to close out the innings. How much will that cost Nottinghamshire? The way that Matt Henry's swinging, he hits a clean ball. Could be a regrettable missed opportunity, that. I think with music, going back to the music thing, is I generally quite like popular music, but the more driving I do, the stories, and I think, I don't think there's any better music out there than sort of folk music, country music, because they are story based, aren't they, rather than just a load of noise and nice tunes. Yeah, that's my.
As I say, I always thought it was for older people, but my son Rob and his partner Lucy are very, very big country and western fans. And we'll go to concerts, and pay a lot of money to go to the concerts.
Lovely sweep shot there from Leach, darted in by Patterson White, and deft touch there from Leach, who picks up his first runs in the form of a boundary.
Well, that's a perfect example. Jack can bat, and if they can stay out there another quarter of an hour, 20 minutes, he'll make his contribution.
Yeah, Johnny Cash for me.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I just think it's just put it on. I end up laughing at some of the stories, some of the lyrics, and
just trying to think country. Chris Christopherson, quite liked him. Trying to think country and western, who that would be.
Willie Nelson.
Yeah, Willie Nelson. Yeah. Well, the Highwaymen. Did you ever see that
Gambler,
group?
Yeah.
Willie Nelson and Johnny Cash and Christopherson were all in the same group with Waylon Jennings, and that was a very popular group for a little while. 364 now. This is building really, really nicely for Somerset. I think we'd have settled for 350. So anything above that was always going to be a bonus, and they've done really, really well from 46 for 3. Spin at this end now as well. That's interesting, because that's like tempting Henry, isn't it? Spin at both ends. He's on the basis that he's going to have a real go at it, and he'll either hit one in the air and be caught, or hopefully clear the ropes a couple more
I think
times.
this presents both opportunities of an exciting few minutes, and
absolutely.
Maybe if you're at home listening, Johnny Cash's One Piece at a Time is my recommendation. I think that's one of his best. Have you heard that one?
I don't know that I have. I
One
think of him
Piece
as
at a
Ring of
Time.
Fire and plenty.
It's a story of him working on the Cadillac production line, and he has this plan to steal his own car one piece at a time.
Ah.
Very funny.
No, I don't know that one. He was famous for the prison, wasn't he? Folsom Prison, and appearing at the prison, and hugely long and successful career. And I don't think there's anything to dislike about Johnny Cash. I think he's a absolutely top of his profession, wasn't he?
One piece at a time, and it didn't cost me a dime.
Not a bad film either. His biopic. It was not long ago, was it?
Rehan Ahmed into the attack, and a big swing and a big 6 all the way into the stand that's housing the school children. The teachers will be getting their health and safety cards out. Oh,
well, this is great for the kids, but
I
it's
really hope they're watching.
Calculated gamble by Notts, this.
Yeah, great bit of rear guard action here from Matt Henry. A couple of 6s, 4s already. He's on to 34 off just 22 balls, and a great bit of momentum, as Richard Latham just said.
When you bowled, Pete, did the fact that you scored a load of runs, if you did in the innings just finished, make you have a bigger spring in your step to bowl?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think it's very dependent on the character type. But for me, like 4-day cricket, in fact, any cricket, I just wanted to contribute positively. And it I actually think it worked better the other way. If I bowled well, I batted better, because you'd already, just depressured, the start of your innings, which is where, most people are susceptible with nerves and stuff. And if you'd picked up a little 2 or 3 for, put a good spell in, just made you feel like you'd already contributed. And yeah, that was always a nice feeling. So 6 and a 1 so far off the over. Leach.
What's Jack going to do? Is he going to try and join in?
Wouldn't surprise
join
me
the party?
He's a pretty good sweeper, Leachy. He has been known to come down the wicket and hit over the top, but
look at that.
Maybe with runs flowing at the other side, he can just bat a few balls and
and he's perfectly capable of doing that. He's perfectly capable of staying in.
Well, we know he's capable of batting balls. Famed for the one not out he got at Headingley off of what seemed like an eternity if you were watching that game.
The most famous one not out in history.
Yeah, I think probably right. Was a little glove down the leg side to short fine leg, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Quite a unique start to the run-up from Rehan Ahmed.
Also made him a cult hero, didn't it? Has one not out ever made a player so popular?
Yeah, with
everybody loved him from that moment.
And all that kind
Absolutely.
of stuff. Sorry, I've just
So that's intelligent cricket in my view.
called the young man by his brother's name. My apologies. Farhan Ahmed completes his first over of the morning, and it was a little bit costly. Through no fault of his own.
Nearly got a prawn bowled out of it. So it was a calculated gamble, like I say, and it hasn't come off, but it might easily have done.
Yeah, some pretty intense willow swinging from the New Zealand fast bowler. Liam Patterson-White's going to continue. He's creeping towards the 100 that you don't really want, but he's bowled a lot of overs for it. He's got 2 for 98 at the moment. The gallon, as it's called in the game, what all bowlers try and avoid. It's okay if you've got some dividers. You probably want at least 3, I would have thought, which is certainly on the cards the way Henry's swishing the blade. Zorro-esque.
35 off 23 balls. Just what was needed.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant stuff. Another 3 or 4 overs of it would be perfect. Slapped to Nottinghamshire captain Hamid. Anything tossed up into length, I think, is going to have a big old swing at. There we go. Just hiding it outside off stump, which is smart. I think if Henry could just make a little bit of a shuffle across to off stump before he bowls it, it'll give him that swinging arc towards that short leg side boundary. He's lining up. Another quick delivery into the stumps. Played well.
Yeah, don't give it away. Wait for the right ball. I'm sure there will be another big hit in this over, but doesn't have to be every ball. Partnership now of 32, of which Jack's got 4, which doesn't matter as long as he's out there. Gives Henry the chance to keep scoring the runs, but very, very handy partnership. Whatever happens now, 32 for the last wicket. So we'll send Somerset off with a spring in their step.
I do like the prospect of Henry having another over against the off spinner. I think that really does fit his eye in terms of him hitting those big shots. Just
if Jack's sensible, he'll get it because he's doing exactly the right thing. What's the point of him getting himself out? Just hold one end up and let Henry keep going. Certainly got Notts thinking, hasn't it? Look at the field. Time they're taking over set in the field.
Bit of musical chairs going on over there. There's been about 4 or 5 field changes for Leach so far. Lyndon James has gone to a leg slip to try and put Jack Leach off of the paddle. Mohamed Abbas has moved again for the 3rd time to a 45. You've got deep square out on the boundary for the sweep. Reverse sweep is being protected by Farhan Ahmed. And Jack Leach
that was guaranteed. Jack would just play it back down the pitch. Put the field where you like.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this is a very robust forward defensive as well.
Ooh,
It's not. Jack Leach has
it's a
got that
great
through
shot.
cover, and he's going to pick up at least 2. Yes, he's going to pick up 2. Bar a boundary. The perfect scenario keeps Matt Henry on strike for another over of swashbuckling.
So we got what are we now? 12:30, just gone 12:30. So if the last wicket fell now, they'd have a awkward 20 minutes or 15 minutes, wouldn't they?
Yeah, it would be.
I'm not sure that would be a bad thing.
A Henry 50
yeah.
would be nice, and then a wicket before
Give them
lunch
2 or 3
would be
overs.
the perfect morning, I think,
absolutely.
for Somerset.
Absolutely.
Shame not to see Banton go on with his 84 and pick up 100 that he would have well deserved, but apart from that, it's been a good morning. But the game's certainly accelerated. 100 runs and some have been scored already in the hour and a half, so the runs have really sort of rattled on. Oh, down the leg side and clipped for 4.
That's a good authentic shot.
Feels like
Very
that
good
was
shot.
off the face of the bat, and yes, it was. Rob White, the umpire there, signalling to Polly, the scorer, that was indeed off of the face of the bat. Trying to bowl from around the wicket to get it out of his swinging arc, but feels like Somerset's mentality is almost like every ball's a free hit for Henry at the moment. He's on 40 now. He's hit it very nicely down to Passon White at long on. He's going to take the run and he's more than happy to trust Leachy at the other
Absolutely,
end.
and quite rightly. There's no point to farming the strike. He's got a capable partner at the other end, at least in terms of staying with him. Gives him freedom to play the shots, but also take singles when he can. What do you make of this guy's bowling action? It's interesting, interesting start to it, isn't it? It's almost like he squats threatening, I'm coming at you.
It's almost like a Mark Wood meets Andy Caddick at the start. I'd say that it seems to be very, very much the modern way, a straight run-up without a huge amount of sort of rotation. I always remember the top off spinners having a slight arc in their run-up and bowling around themselves to create more side spin. Sort of, I'm thinking sort of like Jeetan Patel, those types of bowlers, but it doesn't seem to be the modern way. Sort of lands with a very straight foot. If you have a look at him slow down, he lands with a very straight foot. I always remember the top off spinners bowling with an angled foot and creating a big round pivot and getting round themselves. If you speak to Pete Robinson, the left arm spinner, he would be very pro that kind of motion. So it's a little bit alien to what I thought was the way you'd coach a young spinner, but
how is he, Pete?
that is not my area of expertise. In fairness.
Lovely guy, Pete.
Oh, leading edge back to.
That was an odd one, but maybe it stopped in the
Ahmed, and probably a byproduct of him landing with a straight foot. He's picked up that last wicket. He's got 1 for 43, and Somerset closed the first innings here at the Cooper Associates County Ground on 379. Much of the reason for that was Tom Banton's excellent 84 in the middle order.
Nottinghamshire, last quarter of an hour to bat before lunch, which is handy.
Yeah, awkward little session there, Richard, and I'm going to put that down as very much an honours even first innings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was good cricket all the way through. Some wonderful shot making by Henry at the end to please those who come for the bit of big hitting. Had everything, and as I say, this is what makes Championship cricket the best.
It certainly is. Well, we're going to take a little break here. The players will be back on the field in about 10 minutes' time. We look forward to you rejoining us. Go and boil the kettle, slice the cake, and we'll see you shortly.
I think it was probably around 6 or 7 years old.
I guess when he was about 7, we started doing more things together, playing more sports in the garden.
There's definitely a competitive relationship between me and Dad. We've played many sports against each other over the years. We've got darts, pool, table tennis all in the garage. Played all the racket sports. We still play golf against each other. But the one sport that I've never beaten Dad at is tennis. And that is because he refused to play me since I was 12 years old.
He beat me at everything else by 13, and so I had to, had to just call it a day there.
I remember distinctly having a birthday party here. There was a cricket party when I was 7 or so. Dad managed to cut a strip and rolled it. We've even got a little roller in the garage and had a great time.
I went to various estate agents and borrowed sale signs, and we put them around the garden as hoardings around the boundary rope, and we had a small little strip in the middle that we cut and rolled, and he had, I think, 13 friends around, so there was almost two teams worth of players, and they all had a bat and they all had a bowl, and then they had a lovely party tea afterwards. When we first looked at this house, the estate agent suggested to us that we should take a pair of shears with us, because we wouldn't even be able to get in through the gate because it had been neglected for years and it was very, very overgrown. When we got a lot of the bulk clearance done and I started to cut the grass, it was quite obvious that it was just a sea of weed and very little grass, more moss than anything else. Because of the size of the garden, I didn't have the time to do very much about it, so it was obvious that we needed some help to get the grass into a decent condition, which is when we engaged the services of Green Thumb. At one stage the garden was full of climbing frames and we had an above ground swimming pool and trampoline, all sorts of other stuff, and whenever Green Thumb came they had to move all this stuff around to actually tend to the grass, so they've been great.
I remember Green Thumb coming around probably from the age of about 8, because I remember the little orange pellets that were always in the grass, and Dad would say, no, you're not allowed to play on them whilst that's out there, so I was always frustrated for a week or so after Green Thumb had come, but obviously it gets the grass to look like it does. I've put it through a lot of trauma over the years with cricket spikes, rugby boots, and I think it's obviously testament to them that every time I come back home now, and when I came home after school, it looked immaculate and I was able to just get out there and have some fun. I think they've done a fantastic job for 25 years. There's probably a few patches around the garden where I've taken a few too many divots with the golf club as well, and they've managed to get it growing back very well.
I think the combination of what they have done, the treatments that we've had, and the advice they've given us on how to care for the lawn in the interim, it's been first class.
Well, I hope you can hear us clearly from the Cooper Associates County Ground, where Matt Henry has ball in hand. He is bowling to Hasib Hamid, the leading run scorer for Notts, the opening batter and captain for the Trent Bridge away side. 3 slips in the gully in place. We should just get probably 2 overs in before the lunch interval. That 10-minute gap, which now leaves these 2 Notts batters trying to get through. No lunch hawks, no lunch watchers. Matt Henry, after those runs, that boost with the bat. Now with his tail up. Lovely shot from Hasib Hamid. That should be 4. It's a long boundary out there. He's going to race away over the practice wickets. Archie Vaughan's in great chase. Oh, brilliant work from Archie Vaughan to keep that to 3 runs. Cracking bit of running after the ball. No night watchers, Pete. The 2 openers fancy they can get through to lunch.
Night watchers at
lunch watchers, lunch hawks.
1:45.
They call him Mason Crane opened the batting the other week.
2 quality players out here in good form. They'll be looking forward to the opportunity of batting here at Taunton. Got to get through what you'd imagine quite an upbeat Matt Henry at the moment on the back of that knock that he had. He played very nicely. 40-odd not out. Ben Slater on strike.
Yeah, 41 not out for Matt Henry, just giving that impetus to the innings. Brilliant bit of rearguard action. So many times they talk about a fast bowler, getting a few runs down the order, whether it's Mitchell Johnson or Stuart Broad over the years, and then they come in with their tail up, bowl that a little bit quicker, a little bit more confident, steaming in.
Probably a 3-4 over spell here. Beautiful delivery there from Henry. Probing on that off stump.
I don't think we'll even get 4 overs in, to be honest with you. You think?
Maybe 3.
Yeah.
Similar sort of skill level bowler to Abbas, but certainly a yard quicker.
Yeah.
And very accustomed to bowling with a Kookaburra ball.
Does Ben Slater a bit for pace there. Good line and length as well. Does well to just leave it in the end, but worry about it coming back onto his stumps. That's a nice shot from Slater. Again, it's probably not going to quite be 4. Archie Vaughan's in good chase out there. Twice in the over he's had to chase out and keep it to 3. Brilliant work. Sean Dixon couldn't quite catch up to get with him and throw it back. Twice in the first over, Archie Vaughan chases for 3s. Saves Somerset a run each time.
Yeah, getting some mileage in this morning, Archie Vaughan. That completes the first over. It's gone for 6. Both batters off the mark with 3s to the same part of the ground.
Give Leach the new ball, says Rodney Ward. And guess what? They have listened. Well, Craig Overton, does he want to bowl 1 over before lunch? Probably not. No, Jack Leach is going to bowl it.
Well, this is a surprise, but I like it.
Yeah. Quite often, when there's been a whole session of bowling, they do give the spinner 1 over before lunch anyway. Somerset come out for probably 3 overs. You think Henry, Leach, Henry, the change of pace, something different for the openers to deal with. And Craig Overton probably doesn't want to loosen up for 1 over and then have to go and have his lunch for 40 minutes and then come and bowl again. Pretty sure he'll open up after lunch interval, but
probably does mean that we'll have a chance of getting 4 overs in at them.
Short leg, leg slip, and a normal slip. Just the 1 man back on the boundary. He's not really on the boundary. Archie Vaughan's probably 20 yards off that backward square leg boundary. Some of the school kids confused as to when lunch is. Hopefully the teachers know their cricket and know that they've got a bonus 10 minutes of Somerset bowling, not batting before they get the 40-minute interval. We'll see the school kids on the pitch shortly, but can Hamid and Slater get there unbeaten? Quite a big wind-up from Slater. Sort of positive backlift, even though he's not playing particularly positive aggressive shots. His hands are quite high. Low squatting in his stance. I'm not quite sure what's bothered him there. I can't see a thing move.
Well, someone's just popped up the steps behind the
Yeah. But he's not moved.
Bowler's on.
Yeah.
No, there's a guy coming up the stairs.
Ah, Lordy and Botham stand, yeah. I was looking at the bloke right at the top behind the side, and I thought that's quite a long way to be in Ben Slater's eye line. We should get the cameramen to hone in on the guilty offenders. Call them out on the live stream, anyone who moves behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, most wanted in Taunton, man with maroon floppy cap.
Decent start from Jack Leach without the first 3 balls doing anything untoward. No massive spin. Nice, solid defensive shot from Hasib Hamid. The Notts captain. I reckon he's about 28 now, would be the guess off the top of my head. Oh, yes, he is. 28 years of age. Test average of 24. First class average of 38. High score of 247 not out. In recent matches, he had 52 and 38 against Yorkshire. And then played in the 2s whilst the blast was on. Didn't do much in the 2s, ironically. Big wind up going back, good use of the feet, depth of the crease really, to punch that out to Archie Vaughan for 1. Nearly every run, is that, yeah, I think every run that's been scored has been fielded by Archie Vaughan so far. So Hasib Hamid from Test cricket to Notts first team, then during the blast he had 4 and 1 for Notts 2s against Kent 2s. 36, 7 and 11. So didn't get to 50 in 5 innings in the 2s, but he's been creaming them in the county championship this year. Funny old game. Did have a little bowl at Worksop against Yorkshire 2s. And he took 2 wickets in the last 2 games against Kent. I think he'll have to be peating out into a draw on day 4 if Hasib Hamid bowls in this game. A run scored, not towards Archie Vaughan. Slightly too straight for Matt Henry. Still, what would we say, 3 slips in the gully. There's a slight gap between 3rd slip and Tom Abel. The gully would almost be a 5th slip, the way the corner quite close.
Another good ball there, just angling across. Ben Slater would be a real boost for Somerset if they can pick up one of these high quality openers before the lunch interval. Look at the replay there, just nipping across Slater, who plays with very tight hands, didn't follow it.
It's very good players about, isn't it, to get those hands inside. So many modern batters are fiddling at those or don't want to leave the ball very often, but I love how late Ben Slater's played that. Good cricket, good single as well. I was reading an interesting debate, I think it was the Somerset Facebook group last night. Who would be in your composite 11 out the 2 sides? You'd probably have both openers from Notts, wouldn't you? If you're having your top 6 out of the 2 sides playing today.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people would put Joe Clark in there. And I would if it was a white ball side. But would I have Clark ahead of Lammonby or Banton or Abel? I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I think Joe Clark's got quite an impressive first-class record that might potentially just edge it.
I feel like his stats are very good, but I think he gets a lot of runs on flat surfaces at Trent Bridge and not so many at other places where the Duke's Pool does a bit more normally. Actually, Kookaburra in this round, he's very aggressive. He's a player who can take the game away. He got a big 100 here last year, him and Will Young. Just batted and batted for Notts here. He'll probably bat 4 today. Another similar shot to what we saw in the first over, that mid-wicket on drive from Hamid. It should only be 2 runs this time. They might think about 3. It's quite a long way for Dixon to throw it. I'm not going to take that on.
It's become more and more awkward to bowl at Hamid. He hits those shots through mid-wicket from quite straight. You've almost got to imagine you're off stumps, another stump over as a bowler, and try and get it slightly wider than you'd bowl to more conventional right-handers, almost exactly like that really. Very much the sort of lines you'd have to bowl at someone like a Jonathan Trott, who's incredibly strong when the ball's into middle stump, even middle and off. Be interested to see a replay of that last delivery there, what line that actually was. And it's 1 o'clock. We're going to take lunch. Unscathed, the Nottinghamshire opening pair. They've raced on in the context of the game, onto 14 without loss. If you have a look at that last ball, yeah, it's probably hitting middle stump, and he's managed to get that through mid-wicket. Very much a trademark of Asib Hamid.
I wouldn't say that's Somerset's best bowling for 3 overs, but it's a weird little period. Some sort of love the bonus wicket, but Hamid and Slater are positive batters. They've not just batted for the interval. They've taken the runs, 15 off 3. And that's set up nicely for an afternoon session with Notts batting in what's going to be very warm conditions. We're going to have thousands of school kids invade the outfield shortly. The square will be roped off. Your mate, Paul Franks.
Well, we had flying ants yesterday, and we've got school kids today. Will the Seagulls be as interested in the school children? Let's hope not. We're going to take a break here. We look forward to you rejoining us for the middle session. Enjoy your lunch or whatever you're doing. And we'll see you later as Nottinghamshire will resume their first innings score on 15. We've got an interview with Tom Banton if you do want to stay tuned. But until then, we'll see you later.
Every second counts, especially when the pressure's on. When something's coming at you fast, hesitation isn't just risky, it can cost you everything. There's no time to second guess, no room to doubt, only instant preparation and precision. It's not just about reacting in the moment, it's about reading the rhythm, anticipating what's coming, and positioning yourself to strike at exactly the right time. Success doesn't come from chasing every move. It comes from knowing when to hold back, when to push forward, and when to trust your gut. Mastering the moment means staying one step ahead. Seeing the opportunity before it arrives. Taking control rather than being controlled. Because when you own the moment, you own the outcome. And with Trade Nation by your side, you're always ready to make your move.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where it's beautiful and sunny, or some people are saying it's not beautiful and sunny. Some people reckon it's too hot. Some of the school kids are cowering in the shade. They've had their lunchtime run around on the outfield, and they are now hiding somewhere, trying to get fans, trying to get cold water. Well, I'm Harry Everett. I'm delighted to be joined by Liv Barnes, Somerset spinner, in the commentary box with me. Welcome, Liv.
Thank you very much.
So Liv is turned down being on the beach with the rest of the ladies' team. They've been at Billericay for a friendly game yesterday. You got a few days off, haven't you, between games?
Yeah, we've had like 5 days off, which is really quite nice.
And the blast resumes in a couple of days.
Yeah.
Back into the T20s.
Yeah, we're off to Durham and then straight back down to Hampshire. So.
Yeah, I did laugh how I was saying earlier how Somerset played Durham at home, and rather than making Durham drive 6 hours from Durham to Taunton, they thought, let's add on an extra hour. Let's make them play at Exmouth. let's make them play as far away from Durham as possible. But you've got to go up there now to Chester Street next, haven't you?
Yeah, excited to get back in the groove of T20 cricket.
And how's the injury? Are you thinking you might be able to play again soon?
Yeah, went all right yesterday, 2 T20s. No real big pain, so hopefully I'll be back in the team.
That was your good test though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Of course, with no Knight, no Dino, no Gibbo now, with, well, a couple of injuries and the England series again. A few more opportunities.
Definitely.
Hopefully we'll see Heather again before the season's out, but... Right, well, the men's game in front of us sees Notts 3 overs in. They've just started batting in that 3 over tricky spell before lunch. And, sorry, something dramatic's going on here with Nigel Long and Rob White. We've only got one umpire on the field. Have they not got the ball? They're laughing here. We haven't got the Kookaburra ball. They've decided that the ball's so bad that they're just not going to play with any ball. Is that Nigel Long? Watch him catch on the camera. There he is. Oh, crocodile technique. I'm not a fan of that. That's terrible technique. So we went out to play at 1:40. We're all set. Batters, fielders, everyone's ready, except the umpires ain't got the ball. That might well be clipped up on a bit of social media later on. You wait for that moment. We can now start at 1:41 because we have the ball. Craig Overton's not too bothered. He is going to take the new ball. I mean, Jack Leach's 1 over before the interval was merely Craig Overton doesn't need to be warming up for 1 over and then having a 40-minute break and then going again. Matt Henry got 2 in from the just got the pavilion end, but Leach got that just 1 over him. A little bit of turn, but nothing dramatic. Now we'll be back to normal opening partnership of Henry and Overton. Here we go then, just 1 minute late. We'll allow the umpires. 2 slips and a gully in place. Tom Abel in the gully, not often in the gully actually. Quite often see him in the covers. Archie Vaughan was the man who had to do most of the chasing to the boundary in the first little 3 over period.
Yeah, that boundary is rather big. A lot of running in this scorcher of a day. Overton to bowl. Defender back to gully again. Seems to be Abel and Overton together.
Yeah. Captain and, well, current captain and former captain. Lewis Gregory still on paternity leave, remember. His wife's been here. Fair play to her. She's could be going into labour at any moment, and in 30 degrees she's here watching the cricket, even though Lewis doesn't play. Fair play to that commitment. I suppose a rare chance that Lewis can sit with her in the ground.
Yeah.
With him not playing. He might be going off to Musgrove any time.
Defender once again. Let's start from Overton.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how much movement he gets with the new ball. He didn't actually take the second new ball straight away at Edgbaston. I was up there on BBC duty last week, and he waited a few overs to let it reverse swing a bit more. That seemed to have swung a little bit past the bat. I mean, we didn't really get any reverse swing. It's probably going to be more spin we're looking at. You know, the 80 overs, that's the point when the new ball can be taken. We'll have this conversation again in 76 overs time as to whether they're going to go spin, spin, spin. Do they want an old ball? Do they want a new ball? Do they want reverse swing? Do they want conventional swing? But for the first 10, 15 overs, they're wanting to get a little bit of movement from Overton, Henry, and then don't forget Aldridge back in the side after his Durham stint. Bit of a handsy drive that from Hasib Hamid.
Very wristy.
Yeah, he's got that wristy flick. Played a couple of lovely drives through mid-wicket before lunch.
Very good off his legs. Definitely a strong point of Hamid's.
Lovely, just ticking the strike over him. He's good at rotating the strike. Him and Slater complement each other very nicely. Ben Duckett will sometimes come in and open in this side. Sometimes he'll bat 3, actually, with England duties, playing all 3 formats now. Doesn't play much for Notts anymore, but these two are a brilliant opening partnership, and they're a big reason why they're top of the tree.
Definitely. I think that's key in an opening partnership. You've got 2 players that complement each other really well.
Here we go, look at this little clip. This is a cracker. Sean Dixon, Archie Vaughan. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Both scissors. Both paper. Sean Dixon wins. Is this over where they field? Is this you've got to do the boundary or I get to go here? I don't know, in the end. So Sean Dixon has got... Yeah, has he got... I think that's what it was. Because Craig Apeton's in the slip. Sean Dixon's gone to deep fine leg.
That's it.
And Archie Vaughan's in at mid-wicket. Because Craig Overton is a captain and a very good slip fielder. That's good soft hands, and for me it's going to be 4.
Split the fielder for a gully and 3rd slip. Racing away the county ground here.
Yeah, okay, surely you couldn't stop that one. But I guess the point there is Craig Overton, as a bowler, you'd normally get a fine leg when you're not bowling. But Craig Overton's such a good slip fielder and he's captain. He wants to be in the cordon, fair enough, and that's the right decision. So someone's got to go to fine leg. But Sean Dixon won it, so maybe they want to go to fine leg.
I guess let's just keep it a bit of fun as it's like a long day.
He can graze in the outfield, while Archie Vaughan has to be more concentrating in the ring, I suppose. But you can still hear the kids, can't you?
Yeah.
Just a little bit quieter than before lunch. They've had their excitement. They've tired themselves out going on the pitch.
Oh. It's well bowled by Matt Henry. Archie Vaughan doing the work from mid-wicket to square leg. Looks like Sean Dixon come up from fine leg. So like I said, rock, paper, scissors really didn't.
I was going to say, after all that, he's now going to be at point. Now Archie's sending him behind point. Archie's pulling rank despite being a lot younger and despite having lost rock, paper, scissors. Anyhow, still the 2 slips in the gully. And round the wicket, Slater. They're just not quite been straight enough. Somerset. Before lunch, 15 off 3 overs. Not just scoring at will, really.
Looks a bit of low risk. Just low risk shots for Notts. Just getting reward.
Couple of wide balls. Couple too short.
Yeah,
allowing the batters to knock it around.
Yeah, just straying down the leg side. Just easy to get off the hip and into the gap for a single or 2.
It's going to be hard bowling here. Of course it is. Against 2 quality operators, but...
Pitch looks like the M5.
Yes. Will be a massive breakthrough if they can get over these 2.
Yeah. Henry at the top of his mark. That's better from Matt Henry. Get that tiny bit fuller, not allowing him to hit it off his hips.
Now, at lunchtime yesterday, we had seagulls and flying ants everywhere. Well, the flying ants brought the seagulls. Here is drone footage Harry Trump was up at 5 o'clock this morning to get the drone over the ground. This is lunchtime drone footage of the kids playing on the outfield. How cool is that?
What a
Middle
day
of
for it
Taunton.
as
What a
well.
day for it, yeah. They got their sun cream, they got their hats on.
Everything in. Soft hands, but straight to Tom Abel at gully for no run. What are your opinions on floppy hats? We got TKC.
I think at slip, acceptable. Mid-off, mid-on from a bowl like Stuart Broad pulled it off very nicely. Someone like a Vernon Philander could pull it off nicely. I think when you're sprinting to the boundary and chasing in, it's a bit of a problem for aerodynamic and streamlinedness.
Yeah, feels like you're being pulled back by your floppy.
I think it looks better at slip than it does in the outfield. Wicket keeper can pull it off, fair enough.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not one. I'm not personally. I mean, if I'm watching cricket, I've got quite a few floppies from watching test matches around the world or first-class cricket. Fine, but in this heat, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
I did when I played in Perth in 38 degrees
Ooh.
last winter, and I did wear a floppy then with ice cubes in there. Genuinely, I had ice cubes in it. Every over, when I was batting, I had a towel and water and Powerade coming out every over. I was quite ill actually after that. 9 o'clock at night, it was still 36 degrees when it was dark.
Oh God!
Couldn't believe that. That's ridiculous.
Oh God, yeah. There's my aspirations for London to go to Australia. Just got to deal with that heat.
Well, quite, yeah.
Overton into bowl to Hamid. Full defence. No run. I do like watching first-class cricket and county champs. It's just like a nice day out, especially when it's like this. You can just chill, watch a bit of cricket, catch some rays, a nice cold pint of Coke.
Good soft hands
soft
again.
hands.
Hamid's very good at that. Could have been an edge. Casey Aldridge will chase really hard. See there, he didn't have the floppy hat. He nearly caught up with it. The floppy hat would have probably fallen off.
Yeah, TKC would have been nowhere near that if he was off there.
To be fair, I think Casey Aldridge is almost lapping TKC in a race anyway. There, let's be honest. People in the comment sections, even Somerset fans, looking forward to watching Hamid bat. Yeah, fair enough. He might be in the long haul here. It's looking like it's flattening out for batting. Somerset did win the toss and choose to bat.
That's 27 for naught off 6 overs. Hamid 20 off 25. Slater 7 off 11. Going nicely there. Just, I've got to do the maths, hold on. Just under 5 and over. Henry into bowl. Slater. Fraction short, and Slater's just come up on that and just in a back foot punch through the covers for 4 runs.
Yeah, he's very good at that shot. If I was thinking of Ben Slater's cricket shots, that's one I think of straight away. The back foot punch doesn't cut as much, doesn't slash at it, just times it beautifully with that high elbow.
Yeah, very good with a straight bat. Oh, looks like we've got the umpire signalling for something.
Is it someone behind the bowler's arm? Someone
possibly.
In the just Gothic stand down below us, below the Thatcher's deck. Someone in the be along from the 1875, maybe on the private boxes, the Froome or the Glastonbury suite, perhaps. Just distracting Ben Slater, trying to face Matt Henry's hard enough. Let them someone.
Coming back over the wicket, over the wicket, yes. Well, that's very good. It's a good reply from that. This is something I'd love to play. Just county champs or like a 4-day, like longer format cricket.
Do you wish you played it in the ladies' games?
Well, actually, I have played a 3-day game in an academy last year.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I was saying I didn't want to do it again because we were all out before lunch and then in the field for 91 overs.
But I feel like part of that is because you do it so rarely.
Yeah.
If you had the chance to play 4-day or 3-day league cricket, you'd love that, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, I'd love that.
Rather than playing 50 over in T20, could you play less 50 over in T20 or add in a third comp?
Yeah.
Even if it's just tier 1s at the start, it'd be great to see.
Just playing with a red ball.
Yeah.
Henry's dropped that short. Straight to square leg, deep square leg for 1 run. It's just something about being in white and playing with a red ball again. It's just reminds me of the old days of playing club cricket.
Yeah.
Everything nowadays for women's is white ball, white ball. When you go back to playing with red ball, it's quite nice. More of a challenge, more swing. Henry dropping it short again. Getting up quite nicely off this ground.
I'm surprised how much lift and bounce Mohammed Abbas was getting in the first innings. You don't think of him as being a quick bowler. Brett Hutton either. Both more, not particularly tall guys, sort of skiddy, hit the front pad, bowled an LBW into play, but they actually were getting a little bit of lift, a little bit of bounce. Ishan Kishan had a tricky time behind the stumps, trying to keep to them. Not a genuine red ball gloveman.
Ooh.
That's probably the closest Somerset have come to taking a wicket so far.
That was a lovely.
A little bit of leave away from Hamid, nearly 80 mile an hour that ball.
Nice and full. Ooh.
I actually should probably give Hamid some credit there. It has stayed low and he's played it well, just inside the line, has he?
Yeah.
Almost a last minute leave, like the Triscothic leave, where he brings his hands inside.
Wish I could do that, but I just snick off.
You open to bat a little bit higher up the order now without the England internationals.
Oh, no, I'm still number 11.
You know where you're going to get 10 at any point.
Oh, I don't know, actually. Don't know.
You're not going to do rock, paper, scissors with Molly Robbins or something to try and get up a spot.
10 or 11.
Craig Overton continues. No messing around between overs here. It's hotter there, but Somerset are still pretty good with the over rate. There'll be a lot of spin later on.
Definitely. Excited to see Jack Leach on this fine wicket. Nothing with a fresh ball before lunch. Getting quite a bit of turn. Always bodes well for spinners. See a pitch with a new ball getting some revs.
Interesting, some of the comments reckon you will not get anything out of bowling short on this pitch. But it's not just about bowling short. We looked at that dismissal earlier today. The bowling short and then the next ball not getting your foot. It was Casey Aldridge caught a slip by Freddie McCann off Abbas. Abbas bowled, it was actually 4 byes. Ishan Kishan missed it. Should have taken it. 4 byes, and next ball he was a bit nervy, sort of pokey, proddy from Casey Aldridge. Didn't get to the full pitch of the ball. And then he was caught on the slip. The short ball actually getting the wicket the following ball, really. It's not all about getting them out with the short ball, it's the setup, isn't it?
Definitely.
So there you go. Craig tried the setup, the short one, then the full one. Didn't work this time, but may happen again.
It's always the plans that the bowlers have. Not every ball is, as much as you want to get a wicket every ball, not every ball is there to be a wicket. It's there to, as you said, create a plan, make the batter unnervy.
Yeah.
Craig Overton comes into bowl again. Fuller, Mead respects it, defends it straight to point. On the run.
Round the wicket again. This one is straight. A big appeal for LBW from Craig Overton. Sean Dixon was LBW to Brett Hutton. Craig Overton was also LBW to Brett Hutton. And that man appealing for a big LBW. We'll show the replay here. Tell you what, that's straight, but a little bit high, I would say.
Yeah.
Perhaps going over the top of the pad onto the thigh pad. If it wasn't for height, I think that's straight enough.
Yeah.
That's not missing on line, is it?
No, I think the umpire may have made the right decision there. May have just been going over.
Yeah, good call.
Good call from the umpire.
Umpires Nigel Long and Rob White. With floppy hats on, of course they should, because they're umpires.
Yes.
That's a beauty from Craig Overton. Got his tail up now. A couple of really nice deliveries there.
Yes, Craig Overton's riled up, looking like he's wanting to take a wicket. Yes, umpires, I feel it must be, it's like an unwritten rule that they have to wear floppies.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's almost like a different type of floppy, isn't it? The floppy that Killer Campbell's wearing and the floppy that Long and White are wearing, there's probably a name for it.
Yeah.
It's not a bowler hat, it's not a floppy. An umpire's hat.
Why is that? Matt Henry to bowl once again.
Oh, another man who's good on the back foot punch, isn't he? What a shot that is.
Yeah, it's just raced away for 4 runs down to the Somerset stand.
Seen Slater do it. Now Hamid do it. Back foot punching just a tiny bit too short.
You miss your length by ½ centimetre, you get punished.
That's how good these two openers are.
Definitely.
Well, talking of runners, talking of batters punishing bowlers, down at Hampshire, Worcestershire, 5-4-7 for 5. Worcestershire's highest ever total against Hampshire.
Blimey.
And that's from the bottom side in the division as well. Particularly impressive from Worcestershire. That incredible knock from Adam Hose, his highest ever score. And Jake Libby now is nearly on 200 as well. He's 174 not out.
Wow.
They'll back through the first 2 days with a Kookaburra ball if they can, or maybe have a awkward session of bowling at Hampshire tonight. But Hampshire are a strong side, and Worcester have been struggling. But Kookaburra ball does funny things.
It does.
Or it doesn't do enough funny things. It's too easy to bat on, is maybe more the point.
That one's left from Hamid.
And Dom Sibley's got 250 of it all on his own. First ever time in his career. 605 for 3, sorry.
Blimey. Was everything like just a motorway?
Well,
every pitch a motorway?
They're all playing the Kookaburra ball. Rob Key wants high-scoring games with the bowlers not having much of a chance on flat June wickets. This is probably one of the lowest scorer games here.
Yeah, Keezy. What a man.
But Dan Lawrence just got out. Talked about that Surrey game, 600. Dan Lawrence reached his highest first-class score ever, 178 he got. Then he was out, 178, says Surrey now, 612 for 4.
That's what you want, really, just...
Could have been 2 200s. Yeah. What a partnership, though. Ooh. That's another beauty from Matt Henry.
Very well bowled.
Think of that Surrey game, though. You're 612 for 4, and Will Jack's England white ball opener comes into bat at 6. How ridiculous is that?
I feel like some Kookaburra balls may be lost in the stands.
Yes.
In a minute.
Definitely.
That was a lovely ball from Matt Henry. I think it was just that awkward part of the pitch where you don't know whether to come forward. It just caught in 2 minds, Hamid. These two bowlers looking like they're getting more into their groove now, more attacking, they're more fuller, I want to say.
Not James Fuller, who has actually got some wickets down in Southampton. Jimmy Anderson's not yet added to his 2 wickets he got earlier. Derbyshire 121 for 4. Gedders has nearly got 100 for Middlesex as they're 449 for 6 against Leicestershire. And also in Division 2, Bracey got his 133 earlier on, but Glamorgan are now 12 for none, replying to Gloucestershire's 380.
What a day to be a bowler.
Yeah, you don't want to be bowling with a Kookaburra ball in June on a hard pitch. So yeah, you got the nice little thing of Jimmy Anderson bowling to Martin Anderson. So Anderson into Anderson at Queen's Park in Chesterfield at the moment. Those little things that we love in county cricket. And up at York, I haven't yet mentioned the Division 1 game. Essex 332 for 7. Most recent wickets saw Michael Pepper caught behind by Johnny Bairstow off Jack White for 27. Jack White's third wicket of the innings. So that one's not as high scoring as some of the rest. Essex might be out for under 400 in that one. So this is actually one of this game at Taunton, the Cooper Sessions County Ground. Yeah, one of the lowest scoring games in this round.
And we got 379.
But that's only Somerset batting so far. Notts could still rack up 600 to join the rest.
Well, let's hope not. Let's hope we rattle them for under 379.
Both batters looking pretty comfortable so far.
Yeah. Only a couple balls troubling Hamid and Slater. But anything can happen with a red Kookaburra ball. And oh.
Got a bit excited there, did Craig Overton. Hands on head. Sean Dixon chasing it away.
They get back for 2. I did also get excited. I didn't know where the ball went. I couldn't see it.
Well, they're still going at a run rate of 4 and over.
Yeah, signs are coming. There are definitely signs of a wicket brewing. Craig Overton comes into ball once again. That one's just left alone.
We'll get you a replay of that ball where Craig Overton got a little bit excited. Sean Dixon, the man fielding a mid-wicket. Slater and Hamid look pretty assured. They even want half a sniff of a chance.
Ooh.
That's another beauty from Craig Overton. But they're not getting bat on the beauties.
No.
They're actually managing
They're doing very well to not get anything
leave
on
them or just play inside the line.
See a replay on that one.
Oh, Captain Overton with an absolute jaffer there. Done well to miss that as Slater.
Very well. That was just defended back. Talking about matches, just seen on the women's. Blaze have beaten Surrey by 20 runs.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that result.
Whoa.
I mean, friendly warm-up, we never know quite how much to read into it.
No, but still.
I mean, after you lot went and beat Surrey at Beckenham, game. Of course,
they did have good players in there. They had Brian, they had Chats, they had ADR.
ADR batting 3, I like that. I think she's batted too low.
She did get 56 or 37, so I'm guessing.
They're missing a few players, so there's been
Yeah.
a game to give.
Got a couple of academy
White
players
Hodge not playing.
No.
Danny Gregory.
Yeah,
still
Danny
playing.
Greg. Blaze had a good squad there. Marie, Elwes, the Bryces. They pretty much had a full-strength team out.
Yes, there's a few games going on. What are we? We're on Monday today, aren't we?
Monday, yes.
I keep thinking this is day 2, so it's Tuesday, but day 1 was a Sunday. I'm a bit confused. It's the same format as up at Edgbaston last week, Sunday to Wednesday, but after all this blast action, it's a bit confusing. Still 2 slips and a galley into Matt Henry. Proper short ball, that one. That's one of those that nearly hits the badge. Keeps the batter interested. Just had Mike from the museum pop into the back of the box. I've got a special present for Mike, actually. I hadn't told him to collect this. I'll just show you the camera. We'll get comms camera on after this ball, and I'll show you a special gimlet, bit of newspaper from a few years back, because Henry is not quite driven to Tom Lammonby, another dot to mid off. I'll just show you. This is a Harold Gimlet clip from a bit of newspaper I was given by an old chap in my village last night, which I will give to Mike to put in the museum. It says, Gimlet's test triumph when he finished the match with 5 fours. Harold Gimlet, unknown outside Somerset farming circles until just over a year ago, saved England's cricket reputation at Lord's yesterday. There's Henry bouncing Hamid again. Goes on to say, by brilliant forcing batting, Gimlet, who was playing in his first test match, finished the game against India with 5 consecutive fours. The 21-year-old Somerset farmer cricketer showed no signs of nerves when England wanted 107 to win. And then that's all the clipping I got. But nice little clip I'll give to Mike to put in the museum. Do go and look in Mike's museum. Puts a lot of great work into it. And Harold Gimlet played for Notts as well. There you go. During the Second World War. So we've got Notts Heritage. We've got Somerset. Well, if you get any time, you want to get out of the heat or at tea, go over and see the Somerset Museum. Mike loves having visitors in there.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you. No
Mike will be watching Wemden at the Wyvern tonight against the Dean. He loves it. 6 o'clock start. There you go. Well, you were there straight after this, Mike. Mike loves watching his local cricket. Ilminster man. That could be the first wicket. Could it be a breakthrough? The finger has now gone up. Hasib Hamid did not want to walk. Matt Henry has got a key, vital breakthrough for Somerset. Casey Aldridge is sprinting off ahead of him. Maybe he's changing his boots. But Hasib Hamid has to walk off. Bit of a trudge. He didn't think he'd hit that. He wasn't going to walk. He wasn't happy. But the umpire's finger goes up. And that's enough, Liv. First wicket for Somerset. Massive.
Breakthrough. Hamid has to go for 24 off 39 balls. Steady. Good start, but couldn't power on.
Hasib Hamid, who's been so good for Notts this year. He's the captain. He's their leader. He opens the batting, and he's been in such great form with the bat. I know he's had a break. He's actually, I mentioned it earlier before lunch. He's actually failed in the twos in his last 5 games. He's barely got a score for the twos whilst the blast was going on. But when he's played first team championship cricket, he's been scoring loads of runs. So he is a key man. He had 206 not out at Chester Street against Durham back in May. He had 85 and 62 not out against Sussex at Trent Bridge back in April. Not many failures. But he will probably see 24 as almost a failure by his great standards.
Yeah. Casey Aldridge running back onto the pitch.
Yeah, was he changed his boots? What's he done, Casey Aldridge? I can't quite work out. He sprinted off quite quickly. So 11 overs gone and the first breakthrough. Joe Clark will probably bat at number 4, I'd have thought. We've got the overseas Ishan Kishan will come in at 5 or 6 alongside Jack Haynes. But Freddie McCann, the left-hander, played a bit for England Lions and South Africa. Bowls a bit of part-time spin as well. He's in at 3. 44 on his back.
Ishan Kishan, what a name.
Yeah, he didn't keep very well, let's be honest. He took a good catch off Tom Abel. You think of him as a T20 wicketkeeper from watching him play for Mumbai Indians or his recent, a few different franchises. But it's easier keeping in T20 cricket. You don't have the ball very much. And
yeah, I'm recently watching some of the men's matches after on the double headers. I've realised how far the men are standing back. Like,
yeah,
I watched Tom Banton standing on the ring.
Yeah, well, Riley Meredith gets it through, doesn't he?
That is insane. And it's like at a nice length for him to catch. And I'm like, that's just insane. He's standing on the ring and he's getting the ball at a nice height. Which baffles me.
Another beauty from Craig Overton. He's bowling really well here. His tail's up.
He is looking for another wicket. He's looking for his first of the day. It looks like he's getting very close. But just Slater's just not wanting to hit the ball.
So, still 2 slips in the gully. Slater with soft hands, just the angle, just playing it nicely down to gully. Slater's a bit of a rock. I remember at Trent Bridge, I think it was last year, James Rue bowled an over. Jamie thought the physio came on as a sub-fielder. It was all a bit of a joke come day 4, and Ben Slater just batted and batted and batted. Flat at Trent Bridge, as it often is. Short boundary. He wasn't worried about the short boundary, he just batted and batted and batted. He's a bit of a rock. But mind you, so has been Hamid in previous years. Hamid's probably more positive. Oh, talking of positive, what a cover drive that is from Slater. I just said he's a bit of a rock, and he won't be tempted by quick out for the short boundary.
Good length ball. It looked like almost a Yorker, but he's done well to dig that out, and it's just raced away 4 once again.
I tell you what, somehow a lad at my club managed to get hold of one of Ben Slater's bats, and I did bat. So I batted with one of Ben Slater's bats a couple of times last summer, and it did ping, it did fly. It felt like cheating, really.
What was he, GM?
Yes, yeah. GM.
Oh yeah,
What's got
GM's
that there
up now, Champ Bridge.
and they just ping. So
Yeah.
I wish I had the money to buy it off him, but
Oh,
goes for the pull shot though. That's a win for Somerset. I know he's not got the wicket there, but seeing him go for the pull shot, not leave it, and he's not got hold of it either.
sort
that
of a
could have gone anywhere.
wayward, sort of like a wayward shot.
A bit of a loose shot, which you don't say very
Yeah.
much about Ben Slater. Agreed.
He sort of wanted to send that for 6 over here.
I mean, a top edge would have probably gone over the corner than the keeper, but
Definitely. Or
well bowled by Craig Overton. Well, I'm going to bring in a slightly different voice. Will Hall-Tompkin from Somerset Media and Commercial Team is going to come and join Liv for a bit.
so that leaves at 12 over mark. Knots 42 for 1. McCann 0 of 0. Slater 18 off 33 balls. So Matt Henry's going to continue. Hoping for his 2nd wicket of the day. Still 2 slips in the gully. Sort of a backward point.
Well, good to join you, Liv.
You
Settled
too?
in. Bit of a change of scene from listening to Harry Everett's drones for 4 days, so have a little change up.
Definitely.
Was that your first wicket you've brought to the commentary box, or have you had a stint up here before?
I've had a couple of stints with the women's games.
Nice.
So yeah, that thriller against Lancashire where Dino got 4 for 9.
Yes, that
That
was
one.
a great game.
That was very nervy.
We were watching that just below down in the 1875 club. We had a commercial event in there with a lot of the player sponsors. So yeah, it was proper edge of the seat stuff.
Very
but,
close game under lights.
Yeah, almost a perfect evening. Just falling short, but spirits were lifted by the Taylor Swift tribute afterwards, of course.
Oh yeah. I think most of the kids came for that and not the cricket.
Well, yeah, it was great to see a lot of new faces in.
Hopefully
yeah,
we've
and then-
inspired them.
No, absolutely. I think that's the beauty of it. It was brilliant to bring fresh faces in and showcase what you guys can do.
Sammy's just tucked that office open into the vacant square leg region for 1 run.
Just looking at the overheads out across the Quantocks here, it's certainly a batter's day out there, isn't it? I'd
Yeah,
rather have a
it's
bat in my hand than be toiling away, running in 30 yards to bowl in
I'm a
this heat.
bowler and I'd rather be batting out there. Just give it a tonk.
Just defended again into the covers there from Freddie McCann. Matt Henry just settled in a little bit more now, obviously having that 2 over burst before lunch and then coming back out, but picked up the big wicket of Hamid and looks to be settled on his length now.
Hopefully the pitches can be like this for the double header against Essex.
Yeah, well, we certainly hope so.
Ooh.
Oh, well left there by Freddie McCann, just tailing back in. Yeah, that should be a really good game now. Obviously, men here on Friday, and then a double header, quick turnaround on Tuesday.
Definitely.
Hopefully, a bit of a run fest and see 2 wins would be lovely. Are you back raring to go now after your mishap?
Yes, definitely. Hopefully I can be back in the team, ready to give my all and get that first win on the board for us.
That's what we're after.
Ooh.
Ooh, full from Matt Henry there.
Leading
Freddie
edge.
McCann just,
Lucky for him that was along the floor.
yeah, slightly overbalancing, but still dug it out. It's the end of the 13th over now. Notts sat on 44 for 1 after Somerset posted 379 earlier. Bonus points shared in those 110 overs, 2 apiece. I think we're going to see the return of Jack Leach from the River End. Always his preferred end here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We've seen him take wickets from both ends, but this is certainly his preference.
I say my preference is that end also.
Yeah?
Definitely.
What's your thinking behind that? What have you found?
Personally, I find the 2 pockets at cow corner and sort of like an extra cover, deep extra cover, are quite big boundaries. So I'd rather, usually all the times I bowled that end, the wind's coming either across or somewhat towards me. And I just want the bats just to hit into the wind and get wickets.
Sounds like a plan. Jack Leach in from the River End here to Ben Slater. He does give him a bit of whip there, a bit of a loosener, and Ben Slater's not going to miss out on that, cutting away through point for 4.
Yeah, see on the replay.
I don't think Ben Slater could have asked for it more on a plate than that, really.
Nope. Low risk, high reward for Ben Slater right there.
Don't tend to see too many of them from Jack Leach. I expect him to dial back in pretty quickly here. Just goes to pad away there and ball straight through the first slip. Ooh. Leachy does beat the edge there.
That's just skidded on. That's just gone on with the arm. No turn.
I think it would have been a big part in the decision to bat at the toss to be bowling in the 4th innings of this match. And I think Jack Leach and obviously Archie Vaughan would have been a key part of that decision. I think to try and release them on day 4, pushing for a win.
Definitely.
Hopefully on pitches gives a bit on day 4. Jack Leach in again from the River End. A little bit of width again, but not enough that we can really play a cross-batted shot, and there's no run. Tom Banton under the lid at short leg. Is that something you would consider live? Would you get under there?
Under the lid. I just love like diving and like put my body on the line.
Yeah.
I say we go under the lid.
Because as soon as I saw that bat go above their shoulders, ready to sweep, I think I would be out of there.
You just got to
covering everything possible. I'd not want to be in the firing line of that.
You just got to cross your arms over your chest and just put your head down.
Yeah, yeah.
Never got the chance to, because I'm always bowling or something.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Definitely would go under the bid.
Is it a position you'd like to have as a bowler, or not something that you tend to utilise too much?
Personally, I wouldn't have a short leg. If I'd over anything, I'd have a silly point.
Yep.
Because that's the way it's turning. But yeah, I'm all for a short leg. Definitely in 4-day cricket. Maybe in 50-over cricket. I think we have. Or maybe maybe was on tour, but I've definitely been in a game where we've had a short leg in.
Yeah, I guess more than anything as well, it's just a slight put off to the batter as well, isn't it? Just having them.
Yeah, it's
right close.
I've been in the just a wayward cross-batter shot from.
Yeah, another bowling change. Craig Overton has swapped ends, coming in from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end now. And
I've been in a position
to lift off the surface first ball.
Yeah, I've been in a position where I've been a batter where I've got 2 slips, I've got a short leg and I've got a silly point in front of me. And honestly, it is so terrifying.
It is.
So daunting. It does get to you, it does get to you.
I was going to say, I think that would certainly get in my own head.
Ooh, soft hands, but Tom Abel at Gully's managed to
Craig Overton is bowling well. He's hitting that hard length as we're so accustomed to with Craig, but the batters do look a bit rushed and don't seem to be timing it brilliantly, which is just good signs for Somerset fans. I'm very excited to see Ishan Kishan out there. I hope for our sake we see him sooner rather than later, but
Yes, definitely.
it's always good to see international superstars here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I remember that infamous Surrey game last year with Shakib here, and obviously a sensational win for Somerset on that day, so hopefully a repeat. It's well bowled from Craig.
It's like he got him caught in 2 miles where it's
just
stayed a little bit low and he's
to tail back in towards the left-hander from around the wicket and just rushed him a little bit there. Josh Davey just signing some autographs down outside the Andy Caddick Pavilion there here on Schools Day. Good to see.
Craig Overton in once again. A little bit of width. McCann's gone to cut that and it's gone straight to Sean Dixon at backward point.
Craig Overton again from the Trescothick Pavilion end. And it's patted back by Freddie McCann. That'll be the end of the 15th over. Nottinghamshire 48. Just for that loss of Hasib Hamid earlier. Caught James Root, bowled Matt Henry.
Some updates from across the country. Worcestershire 597 for 5 against Hampshire.
Yeah, there's a lot of runs around in the county championship at the moment.
Yep. Surrey is 661 for 4. I am surprised they haven't declared yet. Let's see. As Will Jacks teed off it. Oh no! Oh, he's hit 1-6. That's it. He's 26 or 27.
As Harry said earlier, when you've been toiling away for 130 overs, and then Will Jacks walks out, that must be a pretty horrid place to be as a fielder.
For me, I'd be like, oh, for God's sake, give it a rest.
Yeah, just declare. Let us have a go.
Leach comes in.
Ooh.
Play.
Be interesting to see if that just lifted slightly off the surface. It seemed to unsettle Ben Slater a little bit. Ooh, big turn.
Absolute ragadoosh.
Good signs for Somerset and Jack Leach there.
Lovely sign. Oh, nice.
Leach again, Slater forward this time. A bit fuller from Jack Leach and he's able to smother it.
Oh, Essex are 368 for 9. Blanks are 367 all out on Derbyshire, 148 for 5 in reply.
I did see a Jimmy Anderson wicket for batter shouldering arms and losing his off stump pretty comprehensively.
Yeah, we've got Anderson in against Anderson.
There we go.
Yeah.
Jack Leach just starting to settle into his rhythm now after that one loose delivery in the previous over, but he's back doing what we know he can do and just relentlessly hitting that spot.
Oh, lovely from Jack Leach. Got loss for 380 all out. Glamorgan are 29 for 1 in reply. And Kent are 507 for 5. With Northampton yet to bat, and then Middlesex are 468 for 7.
Certainly batter-friendly conditions across the country.
Oh, slash.
That's pushed up by Ben Slater. Probably sort of outside half of the bat. I don't think he meant it to be quite as square as that, looking towards cover, but he has picked up 4 through backward point.
Did look like a bit of a slash. But either way, it's gone the way of Nottinghamshire for 4 runs.
Hitting towards that short side, it just races away down there on this strip, a bit further down on the square.
Yeah.
Leaching again, and just that field change, Tom Cullicampbell dropped out to that deep point boundary.
Yeah.
Leaching again, and just that field change. Tom could have.
Craig Overton's building up that pressure, and then Matt Henry has reaped the reward of that pressure.
I think something that's certainly overlooked in club cricket is that bowling in unison and bowling partnerships, as you say there, I think is something that's really underappreciated. I think in club cricket, especially youngsters playing, you know, they're hungry to take wickets, which is great to see, but your impact for the team isn't necessarily just in the wickets column. I think you can play a really key role by creating the pressure, and then the big release shot comes from the other end, and that's where the wicket falls. But you know, the build up to that is really key as well.
Exactly, that's what we aim for in the women's side, is having bowling partnerships. Craig Overton's bowled in full and straight, just defended back to the bowler for no run.
What would you say has been your kind of biggest learning from this season so far then? Obviously, first season here at Somerset. What have you kind of picked up on and think is going to really aid your development in the future?
That nothing comes easy. You've always got to fight for and got to work for your rewards. So as you said, bowling partnerships. Like, I may come like out with no wickets, but someone I may have bowled with, say I'm bowling on one end and Ellie Anderson's bowling on the other end, and she's got a wicket and I haven't. I may have built that pressure, and it's just learning that I've had an impact in the game, and that, as you said, wickets don't always impact the game.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's just like having an impact wherever I can, if that's in the field, if that's with the ball, even if it's when I'm running drinks. It's just being like the best version of myself.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a great mindset to have, and certainly one for any youngsters listening to take forward. Always striving to be as good as you can in any facet of the game, like you say, even if that is off the field as well.
Yeah, and definitely something I've had is patience. Like, any young listeners listening, do have patience, because things will come with its due course. It just may not come when you want it. You just got to be patient, and you just got to keep grafting behind the scenes.
I suppose in those moments, all you have control over there is making sure that when the moment does come, you're as ready as you can be.
Definitely. Just got to control the controllables.
For sure. Craig Overton's finishes over from the Trescothick end, running into Ben Slater. Back of a length and push.
That's his trademark
shot,
Ben Slater.
Beautifully through point, and Slater will pick up 4 there. Archie Vaughan and Sean Dixon in pursuit, but they weren't catching that one up.
Slightly missed his length and gave him a little bit of width, and he's been punished. Craig Overton, seen that shot a couple times from Ben Slater, and he looks very comfortable in that region.
Just timed so sweetly, even to that long boundary that you alluded to earlier, but
yeah,
just ran away. Wouldn't surprise me if we do see a bowling change. Although obviously with this Somerset selection opting for Sean Dixon over Josh Davies, just the 3 seamers, 4 if they do want to use Tom Lammonby. So we may see the likes of Archie Vaughan or Casey Aldridge come on. It will be Jack Leach to continue from the river end into Freddie McCann.
Soft down has just played down to sort of between a gully and a short third or back. It's just in that region.
I think that's been a common phrase we've heard just in the last half an hour, that soft hand. I think Notts have played that really well. Anything that is taking the outside half of the bat is controlled and going down. You see quite often people pushing forward at the ball with firm hands, and that's when short leg certainly becomes into the game there.
Definitely. Oh,
has that just turned? We've got hands on head at slip. And James Drew with the gloves on, giving us byes on field.
Guessing I must have just missed everything. See on the replay here. Oh, my
really
gosh.
sharp turn, and
I just literally just missed everything.
ooh.
Oh.
Jack Leach unlucky to not take the edge or the outside of the off stump there.
It was very unlucky. It was a beautiful ball. Spinner's dream through the gate.
Again, great signs for Somerset as this game develops. When you've got someone like Jack Leach in your team, seeing a spinning pitch is only ever a good thing.
Right now, if I saw that, my eyes would be lighting up, and I'll be like Luffy. I'm ready.
Getting in that skipper's eye line, just let her know you're there.
Let her know I'm ready to bowl.
It's interesting to see that field placement out at deep point. I know obviously Leachy did concede that one boundary there, but I kind of felt more as though that was a bad ball as opposed to a clever shot. I'm thinking that fielding position there, we just see the one run again there. It does feel a little bit easy just for that, as you say, soft hands and just let the ball hit the bat, and there's kind of one every time.
But I am guessing with the thought behind it is that they see it as an easy one out there. Do they try and like force something in there? And then
Yeah.
That would be my cricket knowledge.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's very interesting to kind of see the psychology behind different fielding positions, and as a batter, what you're seeing as a gap isn't always due to poor field placements. It's because they're wanting you to try and hit through that region.
Definitely.
And bring other fielders into play when it is mistimed. It's that constant battle as a batter of identifying your scoring regions, but also that risk versus reward element as well.
Definitely.
We are going to see a change of bowling now at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Casey Aldridge has been throwing the ball for the first time, and much like Craig Overton, will absolutely steam in and hit that length hard. Look to hit the stickers on the bat. Bowled really well here in the opening game of the season. Had a brief loan spell up at Durham in between that during the blast, and good to see him back in Somerset colours now.
Whoa, what a start.
Beats the edge, first ball, just pushing it across that left-hander from over the wicket.
That's got the Somerset crowd riled up.
That was a properly committed drive by Ben Slater. He wasn't just poking at that and just shaped away.
That's
Well bowled.
very
Such a
good
dangerous
start.
angle to the left-hander.
Very good start from Casey Aldridge. As he's coming in again. And that's just opened up the face of the bat, and it's just raced away for 4 runs. Sean Dixon couldn't manage to cut that off.
Again, slightly overpitched by Casey Aldridge, but that has raced away again, as you say, just kind of guided more than anything.
Yeah, just open up the...
Just pure timing.
That shows if you miss your length by anything, you're going to get punished.
Casey Aldridge in again. Left alone this time by Ben Slater. Similar line to the one he played and missed at. Good learning there just to shoulder arms and let that one go. Trust the angle across. I think that's one thing for the batter. He can be a bit more confident with this Kookaburra ball that it's not going to tail in late.
Yeah, it's going to stay true.
Full again from Casey Aldridge, just over pitched. A great shot by Ben Slater. The batter in the form he's in is not going to miss out through extra cover there. 4 more.
Definitely looks so low risk there. Just timing of the ball is impeccable. It's just raced away for 4 to the on dart chase stand.
Ben Slater on to 41 now. Looks in good touch.
Ooh, well dug out there.
Full again, but this time straighter and even fuller of that half volley length, more into Yorker territory. And
yeah, it was well dug
Slater
out.
does well to get down to it.
Definitely.
Case Aldridge's final ball of his first over, Nottinghamshire's 19th. 67 for 1. Aldridge in.
Oh, that's better. That's
Fuller
a
length
better
again,
line.
but defended back by Freddie McCann.
Great finish to his first over. We possibly got a change of
Looking
bowling.
to see, Tom Banton's cap is off, but I presume that's because the
Going under
helmet
the
will be
lid.
going back on.
Looks like Leach is coming back onto bowl.
Will be Jack Leach to continue. Alfie Ogborn just signing some autographs now for the kids down there outside the pavilion.
Yeah, you do get sort of caught up there, coming down those stairs. You got kids
Yeah,
going.
very busy today on our school's day, but if I know Alfie well enough, he will stop and make sure every single kid gets an autograph down there.
Inspiring the next generation. That's what it's all about.
And we just see that single into that region. And it is only to Ben Slater that deep point stays out, and once Freddie McCann's on, he does come round a bit more regulation, sweeping that cover boundary. And Archie Vaughan just drops into that kind of short third position.
Oh, another beauty.
Sharp turn again from Jack Leach there, just doing too much for James Rue to
Just
take
finding
cleanly.
those footholds. See it on the replay. Oh, that is lovely.
Just ragging through the gate. That's great signs for Somerset.
Great signs, but it's getting just that little bit too much bounce. Oh, he's reverse swept him.
Oh, well watched by Archie Vaughan. Just must have spun as it hit the turf there, and he almost wrong footed himself, but did well to stick out a right mitt and take it cleanly. Good intent from Freddie McCann to combat that swing, but they're spinned by getting the reverse out and getting to the pitch a bit.
The reverse swept again.
He goes
and
again. The Somerset fielders go up.
Oh.
And bails are off as well. I think
I don't know what's
a bit
happened.
of everything's gone on there, but the outcome is not out. Have a look on the replay
They're
now. I think the
appealing for,
appeal
is
was
it?
for caught behind. Mid-appeal, James
still-
Rue just flicked the bails off, but Freddie McCann's back foot hadn't moved.
Well, it's not out, and he's still at the crease. And he's just defended that one.
So it's good from Jack Leach, though. He's asking a lot of questions every ball here. And yeah, that's see on the slow-mo, it's hard to see exactly what happened. It didn't look like there was any deviation from a glove.
Either way, the umpire was unmoved. Leach is back in. He's just gone back and batted that back down the pitch for no run.
That brings us to the 20th over of the Nottinghamshire first innings, 69 for 1. Josh Davey eager to bring the drinks on, but doesn't look like a drinks break is coming.
Personally, if I was out there, I'd love a drinks break.
I was just about to say, as a person who keeps wicket myself, it gets quite warm out there on days like this, and you're counting down the balls till you can take the lid off and get some fluids on board. And as you can see now, our first one-day cup game of the season will be Somerset versus Durham, and our annual beer and cider festival Friday, August the 8th. And the link to buy tickets is on the screen there. Promises to be a great day, hopefully with weather like this.
Ooh, again, fraction 2 full, and he's being punished for 4 through the covers.
Ben Slater cashing in on Casey Aldridge just struggling to find his length early on in this spell. That's the third time he's taken him to the offside boundary. On to 47 now, Ben Slater, and I must admit, he has looked good.
Yes, he has. 47 off 61. And those 47 runs have looked very low risk. Ben Slater's.
Another couple of issues just behind the bowler's arm here. Second time today. The batter's not happy with someone moving around. Casey Aldridge also having a look up. Two fielders out on that leg side now. A potential short ball ploy. But we haven't seen Casey go short just yet. Wouldn't surprise me if there's one imminent. He's into bowl. Does go full again.
Ooh,
and that is
soft
that
hands.
word, soft hands, through third slip for 4 runs. And that will be Ben Slater's 50. Brought up off 62 balls at a pretty good rate.
Just
and he
looks
has
so
looked,
low
he has
risk
looked good.
Whole innings.
I think, as you say, he's batted sensibly, and when the bad balls come, he's done exactly what he needs to do and put it away every time.
Definitely. He already had that one wayward shot from that short ball from Craig Overton, and that's the only un-Slater-like thing we've seen. Everything else has been trademarked, low risk, high reward.
In again. That is a short ball, pulled away to deep square leg, but just for 1 run. Good intent there from the boundary. I think Tom Banton in there, as Ben Slater was just walking through for the single, and Tom Banton just keeping it in check and launching it in from the boundary pretty quickly. Looks like the physio may just be wandering over to Tom Banton out in front of the Somerset stand. We wouldn't normally see him boundary riding, so perhaps he has gone out there just for a bit of assistance.
Full again, driven straight to Tom Lammonby at mid-off.
It will be Casey Aldridge into Freddie McCann again. Freddie McCann still on 1 off 22 deliveries. It is full again, driven back to Casey. Certainly is a plan here to keep it full. Casey is someone who, like we said, like Craig, does hit a hard length and has a pretty sharp short ball in the locker, but something we're yet to see, even with those deep square leg and fine leg. Perhaps kind of a bit of reverse psychology, putting the 2 fielders out and then going full.
Yes, definitely. Short ball and then a full ball, good. Usual strategy.
Oh, it's slashed, and that is a genuine edge. That was not soft hands. That was slashed that wide. It's 4 runs through third, fourth slip region, but that is a win for Casey Aldridge. Mentally there, that is Freddie McCann, and that was a genuine edge.
I will be leaving you guys and
Another
swapping in for
change
Harry.
on comms. Well, best of luck, Liv, for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much, and maybe on later. Depends on.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get to hear your voice again. That's the end of the 21st over. It will be Jack Leach again to continue from the river end. As we can see a lovely view of the top balcony of the flats there overlooking the ground. I think on a day like this, I would not be moving from those chairs. So it will be Jack Leach to continue from the river end. Ben Slater, of course, just after bringing up that 50, 52 not out. And there is a change in field now. That deep backward point is more of a deep cover now, and Archie Vaughan is back in that kind of short third backward point position. Leach is in from the river end. And there's still one. They have just dabbed it down there, just to Archie Vaughan's left. I'm going to be joined by Mr. Harry Everett again, who I'm sure you're all familiar with. That voice ringing around your screens and in-ground radios.
Yeah, sold quite a lot of the Virtue earpieces this week, I hear. The Vox is ever diminishing. Lots of people enjoying them around the ground today.
I must admit they were
Cool.
busy. They were busy down in the office yesterday. A lot of people coming in. down the main reception of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. They're selling like hotcakes.
There you go. Staff and kids trying to either ignore their teachers or ignore the kids ringing in their ears.
Good to see so many young children coming in and having access to cricket here. And another schools day tomorrow. I'm told another 1,500 kids in tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it's been good numbers, isn't it?
So good to see.
They can't tell the difference between a Kookaburra and a Duke's ball. They're just happy to be here in the sunshine.
Yeah, I haven't heard much chat about the difference in swing in the stands. A lot of screaming. But
We should also say that there are different schools days. So the schools day, was it in May, the last one? That was mostly a secondary schools day.
Yeah.
They don't really specify this, whereas this is mostly a primary schools day.
Yes.
It's
yeah.
actually not exact science. There are middle schools and different year groups chosen by the schools what suits their residentials and trips and stuff. But so a bit younger than the crowd we had. Was it Sussex at home? We had quite a few.
Yeah, I
secondary school
remember
kids.
they took over the Somerset stand and
Yeah.
it made some great noise. It's good to see.
And here. Great to see and okay to hear.
Always good to give youngsters access to the game.
Absolutely. And getting on the outfield at lunch is such a cool thing. I've had parents of kids I've coached saying, oh, I've been watching the YouTube and I see my kid on the outfield, or didn't know they'd be out on the pitch. Little things like that, make someone's day. That can inspire the next generation. We'll
Absolutely.
remember as kids getting the bus from Tiverton up here as teenagers to come and watch and spend your holidays up here.
Well, Alfie Ogborn has made his way onto the field. It looks like Tom Abel just taking 5.
Yeah, well, Ben Slater's back pretty well here. That's his 9th 50 of the season. Yet to get 100 this season, though. That little bit of luck in the last over. We had that luck against Jack Leach, that one that just landed in the rough and went past, and then that luck against Casey Aldridge. Probably would have been a third, fourth slip. Might have been straight in the breadbasket, but that gap between the slip and the gully.
It's an interesting stat that he's not scored 100 this season. I was checking earlier. He's the 5th highest run scorer in the county championship this season.
Him and Hamid are in the top 5.
Quite impressive to be up there without making 100 as an opening bat.
Shows consistent starts.
Absolutely.
Aldridge has 2 slips, and well, is it a gully? It is a gully, but it's almost more of a backward point than a gully. Archibald's quite deep and quite square.
Yeah, it's full again. I just sort of mentioned it to Liv there. We've obviously got deep square leg and fine leg out here, but not one short ball yet from Casey.
The thing is he's seen as the enforcer. He's seen as a tall man. He'll hit the seam and get it to bounce and might bowl more bumpers than most. Maybe trying to be clever and just not go too early to it. It's only 2.1 overs in. Yeah, I think eventually he will bowl some short stuff. I like to see him still giving it a chance. The ball's only 22 overs old. If the Kookaburra's going to swing at all, then it's going to hopefully be now. McCann fancy 2 there. Slater was absolutely ambling 1 there. The experience of Slater's not going to waste any energy in this heat. Ishan Kishan will probably bat at 6, another left-hander. That's 3 left-handers in the top 6.
I'd be intrigued to see his approach to batting.
How he goes about,
batting out here in a Red Bull game in England.
Well, you can probably
he's
comment
not short of ability
on his blue gloves. I bet that was something you noticed.
Yes.
The Wicketkeepers Union. Lovely shot again, though. Good field and Alfie Ogborn straight on the pitch. He was playing against Pete Trigo for Bridgewater against Burbage on Saturday. And now he's on the field at cover, fielding for Tom Abel. Good fielder is Alfie Ogborn. A couple of times he's played for Bridgewater, even when he's not allowed to bowl because of his managing his workload. He'll play as an okay number 7 or 8 bat and a quality fielder. He's done well for the 2s. Scored an 80 odd the other day.
Batted very well.
Him and JT Langridge batting more than you'd think for left arm as he back down the order. That's a lovely
There is that short ball, but kept down by Ben Slater. Just the single out to Tom Banton on the deep square leg boundary.
Yeah, the swivel pull, I like to call it, off Slater. He spins on it nicely, controls it, hits it well.
Casey Aldridge in again for the 5th ball of this 23rd over from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. And that is short again, and it's clothed. I think you could probably say with Freddie McCann it will just be 1 out to Tom Banton again. So as just mentioned, a definite slight change in length from Casey Aldridge in this 3rd over. Back-to-back short deliveries.
Are you thinking when does Archie Vaughan bowl? Is that the next move?
Well, I think they'll be encouraged by those those signs from Jack Leach with the ball really taking the surface and not just turning but lifting as well. I think that would be a real danger, especially Jack Leach bowling to those left-handers. I think short legs really in the game there. It'd be interesting to see the thinking for Archie Vaughan, obviously turning it away from the left-hander.
If you're just joining us, remember there's one less bowler for Somerset in this side. Josh Davey replaced by Sean Dixon, potentially a bit harsh, maybe rotation, but Josh Davey's been brilliant with the bat opening the innings as potentially a stopgap opener. Bizarre, really. That's the one move I really don't understand, because he's not going to play in the T20 Blast. He hasn't played yet in the Blast this season. He's done so well opening with Kola Cabmore. I was up at Edgbaston for 4 days, and big part of that partnership with Kola Cabmore. He got 60 odd. He's not really let Somerset down since coming to open the batting. I kind of get that they want to score quickly against the Kookaburra Bull, but everyone else scores so quickly, and Somerset still didn't get to 450 and 110 overs, didn't even get 350 and 110 in the end. So it's not like that's a main priority. And the benefit of Josh Davies, even if he bowls you 7 overs in innings, it's those extra overs he can bowl something slightly different. He'll bowl ahead of Tom Lammonby.
And it's also the ability to bring him on and give Craig Overton and Matt Henrys a few more overs to get some energy back in those legs.
Yeah, because now really Somerset are playing with 2 strike bowlers in Overton and Henry, and then Casey Aldridge, who's not played Championship cricket this year. He's been on loan at Durham, he's played Blast up there, but it's a big ask of Casey Aldridge to suddenly be the 3rd seamer in 30-degree heat. Yes, he's a quality professional rounder, and he's been brilliant for Somerset at times, but he's still young and raw and finding his feet, particularly to then suddenly bowl a different ball. So we're down to 3 seamers and 2 spinners really. Tom Lammonby was bowling quite a lot in the intervals up at Edgbaston, ready to bowl. He'll be keen. I think he'll probably be the 5th option. The 6th option, sorry. Tom Banton just trudging round from long off the field very slowly. I did worry about Banton's hamstring. He tweaked in the warm-up yesterday and didn't look great when he was batting, or hobbling between the wickets a little bit. Still played nicely. Did very well to dig in and get 84, but it's not a good sign that he's walking so slowly off the field.
It looks like Tom Abel under the lid at short leg in his absence.
Yeah, it's not normally a job for Tom Abel. That's turned a bit. In between bat and pad, that's a really good sign for Somerset. It's been a decent over from Jack Leach without one megally turning before that ball. Mega turn.
There's Tom Banton just making his way back round. Physio over to meet him again. He's got a smile on his face, but clearly in some pain.
Sorry, YouTube comments keeping me on my toes. Of course, yeah, my point about Dave in the Blast was he's played twice, but he's not going to bat in the Blast. When he plays in the Blast, he bats below goals, whether he'll bat 10 or 11. Yes, he played against Hampshire, I know, but he's not in the best Blast team when everyone's available. There's a bit of rest with Meredith and Overton and Henry. He only comes in as, you know, allowing one of those 2 to have a rest. So I don't see those 2 T20 Blast games as a reason for Josh Davey needing a rest.
No, I do agree. I'm sure there's science behind the decision.
Well, it's Friday, isn't it?
And hindsight is a wonderful thing. If Sean Dixon had gone and got 100, would have said it's a great goal.
Yeah, I wonder how important the 100 for Clevedon. He hit 6 sixes off and over. He got 120. He batted at 4 though as well. I thought it was odd. You know, Clevedon can do what they want, and Somerset aren't telling them what they have to do. They had that Bailey Wiggins, who was absolutely brilliant from Central Districts in New Zealand last year. Clevedon are a decent Whipple side, but I thought it was odd that Dixon batted at 4 for them, and then came straight into open the next day for Somerset. Haven't been outside. Yeah, he might still do something second innings, but I feel like it almost is too late against the Kookaburra Bull to go big in the second innings. There aren't going to be that many overs left on days 3 or 4, I thought. And, yeah, Josh Davey, just because he's opening the batting doesn't mean he's not a useful bowler. He's not going to be that tired from opening the batting. He'd still bowl some useful overs.
And actually, I think as well, using that Kookaburra ball that won't swing as much, Josh Davey is a bowler who gets a lot of lateral movement off the pitch.
Yeah, sort of a seam nip bowler, yeah.
Yeah,
he took the new ball, actually, at Edgbaston, ahead of...
There you go, and I think a ball that's going to swing less doesn't necessarily weaken Josh Davey as it does perhaps other bowlers.
Yeah, he's not going to bowl loads of overs on a rock-hard surface, but that's another streaky shot. This time McCann, the left-hander, it's past Abel at gully. It would almost be a second gully, but even then it probably wouldn't have carried.
But so again, a genuine genuine outside edge, outside half of the bat from Freddie McCann. As Liv was saying, Ben Slater much more soft hands, and those kind of falser shots were very safe and going straight down. But that's twice now Freddie McCann's really slashed, and we see now Tom Abel's come much finer, almost a fourth slip as opposed to a gully.
Well, it's got him in a little bit of trouble there.
In case he does then go fuller Yorker length, but dug out well by Freddie McCann. Where do you see this game going result-wise? Are you of the same opinion as me that I think it's going to be the batter's game to lose?
Yeah, draw's probably favourite, but you never quite know with cricket. It's a funny old game, anything can happen. I think Leach is going to be so important. Lovely shot there again to Alfie Ogborn's left hand, though. No run to his left hand. Yeah, it's one of those where Joe Clark's got pretty good stats. Joe Clark is good against a ball that doesn't move very much. Joe Clark will get a lot of runs in June, July on hard-baked tracks against a Kookaburra ball. I wouldn't fancy Joe Clark in April or May, or even September when the ball's doing a bit, and maybe in Durham or a place where it's going to move a bit more or be a bit more overcast. But that is a low full toss. Alfie Ogborn can't quite get that one. It is going to go for four. Tom Lamby's quick, but he's not going to catch that. I feel like someone like Joe Clark, him and Will Young did it in the game here the last couple of years, and I feel like someone like that could go big and just take the game away. They could suddenly get 500 in this innings. I mean, if Slater's still there at T, you know, they're just going to bat. Notts won't need to have a bowl at Somerset tonight. They'll just bat and bat and bat. It's going to be hard work. Somerset, despite winning the toss and opting to bat, they are now actually probably bowling at probably the worst time. The hottest part of the day. The pitch is getting baked and flatter. I think day 2 is forecast to be the warmest day today. We're just seeing Slater go for a drink. I think he's checking with Craig Overton. Very good of him. Check with Craig Overton, I suppose. Part of it's up to the umpires, part of it's up to the other captain.
I think a bit more leeway will be given.
Yeah.
Given the heat. Jack Leach continue. A big thank you to our match sponsors for this game, Alliance Medical. Very appreciative of their support, providing all the scanning, MRI scans, etc. for the team whenever there are any injuries.
Yeah, I suppose we mentioned injuries. We go back to that Josh Davey conversation. There was a slight ankle scare for Josh Davey. He was off the field for a bit at Edgbaston. Didn't bowl quite as much as I thought he would, but he's still been running the drinks on here. That was a while back. I don't think that's a particularly serious knock, but it's something else to consider. But then we've got Tom Bance. You know, at this stage of the season, most cricketers have knocks. Most cricketers have something not quite right. You don't, you ask Pete Trigo on comms, we've heard it enough. You don't really play professional cricket for 10, 15 years without always having something slightly wrong.
Yeah,
Lewis Gregory's been playing
such big workloads.
Yeah, even 70% fit. Lewis Gregory's been playing the last couple of years with all sorts of issues, but you sometimes just got to go through a bit of pain. I mean, Pete will give Josh all sorts of stick for being soft. It's been the soft Suffolk-born Scotsman, but
yeah, and you know your own body, don't you?
Yeah.
You know that at times you're not perhaps 100%, but you kind of know your capabilities and know that your body can still perform.
So Leach in at both left-handers, of course. As I said earlier, 3 of the top 6 for Notts are left-handed. Reminds you of that Yorkshire side about maybe 10 years ago with Gale, Live, Lees. Probably another I've not thought. I'm sure there are 4 or 5 of their top 6 were left-handed. Oh, got a bit of trouble there. Slater looks comfortable against the seamers, doesn't look quite as comfortable against the spinners.
You can just see by James Rew keeping a few not coming through cleanly, the spin and bounce especially, making it really difficult for the Somerset keeper. But as we say, really good signs for Somerset. And if this game does end up getting a bit closer in the 4th innings, that will be a really, really good sign for Somerset. If you're Archie Vaughan right now, are you itching to come on?
Yeah, I think definitely. Yeah, I think there'll be spin in tandem before tea. I think we've still got probably 14 overs until the tea interval. So I think we will definitely see Archie Vaughan and Jack Leach in tandem soon. Maybe give Aldridge a couple more. Vaughan, I think, will bowl before Lammonby, but I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised to see Lammonby bowl today.
Well, as we say, even just twofold, A, something slightly different, and B, just let the other seamers get their breath back.
And slightly different foot marks as well. Lammonby does glide in. He's hardly heavy-footed. He's not a Tymon Mills or big-booted Mitchell Johnson, but he will, little bit of rough, he might just create.
Yeah. Be intrigued to see when we see Matt Henry again. I think perhaps the change after Casey Aldridge will be that decision for Craig Overton to make. Does he go spin at both ends? Or does he give his overseas another crack?
Worcestershire have had a run out. Wait, who's got so many runs for Worcestershire this year, but he's gone for naught, but they're still 628 for 7. That's the 8th highest Worcestershire have got in Championship cricket, their 3rd highest ever at Southampton's bowl.
And of course, former Somerset batter Adam Hose.
Big
going big.
score, yeah, his highest ever. Double 100 for him and Jake Libby in that game. Casey Aldridge with another beauty from around the wicket. Great to see him bowling well. I think he was a little bit hard done by last year. I was at the Oval last April when he bowled really well in what ended up being a 200-run 19-over chase for Surrey, which they just aborted in the end. It was Dan Lawrence and Jamie Smith, both England men, of course, who were batting sublimely, really well. Got to credit them how well they batted. Craig Overton was going around the park, but they brought on Casey Aldridge and he stifled things, got a couple of wickets, bowled some slower balls, and just was brilliant. And he made Surrey change tact and then had to bat to the draw. In the end, they shook hands, and I think Somerset could have carried on, actually. Somerset maybe could have carried on and pushed to get all 10 wickets, but they shook hands on a draw. And then he was dropped for, it was Worcestershire away at Kidderminster when it's really cold. And they rotated Casey Aldridge, and I thought, well, I get that they plan workloads and the physios, the doctors and the team all talk, but sometimes a young lad who's had a bit of pressure on him, maybe not done as well as he wanted to, then he's done well. Just let him play another game when he's played well.
Let him be a bit more reactive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think, you know, Casey's done really well. You want to keep him in the team. Someone like a Josh Davey or even a Jack Brooks in previous seasons, that it's not the end of the world if they're going to miss one game. They know what they're doing. They'll happily take a rest, probably. But a young lad who's been under pressure and suddenly got a few overs and bowled really well. Yeah, cricket is such a game of confidence.
Will be Casey to continue then for the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. 4th ball this 27th over.
Yeah, I think he'll continue for maybe one more, and then they might go to Archie Vaughan. Oh, there we go, 300 for Dom Sibley. The other stupid game sounds harsh, but the other ridiculous high-scoring game. Poor old Durham and poor old Hampshire. It's 716 for 4 now. Only 5 Surrey players have got 300 in County Championship, and Sibley's the 6th now. Poor old George Drizzle's gone for over 200 off his bowling. Skewed off that sort of Alfie Ogborn. I talked about how good a fielder he was.
As well.
I think he slipped, yeah.
He'll scamper back for 2 in the end.
It's a pretty flat bit of sort of side wickets there. I think he's just skidded and slipped.
I think we're going to see another.
That might be a nice Alfie Ogborn here.
That dugout cam.
He's tried to get round to pick it up and
rubbing
throw it
salt
left-handed.
in the wounds of Alfie Ogborn. Casey Aldridge in again to finish off this over then. To fuller length and just forwarded defended to Alfie Ogborn by Freddie McCann for no run. Sean Dixon now sticking the pads on. So we've seen Tom Banton under the lid. We've had Tom Abel under it. Sean Dixon now also padding up.
Yeah.
Perhaps instead of Tom Abel, or do we think that could be an Archie Vaughan coming on and they're going to have one either side?
Yeah, could be one either side. Yeah, Tom Abel's still there with the lid on. I think Somerset know wickets are important. So actually they can risk being overly attacking and concede a few boundaries to try and get the wicket.
I agree. The bottom line is to win this game, they've got to take 20 of them. breathe today. I think it is going to be both of them under the lid. Perhaps a leg slip, or is he going to be just stopping them, prodding forward? He's going to be on the offside, Sean Dixon. Helmet's on. Just getting the necessaries in place. So it will be that kind of silly point position. So the keeper and 3 fielders around the back, Ben Slater here. Just looking to put a little bit of pressure on. And he's going back, and it's the outside edge. Running down towards the 3rd boundary, but Tom could have had more in that. Mullet just flowing in the breeze. And that is 100 for Nottinghamshire in the 28th over, just for that loss of Hasib Hamid. Looking to cash in on a day that's perfect for the batters. Ooh, and again, Ben Slater's forward to defend, and the ball's ended up at leg slip. Good signs again for Somerset. Even a set batter who's looked really, really good and confident against the seamers, just being undone a little bit by the spin bowling here.
Yeah, a bit of inside edge. There's been quite a few inside edges actually. They're really just getting the ball to turn. You think one's going to hit the inside edge and then go onto the stumps, or maybe be a great catch from James Root. He's done well to stay in this so far. Both left-handers done well to still be there.
The bat pad short leg is very much in the game here. That's better from Ben Slater, just again slightly fuller from Jack Leach and getting to the pitch of it and negating any spin. Leach into the 9th over of this spell. Just the 17 runs conceded. Archie Vaughan just going through his bowling stride here at short fine leg, should I say. Do we think that's because he's been given the nod, or he's just trying to catch Craig Overton's eye?
Maybe a bit of both. No, look, he looks ready to come on and bowl. Look, hats off. He's going to come
coming
on
off.
Yeah.
It will be Archie Vaughan from Marcus Roscothic Pavilion End. This will be good to see. Just something a bit different for the left hand to think about as well now. Looks like he will be coming around the wicket and turning it away from the left-hander. Well, of course, Jack Leach turning it into the left-hander. Just could be a good partnership from both ends there, just to mix it up and not let the batters settle. Will just be the one fielder under the lid. Looks like it's Tom Abel who's stayed at short leg. Interesting decision again, as I say. This ball will be turning away from the left-hander, but it's the short leg that has stayed in. Sean Dixon almost in a catching position at short extra cover here.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
I'm not sure he'll fancy a chase to that long cover boundary with those pads on.
It's a long way. Well, Archie Vaughan fielded 3 of the 4 balls that were hit for runs in the 3 overs before lunch, and some brilliant bit of fielding to save a couple of runs to the boundary. Got himself in a bit of a mess there, McCann. He was going to play it forward and then decided it was short and tried to rock back and then just didn't really go anywhere with it.
Yeah, tried to open up, but it wasn't quite the length to step back and cut. There's a bit of protection for Archie Vaughan with a deep point out on the boundary. For that ball there.
Yeah, a tiny bit short and wide from Archie Vaughan.
There's Casey Aldridge out there who tidies up.
I'll read you a few of Archie Vaughan's stats from the championship before this match, between his balls to both left-handers. So he's played 8 matches, 14 innings, 2 not out, 274 runs with the bat, so an average of 22 as a batter, a high score of 80 when he batted down the order. And then Archie Vaughan, the bowler, 114 overs, so that's 684 balls bowled, 24 maidens, 4 for 304, so an average of 76. So not quite been as good. He had such a brilliant start to his career, really. That August, September when he came and did so well. When him and Jack Leach bowled Somerset to victory in that incredible game against Surrey, which we'll talk about for the rest of our lives. Well, he's getting an economy of 2.67, which isn't bad this year. But a best of 2 for 116. Strike rate of 171.75. He's not quite got as many wickets as a bonus inside edge single for Notts, but you know, he had such a good start, he was never going to be able to keep that up. I don't think it means he's bowling particularly worse. He had the tracks and the situation, and he was also unheard of, unseen. This new young lad who was a batter who bowled some off spin, whereas now people know and can watch the footage and research Archie Vaughan a bit better, a bit easier. It's not got the surprise factor anymore.
Just 2 runs from Archie Vaughan's first over. I think it will be the first time in the match that we will see the spin twins from both ends.
Yeah, I guess in fairness, I should probably read Jack Leach's figures out, specific details as well. So Jack Leach has bowled 287 overs, 64 maidens, 26 wickets for 727 runs. That's an average of 27.96, an economy rate of 2.53, a best of 4 for 51. Pretty decent sort of expected Jack Leach figures.
Yeah, you know what you're going to get with Leachy.
Yeah. Good cricket, that. Really good single. Not so I've been impressed here. Even McCann, who's young and not inexperienced at this level, he's been playing it for a couple of years now and played line stuff as well, but he's still under a bit of pressure with Overton, Henry and Leach. He's as good an attack as you're going to get in county championship cricket, those three particularly. But he's found ways to rotate the strike, not leaving it all on Slater.
Also, those overs where he did look a little bit shaky, the most important thing is that he's still out there. And you can't score any runs from the pavilion, so even if he is struggling or not quite timing them, he had those couple of slashes through the slip cordon off Casey Aldridge. The most important thing is he's still out there with his pads on. And it's only going to get easier to bat on out there, I think, the longer you're in. It will be Leach to McCann from the river end. Just a couple of field adjustments, but we are ready to go again.
Yeah, tiny bit too short for Jack.
Just back and that deep backward point boundary for 1 run. Sean Dixon here, pads on, no hat. Not quite sure where he's supposed to be by the looks of things. Looks like another helmet will be added now. He will be back in that silly point area, but
it's almost more of a
much more in front
silly
of
extra cover,
now.
I suppose. Yeah, that's probably the best way of describing it. It's not silly mid-off, and it's not
You don't
silly
want
point.
your bowler to bowl a half volley now.
Yeah, he'll be jumping. Mind you, that's the right ball.
No, it is.
That's exactly
very
what
well
he's there
played
for.
by Ben Slater as well, actually, to
be
really
that soft
wait
hands,
for it
yeah.
and smother it.
Halfway through Jack Leach's 10th over. Plenty of action left in this day. It's not going to be an early finish here this evening with the heat. Even with the spinners, it's going to be a pretty slow over 8 with plenty of drinks break. So if you are listening, want to pop on in, a bit cheaper after tea here, you can come down and watch. You'll probably get a good 32 overs in after tea. Plenty of shade as well. Later in the afternoon, there's plenty of shade in the Somerset stand. Decent over from Jack Leach. Should also mention the Somerset 2s are back in action at Taunton Vale on Thursday. They're playing Gloucestershire in the West Country Derby. That's free entry at Taunton Vale. Just make sure you pay for parking. And actually, the Somerset under-18s played yesterday at Taunton Vale against Devon 18s. Seb Linnett scored 100 opening the batting, got them over the line. Kieran Roberts got 28. Bertie Michael, the Taunton Dean opener, got 34 not out. And Ben Church 34 in that quite a comfortable win. The wickets were all shared around. Oscar Coleman getting 3 for 24, the standout.
Good to see so many of those under-18s also featuring for the second 11 as well.
Sometimes you have to check. When I look at the scorecard, I have to check, is it academy, is it twos,
Yeah.
is it under-18s?
Really positive signs for the future of Somerset. Oh, they like it, they like it. And Freddie McCann has walked.
Did he start walking, then stopped to check, and then walked off again, I think?
For Archie Vaughan. The umpire didn't look like he was going to give that.
I think he was giving him the chance to walk, and I think if we watch the replay again, he started to go and then checked. He was on his way. He knows he's hit that. No, I think that's okay from the umpire there. The umpire, you know, he gives you the right to walk first, and then he knew he'd hit that. That's a massive breakthrough from Archie Vaughan. Only his second over, his 7th ball of this match. He said he hasn't picked up as many wickets this year as he did last year. He had that golden start to his Somerset professional career. That is a massive breakthrough. Now not suddenly 104 for 2. And they want to get into Joe Clark and Ishan Kishan early on.
Just see that replay. I think Freddie McCann, he didn't quite check his walk. He did just have a look at the umpire, but he carried on his way.
So the two St Andrews mates, James Rue and Archie Vaughan, they combine together for what's a crucial, crucial wicket.
You just see the split second there where James Rue thought perhaps it wasn't going to be given out.
He was shocked, wasn't he? Yeah.
And he just started dropping to his knees, just about here, and then it was given. It will be Joe Clark that we see out into the middle now.
Yeah, so Joe Clark at 4, probably have Jack Haynes at 5, and then Ishan Kishan at 6. I know plenty of fans are particularly interested in Ishan Kishan. I mean, Joe Clark and Ishan Kishan are two of the best known franchise batters over the years. Joe Clark for Melbourne Stars for years. He's played in competitions around the world. Ishan Kishan in the IPL. That Netflix documentary on Mumbai Indians featured Ishan Kishan quite heavily as a young left-hand wicketkeeper bat.
Seriously talented cricketer.
Yes.
As you say, very intrigued to see how he goes about his business against the Red Bull in England. But a couple of wickets will need to worry about that. And it will be the right-handed Joe Clark in now. So something a bit different for the Somerset bowlers.
Yeah, this might
Looks
suit.
like Archie Vaughan might just stay around the wicket to him though. He's definitely trying to bring it back into him and bring short leg into play. I wouldn't mind a leg slip here. Do you think you would have sweepers on both sides to a new bat?
No, I wouldn't. I've been talking about this quite a lot the last couple of days. I think Craig's trying to decide that now. Actually, I wouldn't have either of them. Oh,
I certainly.
I wouldn't have a deep point.
I think cover could be.
Yeah,
out.
that deep cover point is. My only thought is it tempting? Do you try and push for that one to cover point, and then you might bring Craig Overton or James Rue into play for the outside edge? That's one bonus of it. You know, you risk one run every now and again to maybe get the outside edge. But I would say put a bit of pressure on a new bat.
Yeah, I do agree with the argument of applying pressure early on.
Oh, that's a
As
big
we
old
said,
wind up.
If Somerset to win this game, they need to take 20 wickets, not just restrict Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
They need to bowl them out. He's going to come over the wicket now, Archie Vaughan.
So ignore the scorecard that's a little bit behind. This is Joe Clark, not Slater, on strike. Yeah, it's just woken up. Sometimes the scorecard's scoreboard in the ground's a bit of a lag. It's quite hot for the scoreboard to be working in these conditions. Right-handed Clark down the wicket. What a shot that is! No messing around there. He's set his intentions pretty clear. One bounce down the ground. Tom Lamberby's nowhere near that. Good cricket shot.
That was a great shot.
It's not a slog. He's got outside the line of off stump.
Just a gentle left to right fade in the air as well.
Yeah, it did actually fade quite a lot in the air, didn't it? The fizz, the
Not
spin.
dissimilar from a Harry Everett tee shot.
Yeah, that sounds about right. His head's well over the ball. He's falling over. His head's falling over to cover. I mean, technically, he's come down nicely, but then his head's falling right over to cover, but still managed to whack it down the ground before. How's the response? More flighted. I can see now why there's a deep cover in place to Clark in some ways. But
yeah, he is clearly going to go hard. And
tell you what, Kola Cadmore's nearly given 5 penalty runs there. That's a rule some might not know about. His hat fell off his head, almost in front of him. It's nearly hit his floppy hat on the way to him picking it up. got away with it. We talked about this with Liv Barnes earlier, the benefits of the floppy hat, and that is an issue. Having a floppy hat when you're out on the boundary is not ideal.
I do have to tell you, Harry, I'm firmly in the camp of no floppy hats.
Yeah, I don't mind it keeping or standing the slips, but it doesn't seem quite right on the boundary.
Not something I have ever done on the cricket pitch. I don't see a scenario in which I
was
would.
saying to Liv, I've only ever done it in Australia when it's 30 degrees, and I had ice cubes in my floppy hat.
I very much like my Heathcote Cricket Club baggy cap, and that stays on no matter where I play.
Yeah, I got given my Wemden baggy the other week, and it's very itchy and horrible. I prefer the old normal.
It was warm on Saturday, I must admit.
Yeah.
Do sometimes opt for the flexi T20 cap, as it were. But on Saturdays, try and keep it clean with the baggy.
Oh, I was going through Somerset youngsters, weren't we, between overs? We mentioned the 18s, we mentioned the 2s. One game I was going to give you updates on. Chris and Debbie Rue have been split the last few days. They were going from Loughborough to Edgbaston, then to Taunton, because James is playing here. Thomas Rue, captain, do not forget, of the England under-19s and wicketkeeper. He is batting 5 against India under-19s. They are 3 for none after 1 over, so he's not in yet. India under-19s racked up 290. Our mate, the most famous 14-year-old in world cricket, got 45 off 34 balls. Suryavanshi opening the batting. And Thomas Rue didn't take a catch, actually. But he will bat at 5. So we'll keep you updated when he comes into bat. That's at Northampton. What a talent he is. So still a sort of forward short leg and that normal Craig Overton slip. So I reckon they will be 8 overs after this one before tea. We'll have tea about 4 o'clock probably.
Leach again from the river end to Joe Clark. And that takes the outside edge of the bat. There's a chase on for Archie Vaughan. Not one I think he's going to win.
He might get there, you know.
Outside.
He's quick. Yeah,
it's great work from Archie Vaughan again. As we say, Harry alluded to those chases before lunch, and just as he disappeared out of sight from the commentary box up here, he reels it in, and it's a big dive and saves 3 runs. We still see some kids running around in the Trade Nations stand down there.
A lot have gone home or are hiding in the shade.
I would have loved to have been one of the kids on this day, and I don't envy the teachers. As someone who's taught before, Harry, I can imagine that is not necessarily a relaxing day at the cricket.
Yeah, I was laughing at some of the secondary school colleagues I know who just sat in the sun watching the cricket all day and no work to do whatsoever. Yet the primary school teachers are in all sorts of trouble. Slight hesitation there. Slater started going, they wasn't sure if Clark was coming. There was an easy single, Craig Overton wasn't going to be able to cut that one off, but a little bit of a hesitation halfway down from Slater. Oh, another side have posted 500 in their first innings. What are we? Afternoon on day 2, nearly tea, and now Middlesex are past 500 against the league leaders Leicestershire, making us like mockery, sadly.
Leach in to finish the 32nd over then to Joe Clark. Just prods forward to Archie Vaughan at backward point for no run.
Surrey have their 2nd highest ever score against Durham. I'll let Will do his commercial marketing messaging for us between the overs. That's his expertise.
Well, no, big thank you to Cooper Associates, obviously one of our principal partners and the ground naming rights partner. And at the tea break, as Harry mentioned, in around 8 overs time, there will be an exclusive interview with Tom Banton from Cooper Associates being broadcast. So something to make the tea break go nice and quickly. Tune in and give that a watch.
Oh my, sorry, slam declared. Dom Sibley went for 305 and Jordan Clark came out to bat at 745 for 5. Jordan Clark is a quality rounder. Oh, it's a shame. What a ball from Archie Vaughan, though.
From Archie Vaughan, that.
Great start to the over. Kent are 553 for 7. That's another game over 500. If you wanted runs, then you've been a bit shortchanged down there. Only 379 in the first innings.
Yeah.
Compared to the other games, that is. Only a tiny bit short. I don't think Archie Vaughan should be annoyed at that length because he's done well stated to try and cut that.
He's getting into position early, isn't he? He's trying to target that behind square, but there is a deep point, as I say, and a short third, so
yeah,
he's got a
sort of a backward pointy short third, isn't it? He's quite square. All right, what other updates I want to give everyone?
You go through all the cricket, you might have to move on to Wimbledon, Harry.
No, can't mention that. I did forget that started today, actually. There's just too much sport going on. There's under 21s football. There's been England ladies are starting soon as well. Oh, go on then. 650 up for Worcestershire. Their best ever was 701 for 6 declared against Surrey at New Road 18 years ago.
I think it could be another round where we see a lot of draws.
Yeah. And records broken. It makes a mockery of the records, though, because most records against the Duke's ball and hard-earned scores, and then suddenly you get a Kookaburra ball and a flat one in June, and they get the records, which seems a bit harsh, really.
We look to have got a school group in block 3 of the Somerset stand. They've taken the place to themselves.
Harry Trump did have 3 blocks to himself, our Somerset photographer.
I imagine that is a decision driven by trying to find some shade.
I think it's fair enough. I think that's common sense from the steward there. If that's within the Somerset health and safety policy, I don't know actually. What
again, just a little talking to of the rules from the teacher there.
Yeah, you stay in block 3, you're in the shade, you're lucky, be grateful.
No running off, please.
They don't normally open 1, 2 or 3, do they? So
not on a county championship day, but as you say, I think, as you can see with the split of the stands, the shade's going up about halfway, and everyone, certainly the majority, are looking to jump into the shade there.
Fair play to the schools that have stayed here till nearly 4 o'clock in the full sunshine. So many schools are done by 3:15, 3:30 these days, so extended leave.
For sure. And there is our very own Mr. Trump.
He went to the Ian Botham stand to hide in the shade earlier. In the morning session there was no shade in the Somerset stand, so he tried a new vantage point from the top of the Ian Botham stand. He got some brilliant drone footage this morning. 5 o'clock he was here this morning. Great work from Harry Trump.
I'm just not enjoying the sight of those seagulls converging on top of the Ian Botham stand, Harry. I'm not sure we're ready to...
I don't think it's going to be as bad as yesterday. We didn't have play stopped for seagulls.
Oh, Jack Leach likes it.
I think that's an ambitious appeal. I don't think there's a lot doing that.
We're behind Ben Slade here, but that potentially got outside the line there, I would have said.
Yeah, that's an ambitious appeal. It was also a bit late and a bit half-hearted, didn't help either. Alfie Ogborn was Tom Lammerby chasing this time. Great work, because that should have been 2. Case Aldridge was coming in on it, and somehow Lammerby managed to get there first. Brilliant chase, should have been 2 runs.
2 very good fielders out there, Tom Lammerby and Casey Aldridge.
Yep. I wonder if Casey Aldridge will play a part. Well, I wonder if either of those 2 will play another part. Thomas Rue perhaps ahead of Tom Lammerby now in the batting stakes, the top 6. James Rue still an option, having done so well on finals day last year. Casey Aldridge would probably be in if Gregory or Green perhaps missed a game. But Somerset have so many options in the T20 side.
Just finding that balance, isn't it, of having healthy competition, which is obviously so important. And then how do you keep that and also maintain happiness in the changing room? Obviously everyone wants to be out there every game, which isn't possible, but it's good problems to have.
Indeed.
Joe Clark forward defending Jack Leach. Just Joe Clark, the kind of player who's very talented and wants to play his shots. It'd be interesting. We've already seen that intent against Archie Vaughan. I'm intrigued to see if he looks to target Jack Leach straight back down the ground as well. Mid-off just dropped slightly deeper for that reason.
Good fielding off his own bowling from Jack Leach, an important part of a spinner's job.
34 overs into this Nottinghamshire reply, 115 for 2. It will be Archie Vaughan to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. See a lovely view across the Quantocks there. Not a cloud in the sky. A lovely afternoon to be a batter. Somerset spinners looking to disrupt that fun. See a number of people making their way into the Somerset stand now. They've spotted that shade.
Lovely timing. Really good on the back foot is Ben Slater. Not quite going to be 2. Again, Casey Aldridge, we talked up his fielding. Great work to get around and keep that to 1.
Talk me through your feelings for tonight then, Mr. Everett. Baker Cup semi-final.
Yeah, big game for me. Never played on the hallowed turf, the Cooper Associates County Ground.
The prize for the finalists is playing here at the Cooper Associates County Ground
tonight. Yeah, no, Taunton Dean beaten Archie Vaughan and James Rue and Thomas Rue involved Taunton St Andrews side, so it'll be a big task to beat him. No Jack Leach, of course. He's a bit busy here. He did play for him 2 Saturdays ago.
Them to play? Have they been given special dispensation?
Bertie Michael from Somerset 2's, Mike. He's played a lot of games for them. Yeah, if you're coming straight from here, Wemden against Taunton Dean, played at the neutral ground of Taunton St Andrews Wyvern, just a 10-minute walk from here, up by Richard Cherish and King's College. Come along, we'll be starting about 6:15 until about 8:30, 9. Plenty of light, plenty of heat. Yeah, come and watch. Weird rules. It's T20 cricket with different power plays. You can bowl 5 overs. So most rounds I've bowled 5 overs. They don't have the power plays because it was made before T20. It was T20 cricket that started in, like, I don't know, 60 odd years ago for the Baker Cup. And then the Terry Monkman Shield is the same rules as well.
So you can use 4 bowlers, not 5, or would you?
Yes, you can use 4 bowlers. Can bowl 5. We normally do bowl 5 or 6, but yeah, myself and the overseas spinner tend to bowl 5 overs. And you can have 5 fielders outside for all 20 overs.
Have they got enough spare balls for you to get through 5 overs tonight, Harry?
Yeah, it's a bit smaller at the Wyvern. Lost a few at Bridgewater in recent years, but pink balls.
Remember that story? Perhaps not one for you to share on stream. You don't want to ruin your reputation.
I do get
being carted around Bridgewater.
Most times I get stick. Anytime I do well, it's not mentioned. Anytime I do badly, I'm slaughtered for it. I think I've got to realise that's, if you play cricket and work in cricket, I've just got to accept that. If I do well, nothing's going to be said.
Well, you've done very well in playing for my club Heathcote this season, Harry. 200s and a 70 odd, so I'll give you your dues there. They were fun to watch, and I was a part of one of them for 4 balls.
Well, yeah.
Didn't stick around with you, but really good watch. Well, we've got a bit of dog watch here.
Cool.
Down on Gimlet's Hill, half in the shade, half out.
Yeah, interesting that everyone else is in the shade. And well, if you're thinking Gimlet's Hill, that's named after Harold Gimlet. And if you missed my little passage with Mike from the museum, Mike from Ilminster on the YouTube channel, I've just given him a little a little newspaper snippet about Harold Gimlet. So go and have a look at that. Mike will put that up in the Somerset Museum. Old chap from my village gave me that last night and said, "Oh, I thought this might be useful for the Somerset Museum." I said, "Yep, Mike will like that."
Jack Leach again to plug away from the river end to Ben Slater, who's moved on to 63 now from 106. You may recall when he got that 50, it was off 64 balls.
Yeah, that's quick for Slater. You wouldn't think of him as scoring that quickly.
No, just put on 10 runs in the next 40 balls. Again, a half-hearted appeal there outside the off stump, but nothing doing. Perhaps didn't even warrant a not out from the umpire.
No. Kent have declared on 566 for 8. They've seen sense. Surrey still haven't. Even Jordan Clark got out.
And they continue to bat?
Yeah, 785 for 6. That's at the Oval.
There is a genuine chance, if they want to, that they get to 1,000 now.
Well, they do bat for 2 days, then bowl. To be fair, they could still win that game, though. Darren win that, you could still bowl them out.
All possibility of needing to bat again at the moment, aren't they?
you'd have thought they'll surely make their own follow-on, especially Ben Rain's been injured as well. And that's a bit of a swat from Slater.
Yeah,
Played some lovely shots.
not timed too cleanly. Just one run. Tom Lammonby chasing around for mid-off.
I mean, might Surrey be letting Will Jacks get his 100 perhaps? Do they want to get 800? I don't know. It's how important is a figure? How important is a stat? Stat padding, a lot of people are saying, and I do agree, really. You know, people will talk up people's average, but if you score, you know, Adam Hose, no knocking of Adam Hose, but it's obviously easier on a flat deck in June to get runs against the Kookaburra ball.
I thought as a batter yourself, Harry, you might have a different opinion there. If someone offered me 100, I would be saying, oh, but it's in June with a Kookaburra.
No. Yes, I just think you got to compare, you know, you got to be aware. Even that good story of Justin Langer when he got that 300 here, and he said, well, we're not going to win games of cricket. If I can score 300, he wasn't buzzing about 300 walking off. He was angry that the pitch was so flat that he could score 300. He said, we're not going to win games, we're not going to win the league. And that was a good team player attitude from a leader. But yeah, it's a tricky one because we want to improve our test side for playing overseas, but you can't make Australia be like England just by changing the ball.
No.
You can't recreate the Australian conditions just by changing the ball.
And the thinking is if it is Ashes preparation or trying to improve our performance in Australia in all formats, the players who you would expect to be on the plane this winter aren't featuring in this round of fixtures. So how much is there to gain? And I think the number of draws we've seen in the last round, and how certainly a lot of the fixtures in this round are shaping up, I'm not sure it's had the desired outcome, I would say.
There's also 2 more blinking rounds of the Kookaburra ball.
Yeah.
There's been, you know, just 2 rounds in previous years, but now there's 4, which is not good. You thought they'd try it again first before realising that they try, and they're still not.
Yeah. And it's the 2 September rounds again at the end?
Well, there's 2 July rounds after the Blast for the One Day Cup. So, yeah, it's Championship Blast, 2-game Championship Blast, 2-game Championship, then One Day Cup, then into the Championship rounds again. But the schedule's going to be different again next year, isn't it?
Well, yeah, this is the thing. The ever-changing world of county cricket. Not many people know what's next and what's to come.
Yeah, the last 2 rounds of Kookaburra balls are those ones in July. So they are doing them in the middle of the summer, that's the idea. But
at least I suppose if the league's tight come September, those final 2 rounds,
they'll be dukes.
There won't just be games being battered out to draws.
I think they're 3 or even 4 rounds in September, yeah.
I know Somerset have got 2 home games in September here.
And then Essex away.
Yeah. Just a reminder of the upcoming tea break that Cooper Associates will have their exclusive Tom Banton interview being broadcast across the live stream and social media. So do stay with us in the tea break to listen in to a very insightful interview with Somerset and England batter Tom Banton.
That's a shot I think of when I watch Joe Clark bat. I think of that back foot going outside off stump and pulling straight to Tom Lammonby at long on.
You can see Sean Dixon at short mid wicket there, very straight.
Yeah.
But still not able to cut it off.
Well, he's not got a lid on. He's not quite close enough for that, but he's still got shin pads on.
Again, it will be Leach and Vaughan into the 11th over of this spin partnership.
Yeah, I reckon these 2 will continue till tea now, and then the seamers might freshen up over the interval and then have another blast in the evening session.
Slight England update. Jofra Archer added to the England squad, will not feature in the playing 11.
Yeah, so Sussex have been
second test.
Sussex have missed out there. So Henry Croken or Sean Hunt came in, but then there was talk that Archer could come in for days 3 and 4. So Jofra Archer could then take his place days 3 and 4 of that one. I don't know if that's definitely going to happen yet, but it's a bit of a weird one. I think Archie should have just played one more round of county championship cricket, and then he might be ready for the third test, because it's blast then. So he could have played 2 championship rounds, then played the third test for... Because also you don't want to change your winning team.
Also, when a player's coming back from injury,
yeah, you don't want to risk him for 5 days, do you?
He then plays one fixture, and then
He's
you
not
talk
ready
about
yet.
building fitness and building rhythm. He's now not going to play for Sussex or England, so it must be difficult for him to build that rhythm and build that fitness.
There's also a big gap between the Headingley Test and the Edgbaston Test starting on Wednesday. They had 4 or 5 days rest. I know Cast had injury concerns and Josh Tongue, but if they're fit, you've got to play the same attack, in my opinion. And then Archie can play the third test because, you know, after 2 tests, they might need a rest, fine, but...
Sorry, have brought up the 800.
Yeah, and they're at tea at 6.79 for 7, Worcestershire at Hampshire. Tea, Libby might declare at tea. We'll wait 20 minutes to find that out. They're
Sure are in now, having bowled Essex out. 49 for no loss.
They let Will Jacks get his 100.
In the other test match seen, Zimbabwe are chasing 537.
Yeah, there's another test cricketer I've played against now, because Cody Yusuf's been playing for South Africa. Played for Sidmouth.
The Devon League.
Yeah, bowled a couple of very sharp bounces at me when I was playing at Sanford in the Devon League a few years ago. He got 3 for in the first innings, I think.
He did. He was 8 not out in the second innings.
Yeah, he did let me for a few runs as well, actually.
Take the new ball as well. And
yeah, took the new ball. 3 for
4 overs for 5 runs so far in the second innings.
Yeah.
And as you say, in the first innings, 3 for 42. And the Zimbabwe opener retired hurt. I haven't seen what happened, but I'd like to put good money on that was Cody Yusuf roughing him up.
Brian Bennett, was it the man who got the 100 at Trent Bridge against England? Top knock that was.
Jack Leach beating the edge of Ben Slater again. Finishes the 38th over. I think this will probably be the final over before that tea interval, I'd imagine. As we say, we will be broadcasting that interview. And just a reminder that Sunday the August the 10th is Family Day here at Somerset for the Metrobank One Day Cup against Lancashire. There'll be all sorts going on in the fan village and around the ground to get involved in. So yeah, tickets available on the website. And come and join us for a lovely day of cricket and activities. So Archie Vaughan to continue from the Truscothic Pavilion end in what we think will be the last over before the tea interval. And that's a good shot from Joe Clark, slightly over pitched and put away through extra cover. Big gap between sort of a wide mid-off and a deep point, and just managed to push that bottom hand through, keep it in front of square to the short side here at Taunton, and that was for the moment it left the bat. Somerset, just the 2 wickets, Nottinghamshire onto 124. Archie Vaughan come in again. Forward and defended by Joe Clark. Sean Dixon scampers across the field. Still with those pads on at short mid wicket. No helmet. 4 balls to come. Again, Joe Clark forward and defending. Still with that long on. Tom Lambenby just down in front of the commentary box on the long on boundary, in case Joe Clark does look to target straight again and not quite get hold of one. Joe Clark not interested in taking any unnecessary risks just before the tea interval here. Again, Pat's back. 2 balls remaining in this 39th over. And again, another dot ball from Archie Vaughan. He keeps working on that ball, shining it on his shirt.
I wonder what that's doing now. Is that ball actually being shined? Is it actually doing anything after 39 overs?
Perhaps just force of habit.
Yeah, well, maybe we should try and get a close-up zoom in, because Yeah, might be the reverse they're looking for, but now it's T. The bowler will give the ball to the umpire, he'll put it in his pocket, and hopefully the umpires won't forget to come out with the ball for the third session of the day. Well, that has been probably Knott's session. Somerset happy to take 2 wickets, but 124 for 2 still has Notts just in charge of this one. We will take a 19-minute break, and then we'll be back on after this Cooper Associates video. Do enjoy.
I think it would be an outdoor swimming pool. I do enjoy sauna actually. I'm not a big fan of a steam room. I feel very dirty getting out of it. But yeah, I love a steam room. Obviously how much it's going to be, you've saved up for a period of time, and obviously to see that all go sometimes is obviously quite hard to see. But I think just the whole process in general, there's obviously a lot to it. It's the first time I'd done it. There's a lot of paperwork, a lot of emailing, a lot of chasing. But no, look, I've just moved into a new house, so yeah, it's really exciting. I know it sounds simple, but just how the whole process worked, I think. For me, it was the first time I'd done it, first time buyer, so I had no idea how it worked. Yeah, Paul at Cooper's has been really good, and we spoke through a lot of it. We had a lot of meetings, but yeah, no, he was really good. Good question. Really take your time. I viewed probably 40 to 50 houses in a few different areas, and I was really set on one house. I just loved it, but there was a slight issue to it, but I tried to ignore that, and I actually drive past that house every day into work now, and I'm really happy I didn't go for it. So I think just take your time with it, I think, because it's obviously important, and you could be in there for however long. So where I am now, I'm very happy. So. I think obviously when you're younger and you first come into professional cricket, you're obviously given a contract, and through the school system you're not really taught too much about saving money, where to invest it. ISAs, for example, or trying to fill up your pension through Coopers. I've been very lucky to have had that help. I work with Tim, who I used to play cricket with here, so we have a good relationship. We talk more than kind of like a business side of it. So yeah, Tim's been really good. When you're younger, you kind of want to enjoy what you have and not really think too much. When you think about buying a house, you're right now, and you start saying, look, we've got one life to live, I guess, you've got to enjoy it as well. So. I'd still definitely play cricket. I just enjoy peaceful places where there's not really too many people around, so probably buy somewhere in the south of France where no one was nearby. I also love the Cotswolds as well, so maybe something there quite private. I don't enjoy people, I enjoy people but not too many people. I'm quite happy just being in a nice chill environment. Trying to set up an ISA as soon as possible. As soon as you start out as a professional, whether that's, I don't know, age 18, 19, try and obviously go to Coopers and get an ISA set up. Coming out of school, you learn all these different subjects, and small things like money and investing and looking after down the line, family and stuff doesn't really get taught that much. This is a bit weird actually. I always have to wear the same undershorts when I'm batting. So mine, like a grey pair of Adidas I've had for 5 years with a massive hole in, but I always wear them. And everyone gives me grief for it, but yeah, it's just something I do. Probably be aerobic running. I think that'd probably be everyone's answer, long distance running. Just to ride the wave when you're playing well, just to go with it, and I've been at both ends of the spectrum where I've seen the highest and the lowest part, and obviously I'm happy that both parts have happened, but I learned so much when I was like at the bottom, just about me as a person and cricket. I see cricket completely differently now. Like, I train way harder than I used to. Yeah, I practice as much as I probably ever have done, but I also have the balance of when I don't need to be here, like I can get away, because obviously the English season is so busy and we're in 6 days a week from 8 in the morning till 7 at night, and you're with obviously the same people, which is great, but obviously over a period of time it can get a little bit tiring sometimes, so it's also important to have that break. I think if you're not playing well, everyone's like, you need to go in and train more, but that's not always the answer I've found. But yeah, ride the wave. When you're doing well, go with it, because it's amazing, but then when you're not playing so well, try not to get too late.
I'm delighted to be joined here in the live stream studio by Heather Shearer, who is the lead member for Children, Families and Education at Somerset Council. Heather, thank you very much indeed for joining us. You're joining us as part of our celebration of red ball cricket as a partner that we're getting involved with. Talk us through a little bit about why it is that you've joined us today.
Oh, we're really, really pleased to have the opportunity to come and talk to so many people, especially when there's so many young people and families out in the in the arena here. Basically, what we're trying to do is just help people understand that there's a great opportunity that they can help out our council and help the children in our county if they could become or consider becoming foster carers. At the moment, we have about 600 children who we look after, but we only have about 150 in-house foster carers. Not all of those children would go into foster care, but many would if they could, and so we just like to try and help people understand what it's all about.
Well, let's start at the start, because that always seems like a fairly good place to begin. Tell us a little bit about what it is that you're looking to achieve here. Start off with what is fostering for those people who will have heard the term but not necessarily know the ins and outs of what is necessarily involved.
I think foster caring is a lot more flexible, I think, than people think it might be. They may know somebody in the family or know a friend of a friend who has been a foster carer, and it may feel like a lifetime commitment very often to take a child into your home forever. And oftentimes that's what happens. But what you can also do is you can perhaps open your home to a child who needs a loving family home and experience, just maybe for weekends, once a month or something, or perhaps to give respite to foster carers who have that child with them in their family full time, who may want to either be ill or take time out, so you can do it that way as almost an emergency. And often some of our new foster carers will try that. You know, they'll do that for a while to see how that fits for them and see how the child fits in with their family and how they can continue with their work or whatever they want to do while still opening their doors to a child that really needs that kind of support.
So it's not always necessarily a permanent placement?
No, very, very often. In fact, one of the things we always have to think, if a child comes into our care, it's the most important thing we can ever do. As Somerset Council members, we are corporate parents. We have a corporate responsibility for those children who can't be cared for at home for all kinds of reasons, and that might be temporary or permanent. So wherever possible, we want our children to be with their families. So very often we might take a child into our care, but the plan is as soon as they come in, the plan is to help them safely get back home. So it isn't always permanent. It can always be a temporary situation for children.
I think we just sort of touched on it a little bit there. What are some of the different types of fostering? Because I think, having looked at the website, it's not just fostering. I mean, when I think of fostering, I think back to watching Home and Away in my youth, and Pippa was a foster care. She always had kids coming in, and they stayed there forever. What are the various types of fostering that are on offer and are available here in Somerset?
As I say, it is very varied. So, very often you will have a child who will come in permanently, perhaps because it works out very well and they're happiest there, and then they stay there. Some children will also stay on a little longer through something called staying close, because again, just because a child turns 18 doesn't mean to say we don't cast our own children off at 18. Sometimes we can't get rid of our own children. They're there till they're 30. But it's that idea that what we always have to do is constantly foster, don't mind the pun, foster independence in children. So sometimes they'll either be staying close, where you stay close to and stay with your foster family, but in a different situation. There's something called stepping stones, where you might have a child who could have been in either foster care or residential care even, but again, just needs that bit of support between, say, 18 and 25, 20, 21, 25, to actually find their own feet. So you give a room in your house for them. You haven't fostered them, but they're already adults when they come to you. But in the more traditional fostering sense, I say it tends to be either for emergency placements. Sadly, we will still sometimes on a Friday, usually. And if you're really unlucky, a Friday before Christmas, a court orders that a child needs to be with us, or something happens in an emergency, we have to take that child away from where they currently are, whatever that may be, and they come into our care. And we do have a bank of really good foster carers who will say, yeah, come on, it's Friday. I can make an extra room. They can come and stay here. So it can be very emergency, or it can be planned short breaks. So it is very wide-ranging and massively fulfilling, a really rewarding thing to do.
Why should people get involved? If people are listening and have maybe thought about getting involved, you've now got a bit of a captive audience. Why should people be getting involved in this initiative?
I suppose there's people themselves love to try and do things to support other people, and there is nothing as helpful as helping a child. Children are future, all that stuff. Children are massively important to us, and they are not to be underestimated. They come with all their kind of joys, some of their challenges. And this way you can continue with your work, perhaps. You can be, say, retired. You could be anything you want. If you've got that spare room, you could give that child that chance to change what their story is. Because as soon as we take them into care, we have that precious moment to get them to the right place as quickly as possible with the right family. And we really want to minimise them going from place to place. So if you think you've got that bit of love in there in your heart, and you could reach out that way, you would. I think that'd be really good to do it. Some people can take a long time, and they've often thought, maybe I could do that. And it can take a long time. We don't mind how long it takes you to make that decision. It would just be nice to hear from you.
We've had the QR code up on the screen, and we'll put the number out a little bit later on again. But I guess, what I'm hearing, the key is that people, listening to this, genuinely have the opportunity to make a difference, and not just make a difference, but to make a big difference.
A huge difference. And we also just don't say, oh, hey, do you want to become a foster carer? That's great. You just have to be over 21, have a spare room. Come on, we'll match you with this child. There is a great deal of training and support we have. There's a series of hoops we deliberately make our parents, our prospective foster parents, go through to make sure it's right for them, that they're comfortable with it. But the main thing is that we want to help them. We want to support them in their decision. We want to support them when they have that child for the first time, and wrap around with them. You have a supervisory social care social worker who will only work with you and that child, and you'll also have peers who are also in the fostering community. We try and keep everyone together, and they support it. When you meet foster carers, they are massively supportive of each other and their children. They are superheroes, I guess, in their own way, just the way the children are. They kind of breathe into it and love it, and it becomes the thing they love doing.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, there's huge benefit involved for the children in the system of the fostering system. What benefits are there for those people getting involved? What are the sort of things that people can take away from getting involved with fostering?
There's some very practical things, in as much as you don't do it for free. I mean, we will actually remunerate you, appropriately remunerate the child, if you like. The child would have allowances, and you would also have allowances to make sure that you're not out of pocket, and the child has that kind of support they need while they're with you. But I think if I listen to foster carers, they just see their family grow in a beautiful way. I mean, and actually their own children as well. Sometimes they have their own birth children or previous foster carers within their family, and they have that child as part of their wider family, often forever, actually. I mean, I don't mean they're constantly sitting around the door, but that connection, that bond is there between that person, that foster carer who gave that first real kind of help when they were lost, really. They'd come into a difficult position, and those hands were reached out to them, and they'd have that connection with that child going forward. So, if you're a misanthrope who likes to sit at home on your own, perhaps fostering isn't for you. If you enjoy living on your own, but if you enjoy that family experience, you can do a massive job for a child where your kids had a great start because they had you. These children don't have you, and they can have you, and that can make a big difference.
How important is it that people do get in touch and get involved and make a difference?
We have children now who will be looking for a home. We do put a lot of effort into matching a child with a foster carer. And I mentioned to you about hoops. They're not extensive hoops, but the process of going from saying, yes, I'd like to be considered, I'd really like to do this, to becoming a foster carer is involved training for you as a foster carer. But all of that time we are watching you, your family situation, how you are, not in a beady-eyed way, but watching to say, who do we know we've already got in care? Who do we know is coming perhaps through court proceedings? Which children do we know are coming into our system? So that it's not like, say, oh yeah, I'm qualified now and you sit and wait. We will be knowing which child to put you with straight away. And we have got children waiting. So, and if they're not waiting now, by the time we get to the end of the week, they probably will be. At the moment, there's we're having more children come into our care than before. We've got 500. Last time I looked, 639 children in our care. And the number that are coming in, it's increasing in number rather than slowing down.
What makes a good foster carer?
Oh, they're just they're very lovely people. They are very giving people. They will also, though, however, I mean, they know how to do that wonderful thing of loving a child within their family and helping them to set boundaries. So they're not disciplinarians, but nor are they kind of, I'll just love this child to death. They're not. They do that sweet spot of being constant, being loving, being fair, modelling brilliant behaviour, sometimes through their own children who might be there already, or perhaps just directly with the one child in their care. And they just do that wonderful thing. They're full of stories and full of life, and they're children-focused, and they're nice guys to hang around with, actually. They're very nice people when you meet them en masse. They're really nice people, foster carers.
How important is it that as an organisation are coming to along to events like this, just to raise awareness, if nothing else, of what it is that you're trying to achieve?
We take as many opportunities as we possibly can, because there isn't a set age or demographic or background to what makes a good carer. They're probably out there. I'm looking out over the field, and there's people walking backwards and forwards, and any one of those people could either be already doing a great job as a foster carer, or could be a foster carer, or maybe have come through the care system themselves. We look very normal. They look very normal, but it's just making sure that if you just have that feeling, we want to make sure that our website, our telephone number, that opportunity is there for them to see when they need to.
Let's find out how people can find out more. Hopefully this is the point where the director presses his snazzy button and the QR code and the phone number appear as if by magic on the screen. Tell us a little bit how we can find out more.
Again, we try to make it as easy as possible. So we have a website, which is www.fosteringinsomerset.org.uk. There is, of course, the newly minted QR code that Ben did for us this afternoon when I arrived, which is lovely. There's a telephone number, 0800 587 9900. And if Facebook is your thing, we're on Facebook as well, under Fostering in Somerset. So as many different ways as possible, we'll tell you. And we're just waiting to hear from you. And we have a really lovely, friendly team who scoop you up and will have a chat with you straight away. So, please do give a call.
Excellent stuff. Well, the QR code is on the screen now, so please do scan that, and the number 0800 587 9900. Play is not too far away for the evening session, but for the time being, Heather Shearer, thank you very much indeed for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thanks.
The pleasure's been all ours. We will leave you for the time being now, and we will get ready to welcome back our commentators for the final session of today's play in this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Nottinghamshire here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Oh, thank you. Thanks so much.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. My name's Harry Everett and I'm joined by Liv Barnes for the evening session of Somerset against Notts. Welcome, Liv.
Thank you very much.
Liv, the Somerset ladies spinner, who's in a little fallow period between games. They're back in action against Durham soon, but she's been watching Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan, picking up some tips from them, anything you've learned, anything you've... Obviously, these guys have bowled here quite a lot more than you, well, particularly Jack Leach in recent years.
Yes.
Anything you're taking from watching a lot of spin here?
It's just they don't get bored. They don't
Is
get
that the
bored
trick
of,
to it?
Yeah, don't get bored of bowling your best ball.
There you go. There's your coaching tip. Any young spinners out there, don't get bored of bowling your best ball. Yeah. Something Jack Leach is particularly good at. Archie Vaughan came into the attack a little bit after Leach. He bowled 6 overs before tea. But Overton's going to start from the river end.
Slater's still in, 65 off 119 balls. Clark in, 14 off 28. Overton coming to start his 8th over. As much as it's gone later in the day, it has not got any cooler. It is still boiling.
Yeah, I was saying hopefully in the school kids have got heat stroke. A lot of them in the shade now, but it's
Yeah.
only been about, what, 27 degrees? But maybe it feels warmer than other days when it's 30, 30 plus.
Yeah, it's sort of that muggy heat. I can see the stands in the sun are empty. The Trade Nation stand, the Undarche stand.
Yeah, it's probably
Nobody
actually
in
warmer now, isn't it?
Everyone's moved over to the Somerset stand and the James Hildreth stand, where the sun is creating a little bit more shade.
Oh, it's a bit of a filthy inside edge from the left-handed Slater.
Still 2 slips in the gully. TKC and Aldridge and slips and Abel at gully. Overton still looking for his first wicket.
Yeah, we saw Clark play a very positive lead to Archie Vaughan. His first delivery whacked before. Interesting how he plays, but Overton in this stage is a slightly different battle. Plenty of hundreds in this round, and Slater will fancy being another of them.
I heard as I was walking through from getting some food that on the Tannoy they announced that Surrey got 803 for 8, and I was like,
yeah, we'll mention a few of those updates.
that is crazy.
Although I must pick up, you just told me you're about to go off for a barbecue, and an hour before leaving for a barbecue you've got some food.
Yeah, I got a sausage roll.
Just to keep you going.
Just to keep me going, just keep me.
Nice. The Somerset ladies do quite a lot of socials.
Sort of like just go around and like chill out with each other. We do like to talk a lot to each other.
Yeah, there's a group chat kicking off every day.
Not as much. So there's like, ooh,
That's a beauty from Craig Overton.
the only time it really pops off is if people have got messages to send out to everyone, or if there's, say, the barbecue, they put a poll in who wants to come, who doesn't want to come, sort of just like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely barbecue weather. I'm excited for my barbecue.
Well, go on, one more on that Surrey total. That is the highest scores in the history of the county championship where the team has lost the toss and been put in. Remember, Durham have inflicted this all on themselves. Durham didn't get put in the field, they chose the field. Surrey scored 803 for 8. Alex Lees. I wonder what he's felt for the last 200 overs.
He's gone like, oh, for God's sake. So we've got a change of bowling from the Trescothic Pavilion end. Matt Henry's coming back onto bowl. 7 overs, 131. tidy. Got the early breakthrough of Hamid into Slater. Oh no, Clark.
Yeah, there's been a couple of declarations at tee then, not the Surrey one, but Worcestershire declared on 6-7-9 for 7. Jake Libby leaving himself on 228 not out. And Kent declared on 5-6-6 for 8. Bell Drummond and Harry Finch having a big partnership there.
Yes.
Ben Green took 3 wickets for Leicestershire Foxes. Middlesex bowled out for 534. Ben Geddes getting 137 in that. Ben Green, of course, still on loan from Somerset for this county championship stint. He'll be back for the blast. Back for Friday night. Friday night home for Glamorgan. You have to hear my voice 5 days this week. 4 days of county championship comms and then the T20 comms. I wonder how many of the players had an ice cream at tea.
I would have.
And just after tea, Surrey have got that record. The new highest score Surrey have scored. And it was against Somerset. Back in 1899, Surrey scored 811 against Somerset. Well, today they scored 814 against Durham. So
wow.
Somerset no longer have that record of the highest Surrey score against them.
That is one thing. One good thing has come out of today. That we are no longer.
Yeah, from a Somerset point of view. And then after Will Jacks got them past that record, he hit another 6 off Daniel Hogg, and then he's out. He's out for 119, and Surrey have at last declared number 11's not going to have a bat. Durham will have to face 28 overs this evening. 820 for 8.
Oh, very nice.
We talked before tea about whether the ball was being shined out of habit, or whether it was being shined for normal swing, or maybe for reverse swing. Well, Henry, one ball away from main here. We'll just show you this replay. Joe Clark, the right hander, gets a little bit of in swing from Henry, hence it takes the inside edge and goes onto his pad after the defensive shot. Don't think it's reverse swing yet, probably just orthodox.
Ooh.
40 overs in.
Great length there from Matt Henry. Great finish to his over. Knots 124 for 2 off of their 41 overs. Seeing those stats on the board. Bunton top scoring for Somerset in their first innings. Obath, 3 overs, 59. They're 27 overs. 27 overs in this heat. Gosh, I find it hard doing 4.
Well, Overton round to the left-hander.
Ooh.
It's a bit of a streaky drive again. We've seen that a few times from Slater. Yes, he's going to get 4 for it again. But he slashed. He's been a little bit lucky in between gully and point, or gully and the third or second slip.
Yeah, sort of slashed at that one. But ended up on the rewarding end of it with a 4. Good signs for Somerset and Craig Overton as he comes into bowl.
Even that's got a little bit of lift, a little bit of bounce, and a little bit of seam to get the edge as well. Outside, soft hand, outside edge. Jack Leach can easily pick it up at backward point, but good signs here for Somerset. Tiny bit of movement after tea. Yeah, just enough.
41 overs, and the Kookaburra's still doing a little bit off the surface. Who would have thought with a Kookaburra?
Don't get too excited. It's only been 2 balls. 2 balls that have moved. Now, they do move a little bit. It's just whether they move enough. Matt Henry's going to shy, but they were clearly in for that 1 run. Good bit of batting, good bit of running, good bit of fielding, to be fair. Good cricket all round.
Will we see a bit of spin towards the end of his session today.
Yes, I don't think it'll even be towards the end. I reckon we'll see Leach and Vaughan plugged in. I reckon they'll bowl the most overs in this period. We're not going to see the new ball today. The second new ball will come tomorrow morning. I reckon we'll see Leach and Vaughan bowl quite a lot of overs. The way Joe Clark plays outside the off stump, thinks that you're going to be enticing the slips in the gully, but hits the middle of the bat.
That's what you want, really. If you hit the middle of the bat. Overton into bowl. Full, defended, no run.
Alfie Ogborn still on the field, and Tom Banton went off before tea. Didn't look in a great place, was hobbling off. Sort of, well, trudging really rather than hobbling. Scored that 84, but didn't look right since that little tweak to his hamstring, we thought, in the warm-up. Pretty good when he's injured with the bat there, is Tom Banton.
Matt Henry to continue from the Trescothic Pavilion end. .29 overs remaining today. I have a feeling the spinners will come on with 20 overs maybe, or 25. Or got to be an even number, isn't it? Well, maybe like 24, given 12 overs each. Do something. Slight adjustment. Lammonby's coming from a long off, mid-off to sort of a close catching mid-wicket. Oh, it's a catching mid-wicket. As Matt Henry comes around the wicket to Slater into bowl. Short, wide, slash through, backward point for 4 runs. Little bit of a gift for Slater. We know how good he is on that short, wide, outside off. Seen it a couple of times with a straight bat, this time cross bat, straight through the cover point for 4 runs. That's a better delivery. That's a good comeback from that. Tucking Slater up a little bit, couldn't get off his hips.
Yeah, that tucking him up is something that Notts did to the Somerset batters quite a lot. The Somerset haven't managed to do quite as much to the Notts batters. Just making those slight adjustments to your line and length to be straight, but tucking them up, making it harder to free your hands. Especially as Slater, although he's a solid opening bat, he's very good off the back foot, throwing his hands through. We know that Joe Clark is aggressive with good bat speed.
Ooh.
There's your tight line.
That's a very tight line. It's a good leave. Know where your off stump is. Happened to me a few times. Didn't know where my off stump was. Next thing I know, it's off the ground.
Few oohs and ahs, bit of excitement out there. Matt Henry's bowling probably better now. His 2 overs before lunch weren't great. Notts had 15 for none after 3 overs in that little 10-minute session before lunch. Well, these last 2 balls together will show you now. Tight leaves just outside off stump.
Ooh, there's a bit of an angle in with the arm coming around the wicket.
The benefit of these deliveries is he's bringing LBW, bowled and caught behind all into play.
Very tight line. Ooh. That's it there. That's a good line. Slater just threw his shot a little bit early.
Yeah, you do well to be through shot early against the pace of Matt Henry. He's not been rapid. He's been sort of late 70s most of his spell. But counting championship cricket when he's bowling long spells, he can't really afford to bowl full tilt. Alfie Ogborn thought he's in with a sniff there and backward point to Alfie's weaker right hand, but no, it didn't carry. It was a few yards to his right and down. You'd have to say another good shot from Slater.
Yeah,
a few times he's edged through there, but that was controlled, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a pretty good shot. I was like, that was another tight line. But he's done well just to use his wrist there and just wrist it through backward point for 4 runs.
Lord Dusty makes a good point on the YouTube chat. Not going Craig Oakton's way today. Unlucky not to have got several catchable edges from Slater. Yeah, I agree with that. Slater's often hit them between gully and point, which is frustrating, but you can't keep putting more gullies in or a backward point or a fifth slip. There's a lot of edges through there, but then there's also been controlled middle of the bat, controlled late cuts, which you think is a chance but isn't really, and it's a controlled shot. He's a good player. He just scores in frustrating areas, which makes the bowling team feel like they're in.
Yeah. I know that feeling.
It was interesting hearing from Knott's assistant coach, Ant Botha, said after play yesterday, he felt they were a little bit unlucky at times. There were a few close LBW shouts, and maybe one of them could have gone their way. I mean, teams often feel like they're hard done by or unlucky. They did drop Tom Banton, and he admitted dropping Tom Banton so early in his innings has proved important. I'll just quote, "You wonder where Somerset would have been without the 84 from Tom Banton."
Yeah.
Or had one of those chances he thought could have been given. Both went on to say, the pitch looks as though it might turn as the match progresses, so it's vital we turn out with the same intensity again tomorrow morning for what is going to be a very important session. And I would say Notts did turn up with pretty good intensity this morning, until perhaps that last wicket stand, when Henry gave that long handle, teed off a bit and batted particularly well with Jack Leach just staying there with Matt Henry.
And he just threw the kitchen sink at it.
Yeah, whacked a couple of sixes, a few fours. Thomas Root is at the wicket with Rocky Flintoff in the England under-19s against India at Northampton. T. Root is 5 off 3. Rocky Flintoff's 11 off 20. Thomas Root, of course, the younger brother of James. Captain of that England under-19 side, even though he's one of the youngest in the side. They rate him so highly in his leadership skills that...
Ooh.
That's a quick bounce. Huh?
It's another slash. I've got a lot to Craig Overton today. Both some good bouncers, and Slater and Clark have both had a waft at it, but somehow not got any bats on it. Must be frustrating for Overton, really wanting his first wicket. Again, good length ball, respected, patted back down to long off, mid off for no run. Overton into bowl. Again, same result. Good length ball, batted back to mid off and no run. It's the end of the 44th over. Slater still at the crease, 78 of 133 balls. Clark 14 of 43 and Knox 137 for 2.
Yeah, a couple of maidens after tea, which is good from Somerset. There weren't many maidens in that afternoon session. Definitely weren't any maidens in that 3 overs before lunch. So nope. Actually Somerset are not a stranglehold, but just stifling Slater and Clark, stopping them from scoring so easily. Then might there be, I don't think Slater will do it, but might Joe Clark get frustrated and play a silly shot? Might he try and go big when he shouldn't? Might he play a loose drive?
He's 14 off 43, so whether he's going to play the long game and just play up this session.
Yeah, an aggressive shot against Vaughan he played, and he's been slow by his usual tempo since.
That one just left alone and outside off. Didn't fancy it.
Oh, another of those shots. How many times have we seen that? This time it's not going to be 4, because Alfie Ogborn has sensibly been placed at, well, it's a wide, deep third or a deep backward point, really, in between point and gully. Case Aldridge and Sean Dixon in there. How many times? You look at the wagon wheel of Sean Dixon that's in that area. I mean, that one again, it wasn't really edgy, it's just late. Slater plays it so late. It's in his name, isn't it? Leighton Slater. And he plays it well.
Sort of like a long leg, but like a long third.
Yeah, you're right. Why is there a long leg but not a long third in fielding nomenclature? Good point, I like that. Should we try and bring that into cricket? A long third.
A long third.
It's basically a deep, wide third.
Yeah.
In between a deep, wide third and a deep backward point. Yeah, I like it. Let's go with that. Now he's almost...
A deep third, a fine
leg. He's a normal fine leg, really,
yeah.
Isn't he? For Henry. But the left-hander, Alfie Ogborn will be at a long third. There you go. Do you want a trademark credit for that?
Created a new fielding position. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. That is a peach of a delivery. How he's not got a wicket is beyond me.
Does Somerset feel a little bit hard done by here? They bowled so many beauties, but you could credit Notts for managing to miss him. I mean, he's not deliberately missed that. He's played and missed at that.
Yeah.
He knows it. It's a nod from Joe Clark. A nod of respect there. I like that from a batter.
Yeah. He's done well not to hit that. Positive for Notts. Not so positive for Somerset as is and come for a wicket. Oh, and then that happens.
Yeah.
That as a bowler would frustrate me.
Well, yeah, I should applaud Matt Henry here. If that was Craig Overton, there'd have been a guttural roar, there'd be hands on heads. Most bowlers would have got frustrated about that. But someone like a Josh Davey and a Matt Henry, they're almost too polite and too nice. They don't really react when they're edged for 4 or they beat the bat and it's not taken. Or they get unlucky.
But again, a lot of runs have gone through that vacant 4th slip region. Nice from Matt Henry to finish it over. Will we see the instruction to spin yet? Looks like helmets are coming on, so I think we are.
Yeah, I think we are.
13 overs each.
And it's not going to be Archie Vaughan. It's going to be Jack Leach. Yeah, Jack Leach from the River End makes sense. You'd expect it to be Jack Leach first.
Definitely.
And yeah, we don't expect Banton to be on the field probably at all this evening session. Alfie Ogborn will have a long period of fielding. Josh Davey will do the 12th as duties. And we'll see what we can see, a short leg.
Yeah.
And a short extra cover, really. Yeah, very silly extra cover.
Yeah.
Almost a stupid extra cover. Because in front of silly point, which I think is the right decision actually for Slater.
Definitely. Yeah, Sean Dixon in there. And then
yeah, the one who broke his finger at the Oval a few weeks ago. He's back in the side to open the batting and field at silly positions.
Then we've got Tom Abel, the other player under the helmet.
Oh, is he now?
Now
they've
he's
changed their mind.
under the helmet.
He's now going to get a leg slip, I think. I mean, he could have just kept his helmet on, but no.
Yeah.
Just got so much time, Ben Slater.
Yeah. Just when he goes back onto the back foot, it's just like he's got acres of time to think about what he's going to play. As Leach's in here to bowl. Again, just back onto the back foot. Shy of the stump from TKC with his floppy on the floor. Rushing Slater a little bit. Now we've got Abel under the helmet. Sean Dixon coming out to middle wicket. TKC's come to like a backward square leg. Craig Overton, first slip. Yes!
There's the wicket. Jack Leach gets Joe Clark, and it's a decent catch from Craig Overton, just going to his right. Joe Clark does that T20 white ball strike, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He stood still in the crease, didn't really move his feet much, swung his hands at it, and that's a good grab from Craig Overton. It's gone pretty quickly to his right, nice height. That is a pretty massive breakthrough for Somerset soon after tea.
Definitely. I thought a big shot was going to be coming. See on the replay here from Joe Clark.
I think this is credit to Matt Henry and Craig Overton's bowling, you know?
Yeah.
Because they bowled so tightly after tea, now Jack Leach has come on first over. He's not really had a look at him. Third ball.
Yeah, third ball.
Well, his first ball he faced, because later faced the first
two. Yeah. Tried to go into out, knowing the ball is turning. It's a bit of a risky move in itself.
That's a really big wicket, because now Jack Haynes will probably come in at 5, then Ishan Kishan at 6, who are young lads, inexperienced at this level. That's the last big name from the Notts point of view to go. You know, I think it's later. But then it opens up an end, doesn't it, for Somerset?
Definitely.
Now, George Drizzle, who played for Somerset and Gloucestershire, he's got the most expensive figures of all time in the County Championship today at the Oval. Whereas former teammate Jack Leach is quite happy to be bowling here, not at the Oval against Surrey.
Oh my God, figures 1 for 247.
Yeah. Claude Henderson had 3 for 235 for Leicestershire against Surrey in 2006. That was also
against Surrey as well.
Yeah. So new records tumbling there. Well, Jack Leach is happy to be bowling at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
I'm going for 1 for 27 or 14.3 overs. They're more healthy looking.
Yeah.
Figures.
So 18 off 48 balls, but that brings Jack Haynes, another former Worcestershire man. So one former Worcestershire man out, one former Worcestershire man in. Quite a few have trotted that path from Worcestershire to Notts, like Dylan Pennington and Josh Tongue as well, in recent years. Two slips now for the new batter, Jack Leach in. And another wicket.
He's got 2 and 2! He's got to go 2 and 2.
I thought it was bat.
Yeah,
Craig Overton is not happy. He's straight in his ear, hands on hips. I thought that was bat.
Craig Overton with a double teapot.
He's giving it the thigh pad gesture. The umpire. Maybe there's a bit of overexcitement there.
I think he might be right with the thigh pad.
Does that hit the back thigh pad of Jack Haynes' first ball? Either way, it's a dipping beauty onto that cracking spot Jack Leach wants to hit. It's not a nice ball to face first ball.
Yeah.
Almost not. Has it hit thigh pad or very faint tickle? Don't know. It's hard to tell you from the replay, so we can't really criticise or be sure.
Oh.
Soft hands, well played. Nearly a single, nearly a bit of carnage here. Just a bit of drama. A wicket brings a new bat.
Definitely. The Somerset stand is definitely riled up now.
Well, Will makes the point here. If it's not caught, is it not LBW?
Exactly.
We might have to get another replay up. We'll get through the over first. There's one more ball. This exciting, dramatic over from Jack Leach to this new batter, Jack Haynes. Well played there. That's the most solid look. We'll keep showing you replays and we'll try and work out. We're not professional umpires, myself or Liv. And we're both spinners who probably want to see him take the wicket, but Jack Leach probably went up after Craig Overton went up, perhaps. It doesn't help. This is Jack Leach. He's a bit delayed in the reaction. Shake of his head straight away from both experienced umpires, Nigel Long and Rob White. They're not going to be swayed by over or excessive appealing, but yeah, not conclusive that. Maybe back thigh pad, little tickle, but
definitely.
Then is that LBW?
Exactly. But the way it's gone up, whether is it height?
Yeah, really not
sure. Because it has gone up to Craig.
I'm glad I'm not an umpire, put it that way.
Yes,
That's a nice shot. It should only be maybe 2. Archie Vaughan's out there. Should only be 1, actually. He's got there well. Pull shot for 1 round with a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. Mr. Bryce from the club shop has texted me straight away. Is it not LBW then if he's not hit it? Yes. No, I mean, it's a double appeal, isn't it? A double entendre, do they call it?
That's where you wish you had DRS review. I think we would have gone straight upstairs for that. Oh. Another good leave from Haynes. Another great delivery from Matt Henry. Just targeting that top of off. Just what you want from any pace bowler, really.
Oh, I just don't know what to think about that ball. So many of the YouTube comments are saying they think it could be LBW. Lovely shot, straight drive, no run. Mr. Bracegirdle is BBC commentator, Cam Felton Media. He's in the next door box. Well, he's not actually. It's currently Mel Farrell and Anthony Gibson, but Somerset have a TV commentary team and a radio commentary team down here. We're fortunate that we have 2 different commentary teams. To explain that to those that might not listen regularly. Oh. I mean, even if we slow it down, I'm not sure. It's either tickled the bat or tickled the pocket / trouser of the thigh pad, or has it hit nothing and just turned? I'm giving you 3 options there, and I'm really not sure. It's either caught behind, LBW, or just turned.
Yeah.
And I'm really not sure. We haven't got a snickometer, not that that would necessarily be conclusive either.
No Ultra Edge. No Hawkeye. Sadly. Henry into bowl. Another good length ball left alone from Haynes. Coming down the track to give it a little pat.
Just here, tractor driver coming through the effects mic. It's this time of day where the siders flow in. He stood up by the scoreboard in the groundsman shed. He will be in his element here. Getting Somerset going. Just when Somerset need a lift, need that breakthrough, need another wicket. Come on, Craig. Oh, come on, Leachy. Come on, Henners. Somerset's biggest fan.
It may just be because I'm a bowler, but I don't get why batters pat the middle of the pitch. Like,
do you not do it, even if you bat at number 11, you never pat the middle of the pitch?
No, unless I'm like, don't bowl there. I generally just don't understand why they do it, or like, if they do, what are they looking for as such, or like...
There he is. There's Tractor on screen with his little army. They were up at Edgbaston. I saw Tractor and his crew. Great Somerset following at Edgbaston last week, actually. A few Warwickshire members had some very positive things to say to me. Came up to me and said, oh, I've been watching you on the Somerset live stream. He said, when the Warwickshire games get boring, we put the Somerset stream on because we find it entertaining, which is quite a nice thing from a rival
nice.
Away ground, actually, to hear. They said sometimes they rather watch the action at Taunton than when they play at Edgbaston on a flat pitch and nothing's happening. Yeah, loads of Somerset fans made the trip up to Birmingham last week. Yeah, this time.
Into Slater. Leg slip, first slip. Silly cover, extra cover, point, whatever one you want to call it. It's there. And he's into bowl. Oh.
I was about to say it's Casey Aldridge in the game at leg slip. But it's more been the inside edge that's gone down. There haven't been many towards leg slip. Remember, Tom Abel was caught down the leg side by Ishan Kisham. It wasn't leg slip.
That's just gone through the gate.
I'm surprised there hasn't been an inside edge onto stumps yet. So many.
I generally think it's turning too much. That's the problem. When you turn it and you're turning it too much, you're not getting wickets. It's quite annoying because you're getting that turn, but it's doing too much. You just want to do it the right amount.
Do you and Weller have quite a lot of chats about spin bowling?
Yeah, me, Weller, Scouts, yeah.
Or even Dino and Knight when they're there.
Yeah, when
so
they're
many
there.
Somerset women who bowl spin.
Exactly.
That's 5 out-and-out spinners, really.
The spin quintet.
Yes. Although I don't think you 5 have all played together yet.
No.
Probably not going to happen with Heather injured and the England commitments. Well, silly point has now gone to short leg as Tom Abel. That would have gone through his legs otherwise.
Oh. Thorny's sold Alfie Ogborn a little bit short with a throw back.
There you go. Pete Trigo's brothers just text me. He reckons even if it's flicked the back leg, it might have spun too much. Good signs, though. Yeah, we expect the pitch to spin a little bit more as the days go on. Bit of sunshine baking the pitch. Might break up a little bit. Might get a bit more turn on days 3 and 4. We shall see, I guess, is all we can say.
I really want to know how the pitch will play on day 4, if it will be like turning.
Thanks to our principal partners and sponsors of the live stream, WPA Health Insurance. Much appreciated.
I haven't seen Vaughan into the attack yet.
No, I reckon it'll be in the next 2 or 3 overs. I can't see Henry bowling many more. He's bowled well, though.
Yeah.
The physio was just giving Jack Leach some attention, maybe, or was it just a drink?
Possibly a drink, possibly. Some attention. Henry into bowl.
Could have been a run in between Vaughan and Leach, but Vaughan does well to stop that cover. Nice one into the cover ring. One team in this round of County Championship action, Liv, has got maximum bowling points. How unheard of with the Kookaburra ball. Wow. Lancs have maximum bowling points against Derbyshire. Derbyshire 2-5, 2 for 9. It does help when Jimmy Anderson's in your team.
That
when the
does
bus
help.
bowler in the competition is in there.
Yeah, does help when you've got good old Jimmy Anderson. Henry into ball. Just on a back foot, batted back to mid wicket for no run.
Isn't it funny, we talked about Worcestershire's 6, 7, 9 for 7 declared. Well, Hampshire 19 for 1. Middleton gone LBW to Tom Taylor for 1. It's sometimes the mental barrage or the mindset, the psychology of chasing 700. Where'd you go about knocking the runs off?
100% when
and you're knackered. You've been fielding in 30 degrees nearly.
Yeah, scoreboard pressure as well. You're like, oh, we've got to go fast, hard, and quick.
Saying that, wow, York from being gone 31, Yorkshire 81 for 1. Oh, that's a slash. Oh. Bedsater scored a lot of runs down there. Great, brilliant effort from Alfie Ogborn. That's full commitment from the subfielder, but he can't quite get there. I mean, he's controlled some, hasn't he, off the middle of the face down into the ground. He's edged a few, but that's just an uppercut sort of slash because he knows it's high and wide enough. He can beat the cordon.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Moves on to 85 of 146 balls. Well, we see the first 100 in the Somerset versus Nottinghamshire match today. Matt Henry's into bowl around the wicket. Slater, another one short.
Great work from Jack Leach when he's not bowling. That's superb. The Somerset stand is pretty full for a County Championship game in the evening. So is the James Hilditch stand, and they are well impressed with that fielding from Jack Leach. Has not to bring up to 150. Not that it means anything. 150 means nothing. 250 is the batting bonus point. Not so after. They'll fancy 3 or 4, I'd have thought. They love a landmark in cricket, don't they? They love a round number.
Nice full ball, just defended. Tom Abel for no run. Henry finishes over. 12 overs, 1 for 51, with 2 maidens included.
Do you remember I mentioned his wagon wheel earlier on? Well,
Yes.
we've got the graphic for everyone at home to see. All 3,000 of you watching on YouTube, Facebook, or Fan Code in India, you can watch now and see through third. Look how many boundaries there are through third, or over third in that most recent over.
That's where long third should be.
Yeah, a couple of ones as well. Not many through third off Jack Leach, though, turning it into the left-hander. Not many outside edges from Slater off the spinner. More the inside edge onto pad.
Good start from Leach. Into ball to Slater. Oh.
Just can't get Slater out, can they? He's had a few lives.
Yeah.
Without an obvious, blatant live. He's had a few, well, half lives, half chances.
Cat with 9 lives. Little slash, inside edge. Get through for a single. That brings Haynes on to strike. Bit full that one, but just hit back to Leach for no run. Oh, that's a very good delivery. I like that a lot. See on the replay here.
Just asking a lot of questions, isn't he? Yes. Both ends, both edges of the bat. Slightly quicker deliveries.
That
Not
one.
easy for Jack Haynes, new at the wicket.
Nope, not making it easy for the new in batter. That one just on the front foot. For no run.
So, 20 overs remaining in the day. Actually, pretty good over rate. That might be finished soon before 6:30. Thought with the heat and a few drinks breaks, it might be slow, but...
Looks like Overton's coming to bowl now.
Yeah, Overton going to try if they've just got the pavilion end. Matt Henry's bowled a good spell there. Decent effort from Matt Henry. Not maybe got the rewards he potentially deserved, but Matt Henry, 1 for 51 off 12 overs.
Still no Archie Vaughan.
I think you've got to try the seamers while the ball's not massively old, while they've got a bit of life in them. I think Craig will bowl less than a 4 over spell here. I'd be surprised if he bowled 5. I reckon he'll bowl 4 overs through. Then that'll leave 12 overs remaining, and then Archie Vaughan could bowl 6 from this end to close out the day. I think because it's still nipping a little bit, they're going to try and bowl some seam. And Jack Leach is bowling so well at the other end, they can change it up with spin and pace.
They've got a first slip, looks like a third slip and a wide gully.
Yeah, gaps between all of them. I also guess Archie Vaughan might bowl, if it was Slater and Ishan Kishan in 2 left-handers, they might bowl Archie Vaughan, but with the right left hand, they might think they'll bowl a seamer. Archie Vaughan's not quite been at the wicket-taking best he was in August and September last year, but doesn't mean he's bowled badly, but he's always going to be a batter who bowls a bit of spin, I think.
Overton's into bowl. Slater. Another late cut down to long third for 1 run. Another one to add to the wagon wheel.
A few stretches from Haynes. He's been there a while, but still only on 1 not out. 2 slips next to each other and then the gully now. Jack Leach is just remembering he's got to come up for the right-hander. I feel Vaughan will stay back at long leg.
As Overton's into bowl. Oh, that's flown. That has flown through. Nice short ball from Overton to Haynes. He's done well to get out of the way of that.
Yeah, the short balls in this game have got up. They've got through a bit.
Yeah, James, we're having to full stretch jump to collect that. feeling a full ball's coming. You've set them up. Set up. Yeah. I have a feeling they've done that quite a lot today. It's getting a little bit sort of, you know, a short ball's coming, and after that, you know, a full ball's coming. They're sort of reading it a little bit.
Guessing, yeah.
So I guess you maybe got to mix it up. You got to go maybe 2 short and then 1 full.
Something a bit different. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Good bit of fielding from Matt Henry. Yeah, he's done well to save 3 runs there.
That's +3 on the fielding.
Yes. Do you talk about that a lot with Kieran Peters or Max Waller and Trev Griffin?
Yeah, we've got that. I think they do like a fielding app. They do like +1s, +3s. I believe I'm +5 at the moment. I'm top, so
top of the whole lot. So every single game you play.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
For the blast.
Great stuff.
If I can keep that form up.
Yeah. Nicely played by Slater in behind that solid 1 run. That's 51 overs gone in the innings. I'll talk you through 1 more over, and then we'll bring Richard Latham. I've got to go and play my Baker Cup semi-final at the Wyvern Club. If anyone finishes watching at Somerset and hasn't had enough sunshine and cricket today, feel free to wander up and watch a bit of T20 action. Wemden against Taunton Dean at the Wyvern Club, Taunton St Andrews as a neutral ground.
Under lights?
Well, no, we'll be done by 9 o'clock. Pink pool.
Oh, yeah.
T20 from 6:15 till 8:30, 9. Should be fine in June, would think. Was it June? Yeah, last day of June today, isn't it?
Oh, God, yes, 30th of June.
July tomorrow.
Wow.
Hasn't that gone quickly?
That's gone quickly.
Well, Jack Leach is going to bowl this last over. I'll be back with you for all of tomorrow and all of Wednesday as well. A 4-day stint for me, plus I'm on comms for the Glamorgan T20 on Friday as well. So you'll hear plenty of my voice, Somerset fans. That is not my helicopter Gordon Avery. I've not got a helicopter 10 minutes up the road. I can almost walk to the Wyvern from here. Ishan Kishan is just wandering up the steps with his pads on. Oh, is that? No. Another crowd catch. Another bit of excitement. We've had a few of them today. Craig Havens dived forward at slip. Bit of a chuckle. Bit of drama, bit of excitement. Slater's still there. Bit of bounce though. Haven didn't take it. That's a very ambitious appeal. I know that was almost padded away, almost. You could argue there's no shot, but long way outside, off stump. Asking that a lot to be coming back from there.
Oh, yeah. Leach is back in. Just later. Oh. Good bit of fielding from Archie Vaughan to prevent the single. Leach is in.
We're all getting a bit excitable, the catching, close catches. The fielders. The last 2 balls of Jack Leach's 18th over. That's forward poking into the covers from Slater. One ball left, then 155 for 3 from Knott. Right-handed Haynes will face the last ball of this Jack Leach over. Two slips in place now. No leg side catcher. Good finish to the over from Jack Leach. A little bit quick, a little bit darty. Well, I'll leave the commentary box at this point. I'll bring Richard Latham in to join Liv for the next little passage. Cheers, Liv.
Welcome. Overton is going to continue on from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. bowling to Slater, who is 90 off 157 balls, entering the nervous 90s. Can Overton find his first wicket of the day and bring up Somerset's fourth? As I am joined by Richard Latham.
Yeah, pleasure. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Another great day. Been a great day's cricket again, as it was yesterday. I thought real big contest between bat and ball, and the pitch doing just enough to encourage everybody. Really, really well contested day. And the game's pretty even, don't you think?
Yeah. I thought it was a great deck to bat on, but then there's also enough for the bowlers to.
That's just what we were saying earlier. Yesterday that was the case, and it's been pretty much the same today. Much hotter though. I said now earlier, and it is really seriously warm out there.
At least they're in whites and not in the black kit, because that would be sweltering.
I wouldn't think it's great fun to see bowling out there today, but Craig Overton's doing his part as captain. He's bowling himself now, and he and Matt Henry, obviously both very experienced campaigners, but they really have had to work for their wickets, or every bowler's had to work for their wickets on this pitch.
Definitely. Craig Overton's probably frustrated he hasn't come up with a couple.
But look at how many runs he's conceded. What was it? 29 off 16? Is that 16 or 18 overs? 16 overs.
There's 11.24.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at Jack Leach's figure. Sorry, 23 off 11.2. Yeah, well, 2 and over.
Exactly.
Yeah, and just like Notts yesterday, Somerset haven't given much away. They've bowled tightly, taken the chances when they've come, and it's, as I say, it's not easy to bat or bowl. There's runs to be made if you really dig in, and wickets to be taken if you bowl well. So that's how it should be.
Definitely. Nothing ever comes easy. You've always got to work for it.
Well, that's what they say.
Everything's into bowl. Another short one. Ball in front of square for 4 runs. That makes Slater 94 of 161 balls.
Yes, I need to see the back of him as soon as possible. He's played well. He's a good player, but he's played very well today.
He is solid. Few slashes and half chances from Slater, but other than that, he's been solid as ever, playing everything off its merit.
That's lovely to see. The Yorker attempted, and we don't see too many of those in cricket today. And still a very, very useful surprise weapon. That was a near perfect one.
Very well bowled. Got under the bat.
I think Craig's given it everything here. You can see that I think as captain, he's probably putting that little bit more out than he even would normally, and he's given it absolutely everything to get a breakthrough here.
That's what we love to see. So Overton comes into bowl his final ball as the over. And more soft hands from Slater. Just parries it out to backward point for no run.
I don't think Somerset had a lot of luck bowling after lunch. One or two went past the outside edge, but I suppose the same would have been said in their innings. And it's been a pretty good day for Somerset, because when they started the day, that score of 275 was an iffy score. You know, if they bowled out cheaply from there, they could have been in trouble. Instead of that, the Matt Henry cameo at the end particularly, got them up to a really competitive total. And although there's only 3 wickets down, it would only take 1 or 2 more tonight to probably put them in the driving seat.
Yes. Jack Lee continues on from the river end. He's been exciting since he's come back on in this final session of today. He's getting the current crowd riled up with some half chances, some excellent bowling.
It was nice to see him get a wicket with one he tossed up a bit outside the off stump. I was talking to Peter Trigo about it this morning, that neither spinner or the not spinner didn't throw too many up. He concentrated on being economical, and Jack is brilliant at keeping the scoring rate down. Just wish sometimes he'd throw up a few temperatures like that, and what happened, very important wicket. And it was because he was tempted into a big shot. Joe Clark, I mean, hell of a player, and that was a really big wicket to take.
Yeah, Joe Clark just couldn't seem to get going. He was like 14 off 40, 50 balls.
Not his day, dropped a catch as well, very unusually. So, you know, all cricketers have their off days, and
Yeah.
perhaps you can look at today as one.
Shapley comes in. It's a good shot. It's gone all the way for 6.
Yeah, I think Haynes will be looking to profit on the first ball he got, because that was mighty close to seeing it again. I don't know what people thought in here, but if it wasn't a catch to Craig Overton, it looked mighty close to hitting his back pad and going on to hit the stumps from where we were looking. So I think he was a little bit fortunate there. So, you know, he might look to profit from that.
Yeah, me and Harry, we couldn't, many replays we got, we couldn't decipher whether, if it hit the bat, if it got a tiny tickle, or if it was going on to hit the stump.
He's edged it, he's out caught, and if he's not hit it, it's very, very close to LBW. Look, watching it in slow motion, the back pad, they're often given. So I think he may have been just, but then Notts were saying yesterday that they had a few appeals that went unanswered. It probably, these things even out, don't they, over a couple of innings. You know, they felt they were a little unlucky yesterday. So yeah, it was a really, really close call though for him first ball.
Well, as we said, the umpire was unmoved, as he has been all day.
All that matters. Look in the scorebook. There was used to say, was he out? Well, look in the scorebook. Ground looking remarkably empty now. I've had all those children in all day. 2,000 filling the stands. Lovely to see them allowed in free and hopefully learning about what county cricket's like and gaining an appetite for it. Even if it's a small percentage that go on to be real cricket lovers, it's well worth doing. There's no profit from empty seats, I always think, and a lot of grounds, football, cricket, everywhere. You know, you see a lot of empty seats, and you know the best way, even if you don't charge, you've got to fill them with people who may be cricket watchers of the future.
Haynes just trying to take the pressure off and try and take the pressure onto Jack Leach here as he comes into bowl.
It's the modern way, isn't it, to not let spinners settle on a length. You know, you've got to play a big shot now and again, otherwise you feel they're just settling in and bowling under their terms, and it looks like he's thinking about that at the moment.
Very tidy from Jack Leach.
Just signs of straightening one or two as well. It's not a pitch that's turning very much at the moment. Hopefully as the rough develops more as the game gets on, there'll be something for Jack to work with. But as usually, he's metronomic in his line length. He's just so good at keeping 2 runs and over. Very, very rarely do you see him go hit round the park.
Craig Owen to continue from the Marcus just got at pavilion end. $17 overs remain in the day.
It was a reasonably prompt finish yesterday, about 6:15, which is good these days, and with the amount of spin bowling there's been, probably won't be too late finishing tonight either. Couple of lone seagulls just landing on the outfield, and when that happened yesterday they were joined by about 200 others.
Yeah,
So
you've got one that's perched just over there. Oh, he's just stood up now.
Yeah, at the moment they're very sporadic, but yesterday the pitch was absolutely covered with them. And when I was at Bristol the other day covering Gloucestershire's game, the same thing happened there. So there's something funny happening with insects or something this time of year, or something that's causing seagulls to gather on the outfield in huge numbers.
Oh. Very good from Craig Overton.
Again, so accurate. Keep it there and thereabouts, and wait for the batsman to make a mistake, and he nearly did there. It's
just angled it.
It's all you can do on pitches like this. You're not going to get a wicket every ball. You're not going to bowl a great ball every ball. You've got to make sure that there's nothing loose in between, or very little loose in between the wicket-taking balls. And both teams have done that in this game.
A little bit of an angle in and round the wicket. Oh, that's a brilliant Yorker. Well dug out from Slater. He's done well with the Yorkers today.
Another toe crusher. Yeah, it was. That was absolutely beautifully angled into him.
You see on the replay here.
Yeah, just jammed down on it.
Yeah, very well done.
He actually just got through it before it crushes his toe.
As we say nowadays, nose and toes.
Absolutely. But it's good to see Craig, you know, he's trying different lengths. He's trying everything he knows.
Just dug out for a couple runs. So he's moved on to 96. Just a hit away from that 3-figure milestone.
One thing the Somerset innings lacked, of course, was a really big score, individual score. Tom Banton's 84, but if Slater gets to 100, he'll be looking to go to 150. He's that sort of player, and they could build the innings around one really, really big score.
Ooh. Craig Overton is riled up as he fakes to throw at the stumps at the striker's end. You can see down by the Daffer bed we've got some seagulls perched underneath the shadow of the floodlight.
They're starting to move in, so it'd be interesting to see if we do get the number they had yesterday. It was an astonishing sight, and at Bristol, honestly, the week before, it was almost as many or more. So it's obviously something that's happening at the moment that's bringing them all in. It's not as if the sea's around the corner, is it? So I don't know what they're all doing on the outfield at Taunton, I'm sure.
I'm just trying to find some shade. Jack Leach continued for his 20th over. Current figures 1 for 35, including 3 maidens. See Archie Vaughan was turning his arm over. Maybe we'll see him in the next couple of overs.
I think it's be wise that, because the seamers, you know, are going to get very tired in these sort of conditions. And one thing Jack Leach does that is overlooked at the little time is he uses up overs without the scoreboard rising much. So, you know, suddenly a team are looking at it and we're 15 overs from a new ball or whatever, and it's because Jack Leach has bowled 25 overs for very little, and obviously gives the seamers time to rest. So I think Somerset would be happy if they could take even just one more tonight. And then start afresh again in the morning. I think usually in the morning it's best time to bowl here.
Definitely. Hopefully we'll see the back of Slater today as he sits on 98. 2 runs away from that magnificent 100. He's just carefully defending that back to Jack Leach. Struck on the pad. Umpire is unmoved.
So he's got to straighten it from around the wicket, and I wonder if that was just going down leg side. We can probably see it again, but it was speared in again.
The arm.
If you look from the angle, it's coming in, and if that doesn't turn, that's going on down leg side, isn't it?
That's going with the arm. Anything pitching, middle and leg to leg, you're sliding down. But I like the idea. firing it in. Good arm ball. Just a fraction straighter maybe would have troubled the umpire, but he was unmoved.
I think that was
the right decision,
perfectly
yeah.
correct decision, yeah.
And we will see a change of bowling. Archie Vaughan is coming to the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. But after the drinks.
Well earned drink first. And I think they all could do with that. It's hot work batting out there, I'm sure, and certainly hot work seam bowling. I was with some friends outside earlier, and they felt obliged to move out of the sun into the shade. So it is that hot here today. It's, if you spend an hour or two out in that sun, even if you're just sitting watching the cricket, it's pretty tiring. And they felt obliged to move into the Botham stand, which is in the shade now at the moment. And you know, it's you sometimes don't think enough about how these players are being tested physically, because you know any exertion out there is made double today by the heat. There's no question about that. It's forecast to be the hottest day, wasn't it? And around the country in the southeast and Wimbledon in particular, where my daughter is today, I'm glad to say it was supposed to be the hottest first day at Wimbledon on record. Oh. So it just shows what the sort of heat wave that we're getting, and it's more in the east, I think, than the south, but certainly very, very warm here today.
Yeah, we were in Billericay yesterday, playing 2 friendlies against Essex, and my God, was it hot! It was a hot one.
Well, you know it when you're out there, don't you?
Yeah.
There's no hiding place really on a cricket pitch when it's as hot as that. And, no, it's a testament to their fitness as well as anything else, and fit minds to keep concentrating. But certainly when it comes to the bat.
Yeah, this is the part where it can get like, you be mentally tired. You've been out there for 56 overs, could get a bit tiring, but these lads make it look easy. But it is far from easy out there.
It'll be interesting to see Archie Vaughan bowling. He's already bowled well, and he really last season was amazing how he started off in the team and took all the wickets he did, because he, like everybody else, thought he was more adept with the bat than the ball. And the couple of games he had where he just ran through teams with Jack Leach, it was extraordinary, and I think he's been brought down to earth a bit in terms of bowling this year, but he's a handy bowler. There's no question about that. He's a handy extra bowler to have. And this is when he comes into his own, because your seamers aren't going to bowl. I wouldn't have thought there'd be much more seam bowling today.
No, I feel like Leach and Vaughan will see out today. The remaining 15 overs in this day. Seagull pack is growing bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it's a bit ominous again. It was crazy yesterday, though. It almost felt like they were impeding the fielders at times, and the umpire's view from square leg was there was several seagulls in the way of that. It was almost a time when you could say seagulls stopped play. It didn't quite, but it was close to it. And I keep saying, back at Bristol the other week, it was almost the same.
That would have been a first, seagull stopping play.
Yeah.
Imagine seeing that on your BBC Sport. You look at the scorecard.
Well, there was certainly a ball bowled where a seagull flew across behind the bowler's arm straight, and I forget it. I think it was Vaughan was batting, and he pulled away, and then decided to hit it for 4. And there's the 100. Good for Ben Slater.
Yeah, Ben Slater bringing up that 3-figure milestone. Very well deserved. Couple of half chances, but nonetheless a very low risk but high reward innings from the Nottinghamshire opener. Coming off 171 balls. Very well batted.
Just what they needed. I'm sure when they set out there was someone to bat around, and he's proving that someone. Hamid's a really, really good player, and it was a great wicket. They're as good an opening partnership as you see, I think, around the county circuit now, and when one doesn't do it, the other usually does. So it's been Ben Slater's day today. Good luck to him.
come on into bowl. Just later.
Yeah, can't afford to drop short. That's a freebie run when you drop short. He's got to get it on a length or get them driving.
Yes. Anything a fraction short will get punished, as we've seen today from Ben Slater. Being clinical at that. Anything drop short, he's absolutely dispatching to the boundary. Field changes. Sean Dixon coming into a catching mid wicket. Nice paddle from Haynes, and it will not reach the barrier. It's great fielding up the boundary by Alfie Ogborn. Oh, half chance. Clip just past short leg.
You don't see very many catches taken at short leg these days. It used to be a real specialist position, and over the years it's developed into a position where you put the youngest pro there in the firing line rather than have an expert there. And I think back to Brian Close, who of course was at Somerset for so many years, and he was a well-known, would field so close at short leg and very, very good. But there were several around the counties, the more experienced players. It was thought of as a real specialist position. Not quite the same anymore now with all the guards and everything they have to that they're able to put on. Virtually anyone can field there, but whether you can field there well is another matter.
Good start from Leach. That one just a fraction fuller. Maybe you'll float one up a little bit more, entice the batter. Like Tom Abel's come under lid. A silly point cover. That's just struck Tom Abel as he tried to jump out of the way, but managed to still get hit.
We might see one or two more close fielders as the overs go by. I don't see Notts taking too many big risks in the last 8 or 10 overs. They'll be very pleased with the position they're in, and that's the sort of more like the sort of shots we'll see. I don't think we'll see too many big shots, certainly against Leach.
Yeah, they'll just try to milk as much as they can off Jack Leach. Vaughan into ball, that's a good line. Coming round the wicket to the right-handed batted Haynes, who's 12 or 39 balls currently. Nice back foot punch to deep cover. TKC for 1 run. But I can get a wicket before the end of play. Be a good setup. Get a fresh batter in for tomorrow morning. Like if Vaughan can float one up just above the eye line and get it to dip, can cause a little bit of problem for Ben Slater. Vaughan comes into bowl. Just a fraction short and allows Slater to get onto the back foot, rock back and punch it to deep cover for 1 run. Some of these Seagulls got a front row seat on this pitch. Reverse sweep.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, reverse sweep's a good shot when it comes off, but for Tom Banton today, it certainly didn't come off and didn't look terribly pretty the way he got out just 16 short of 100, and he battled so hard for over 4 hours to get out like that. I'm sure he went back to the dressing room cursing, but he would say he scores a lot of runs with it. But it's not a shot I like, and I think it carries a lot of risk. But if they do get anything on it, that wasn't a particularly good reverse sweep, and it still picked up runs for it. So it's easy to see both sides of the argument, but when you get out to it, it doesn't look too good.
I feel like for me, playing reverse sweep is better to play it against a right arm offie than a left arm offie. See, and if it does turn from right arm offie, it turns into your bat instead of away from your bat, then you're trying to play away from you. Leach starts his 22nd over of the day. Coming round the wicket to the left-handed Ben Slater, trying to give him a different angle. Oh, as I just said, that he comes back over the wicket.
Yeah, just variation. I think you don't want the batsman just settled into the same line ball after ball. Makes sense to vary it a bit. I just wish, I say, he'd vary his pace of delivery and just toss 1 or 2 up like he did for the Joe Clark wicket. As you say, above the eye line it used to be the way, especially with tail enders when spinners were bowling at them, to just tempt them. But you can tempt anybody with the bat to have a go if you bowl it up high enough. And what of it, this is the time where you've just got a few runs to play with, that you might be able to do it. As they get closer to Somerset's score, then it becomes more difficult to do.
This is the crucial part. They're still 200 odd behind. Let's get Tom able to get out of the way of that.
I don't think he's too impressed with Jack dropping it short when he's fielding there. He's got old-fashioned look, I think, to give Jack there. Just pitch it up a bit.
Coming round the wicket for his final ball to Haynes. Just flipped into leg side for a single. No run.
The concern for Somerset, and I'm sure it's already starting to be a concern, is how this pitch is going to play on the next 2 days. And if it goes according to type, then it won't give the spinners that much more help. It'll either flatten out completely, or they'll have to rely on the rough that's created. It's obviously a dry pitch, and as I thought yesterday was a really good first day pitch. It's played well today, but if it continues to be bat friendly, then it becomes very, very difficult to get a result here, and of course they've got to make home advantage tell.
Good start from Vaughan. Coming into his 9th over. Figures were 1 for 27. Oh, that's a very good delivery from Archie Vaughan. Just beating the outside edge of Slater. But wished he got a little snick on that, so he'd be walking to the pavilion. That replay.
Yeah, more evidence that it's Slater's day. He's had 1 or 2 of those. Not that many, but when he has played and missed, the little nick hasn't been there, and on another day it would be. So you've got to make the most of when it's your day, and he's certainly done that. Played very, very well.
Two balls left in this. Archie Vaughan, 9th over.
Yeah, time for me to go and do a bit of writing. Got the ECB Reporters Network report done.
No, I've got a barbecue to get to.
Oh, how lovely.
Yeah.
Perfect evening for a barbecue,
weather.
I think. Absolutely.
Perfect weather. We saw the weather on a couple of days ago before. Monday, barbecue, got day off.
Isn't it nice to be able to count on the weather? Not many British summers you can do that, but this one you certainly can.
And that is over.
So, a great pleasure. Thank you.
Me too.
Nice to see you.
Well, we're now back with 2 Wills on commentary, commercial and digital.
Yeah, Jack Leach moving into his 23rd over. Obviously, Patterson White got through a few in the first innings, and Jack Leach looks to be holding up the end. Actually, no, there's a change at the far end. Craig Overton's just warming himself up. Heard some news from the gallery. Tom Banton's off with a tight hamstring. When he was batting, he was every 5 overs or so, I'd say, he was leaning down and just stretching out his hamstring. And so he's off the field.
Yeah, just saw him come off fielding earlier, limping around with the physio, but you could have an update. Casey Aldrich back from the River End.
He has been a bit of a Kookaburra ball specialist, Casey Aldridge. He's had a couple of memorable spells with the Kookaburra ball. The main one I can think of was Surrey away last year, early season. He bowled a lovely spell. The game was almost just starting to slip away from Somerset, and then Casey came in and took 3 quick wickets, kept it really tight, and I think that's probably why he's come in for this game. He looked really, really good with that Kookaburra ball. Just found a way to bowl. It's a bit of a trope, but bowl a bit of a hard length and keep things tight and picks up wickets with it. Yeah, he's certainly not one that batters will enjoy facing. I think he asks a lot of questions, doesn't he? He runs in quick and he hits the pitch hard. Which, even for set batsmen, you can't really feel comfortable against it always, which is good. Good to bring him on a bit of a strike bowler, try and disrupt some rhythm, and hopefully he can pick one up. It's been interesting. It seemed to be the case in a lot of around the grounds. There's been a lot of big partnerships looking at Worcestershire and at Surrey, and there's been some huge scores. Whereas in this game, it's not quite fell the same. Somerset's partnerships last innings: 10, 12, 24, 99, 34, 71, 36, 44, 10 and 39. No two batters could really set themselves and really get going. And Notts looking the same here: 38, 66, 39 and 44. So no one's really found a way to stick in. Obviously slated with the first 100 of this game, 105, which was padded back. A few Somerset batters looked like they left a couple of runs out there. When they were walking off, there was a little bit of disappointment, and I think it was the same at Warwickshire last week. And the nature of the ball and the nature of the pitch, you are going to leave a few out there basically if you fall short of 100, and a couple of them be feeling a bit disappointed. Yeah, I think Somerset rallied well at the back end. Obviously that Matt Henry whacking at the end helped out, but yeah, I think that top order will certainly feel like on another day in those circumstances they would have liked to have certainly got past 400, 450, and probably with a set batter in slightly quicker time to pick up certainly another 1 bonus point. But such is the game. Notts haven't scored freely, as it were. They're not flying along, sort of ticking along around 3 and over. Yeah, start to see the Seagulls take over the ground again. Yeah, Aldridge just being stopped halfway through in his run-up. I think it was a Seagull that was moving behind him. That's a nice shot. Haynes just pushing at 1. It's a great little bit of fielding. Jack Leach bowled himself a lot of overs. He bowled 22 overs and still diving around his field. Does well. What's your view on the TKC floppy cap? I'm here for it. I think it's, these guys spend a lot of time out there in the sun, and TKC's got the long sleeves as well. You've got to protect yourself. I feel like it's more for back of the neck protection when you're standing in the slips. It's almost a bit like bowling in sunnies, where it's not accepted, and then someone does it who kind of gets away with it. And I think if there was one person in this team who was going to get away with it, it would be Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Yeah, I think that's very valid. Yeah, so you can see our upcoming offer for next Tuesday's T20, the 2 for Tuesday, the Essex doubleheader, now the last of the men's T20s that are available to buy tickets for, with Glamorgan and Gloucester both now sold out. So a great opportunity to watch the Somerset women and the Somerset men, both against Essex, on Tuesday the 8th of July here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Haynes on strike, just pulling one up to long on for a single. These two have rotated quite well, I thought. They're both going at not a massive rate, as you say, 3s and over, but they've just kept things ticking over, much like Somerset did. So it doesn't stagnate out there. But I think that's more of the nature of it being quite easy runs rather than anyone having to bat particularly well. Yeah, it can become quite long out there as well, especially with the left-hand, right-hand combination, and you're moving the fielders around. And like you say, if you're getting those ones, it can become quite tedious. Just found a little gap in there, just to the right hand. And that is a 50 partnership between these two. Slater with 28 from 50 and Haynes 22 from 51. Just ticking along nicely. There is no real aggressor. Sometimes you see those partnerships where they'll be much like the Matt Henry, Jack Leach, where Matt Henry was the aggressor and Jack Leach was sticking, whereas these two seem pretty content knocking it around, finding the gaps, which there's a few of, and finding some tired fielders. I know Somerset have only been fielding for 62.1 overs, but there's still a little bit of, still going to be a bit weary in this heat, especially after Nottingham, Warwickshire last week.
Would you say this game is finally poised, or are we in danger of it sort of petering out?
It's an interesting one. I was just getting ready my post for close of play, and it does feel a little bit of both. It's kind of finally poised in that one team could go on and win it. With they need either a bit of brilliance with the bat or most likely with the ball, but the pitch is so. It seemed so benign, a couple of span, and the ball doesn't seem to be giving any help to either side. And so it feels like looking at the game situation, you'd say that both teams are in it, and there's a possibility that both sides can win it, and I imagine the Trade Nation win predictor would agree with that. But when you take into account the pitch, the nature, we know it's going to be sunny, we know this pitch is only going to get harder and harder, it probably suggests that you'd think this is heading towards a draw, as Vaughan is in. Just played into the offside, and actually that will run past Matt Henry just away to his left hand and will go away for 4. Nice shot.
Yeah, really well timed off the back foot there.
Yeah, it looked a bit of an innocuous shot, but actually it's not caught Matt Henry, but couldn't get close to it. Yeah, really nicely, just pushed onto the back foot, and Matt Henry never had a chance. Away to the ground staff.
I think it's an interesting one. I think you look around the grounds today, as we discussed earlier. I know people are probably bored of the Kookaburra Ball chat now, but it does beg the question. I feel like there's going to be a lot of questions asked when you look at the number of games last round that were drawn and the way a lot of games are heading sort of in this round, that it's very much batter friendly, and we don't seem to be, it's not caused edge of the seat cricket and really close games going deep into day 4. It's kind of a lot. I know certainly in the previous round, you almost just wait for them to shake hands come 4:30 on day 4.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because looking at it slightly differently, looking to Australia and looking at the Sheffield Shield as Aldridge is in from the River End, and just flicked off the hip, and we'll go down to Matt Henry for a single. Looking at the Sheffield Shield, that has a similar problem in that they use the Kookaburra Ball on flat Australian pitches. And they go about the game in a slightly different way. In the Sheffield Shield, there is quite often a very aggressive declaration first inning. Teams will look to get to 250, 300, maybe just over, and look to declare really quickly to set up a game, almost to give them time to bowl the other team out. Whereas I think in England, so far, the way we look at it in our domestic game is we look at it in the sense of, as you can see it, with Surrey today and with at Hampshire as well, score as many runs as you possibly can and then set yourself into the possibility of making the other team follow on. Whereas in Australia, they don't think like that. They think, let's get a score on the board, let's get us to a situation where there's a game to be had. And there's a lot of aggressive declarations in Australian first-class Sheffield Shield cricket. And I think perhaps there's been a lot of chat today about why the ECB have decided that we need the Kookaburra Ball as Aldridge is in. And just flicked again, but the leg side this time down to Tom Collar-Cadmore. His hat flies off as his hair moves in the wind. And I think the initial reaction is, it's to improve your quick bowlers, and it's to make them work harder and to understand variations and to understand how to find wickets on pitches like this. Whereas perhaps the ECB is looking at it from a sense of England are very aggressive with their declarations in the way that they play their cricket. And maybe they're trying to move the domestic teams into that sort of mode, in that instead of trying to rack up 800, the best thing to do is to look to win the game and to declare aggressively and to set up a game almost, as England so often does and so often risks losing to win. And I think the problem with doing that is they're doing that and then the draw is worth so many points that it doesn't become worth it. It's not an effective thing to do because the draw is worth so many points, so the teams are not happy with a draw, but a draw is not a bad result in the county championship. And I think if you wanted to set up games to be more aggressive, you would reduce the amount of points for a draw, which would therefore make it more worth doing. Because Aldridge is in, and Slater's hooking, kind of is playing it down, never really looking for a run there. And so if you're looking at it that way, I think if that was the plan from the ECB, then that kind of thing should be communicated, and there should be a, we've done this and here's why we've done it, which is not something we've seen yet, but perhaps that could be in their thinking.
Yeah, it's an interesting point about the potential of reducing a number of points for a draw. Like you said, I think certainly how it's viewed in the county championship, and like you said, I think maybe it's such a big talking point because it's so different to the national side. In terms of, it's almost like, right, your first port of call is how can we ensure that we're not going to lose this game?
Yeah.
And then, right, is there now then an opportunity to go forward and win it now that we've taken the loss off the table? But like you say, by decreasing the chance of a draw, yes, you're bringing into the, you're bringing into a situation that you might end up losing a game.
And that's a wild one. That's a wide from Casey Aldridge. It was over the head of Slater and down the leg side, and he wasn't able to hit that, so that should have been a wide. It's a correct decision.
Yeah, it's almost bringing in the possibility of losing the game, but to also increase your chances of winning it.
Yeah, absolutely. John in the chat says 3-day county cricket used to have a lot of declarations, not necessarily with the 4-day Duke ball cricket. If the ECB didn't constantly tinker with this, then there'd be no need for them. Yeah, it's an interesting one, and Gordon's just said 4 points for a draw, and that could make sense in the context of what they're looking for. It's a great bit of work down there.
Yeah, Tom Lammonby down there at fine leg, brilliant work.
Working well with Sean Dixon in the field.
And flick to Sean Dixon.
Yeah, this Somerset side has a lot of good fielders. There's a lot of real qualities.
Yeah.
Perfected the role there. One for the camera was really nice.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. I think there is a strong argument for reducing the number of points for a draw. But,
and not to go on all Harry Everett on you, but I'm going to have to interrupt you here. Thomas Roux has just hit 100 for England under-19s against India under-19s. He's been in a little bit of a dry patch recently, but in the county ground in Northampton, he is 101 not out off 75 balls, as India posted 290 all out from their 49 overs, and England are 196 for 4 of 36 overs. So Thomas Roux going really well there, and I mean that's a ridiculously exciting one. Him captaining England under-19s as Archie Vaughan did last summer, and you can see what Archie Vaughan's gone on to do here, and he's essentially looking like Somerset's second choice spinner in a game like this where they think the pitch might turn. He's almost a shoo-in.
Yeah, that's pretty sensational from Tiru there. Like you said, a pretty quick rate as well, just 75 balls, and the future's certainly very bright for him. And as you say, a lot of youngsters here at Somerset.
Yeah, striking at 135. So that'll interest them. He's got absolutely all the shots. Thomas Roux, there's not a shot in his book that he can't play.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see the number of compilations we see on social media when he does perform. And as you say, such is the modern game, but he really is a 360 hitter. And I think that's going to stand him in really good stead across all three formats. You look at the way the England Test side are playing. That's a massive part of the game now. And although it's not something that's necessarily replicated in the county championship, those aspirations that Thomas has, I'm sure, 100% include playing Test cricket for England. And in the current way that's set up, that's gonna really help him out.
Yeah, and then looking at the way that the county championship and 4-day and red ball cricket has been influenced from shorter formats, not just in shot selection, but in perhaps mentality. In that, just because we've lost a couple of wickets, looking at England more specifically here, just because we lost a couple of wickets doesn't mean we're going to stop playing our shots and playing our natural game. And I think it's been really interesting to look at Tom Banton this game. He's not been in the best of form since that massive quadruple 100 at the start of the season, and he played a really interesting innings in the first inning because he was, as Vaughan is in from just off again, just padded down towards point. He scored 84 from 179 balls, going at a strike rate of 47. Banton really took his time. He looked measured. He didn't look particularly aggressive. I can't, apart from the reverse sweeps, the one that eventually got him out. And I personally don't think that that's a bad option. If that's a shot that he's confident with, then that's almost identical to someone like Alistair Cook being confident off the back foot cutting through the offside in the same way that Tom Banton's confident on the reverse sweep as the ball is in.
Yeah, it's an incredibly prolific shot for him as well, isn't it? In obviously, like we see in the white ball cricket as well, but you know, it's something he's got in the locker, and for him, that doesn't feel like taking on a lot of risk to play that shot. He backs himself to time it, and I think today he just almost hit it too well and didn't keep it down, and it was a great catch from a Bassett point.
And if we're lucky, yeah, here we go. Yeah, we can see a little bit of Thomas Rue. This is live. He's on strike, and oh, wow. There you go. He's just gone 4.
Like
I think
he's hanging around
6 as well. No, he's got his 100, and they're keen to win. That is incredible timing, Thomas Rue. Although, with the way that he's playing at the moment, pretty much you could flick on to him at any moment, and you'd see something like that. England under 19 is now needing 89 from 12.5 overs, or well, take 6 off that. 83 from 12.4. Yeah, I reckon we've got time for one more ball. Let's see what else Thomas Rue can give us. Jack Leach is just scanning his field. He plays a lovely shot straight back down the ground, just a single. Lovely little interlude.
Will be Jack Leach from the River End again. Bowling to Haynes. Knots 204 for 3. Just a bit straight that, very easy for Haynes just to wait and get on top of it. There is no run to Tom Kudakamara at mid-wicket, but I think he'll be looking to bring that outside edge into play a bit more. Tom Abelwood from Silly Point is going to come out. Mordswood catching short extra cover now. And still Craig Overton at first slip. Jack Leach just tinkering a little bit, just pushing mid-off back a few.
He is such a clever bowler. You can see him always looking and making decisions. It's the pad, and there's a bit of a muted appeal. Haynes is playing this right here. There's only 5.4 overs left in the day. Doesn't need to do anything silly as Leach is in again. He's cutting through the offside, and Vaughan can't quite get a hand on it. It's going to fall through to Dixon.
I think Dan Slater will be a very sore man in the morning. He's been out there a long time. Both physically and mentally draining, batting for that long, but he's done a really good job.
198 minutes. But it is also very hot out there.
It is.
Not to bring up Surrey again, but Dom Sibley batted for all of 607 minutes. Wow.
Yeah, he is someone who likes to hang around, isn't he?
Yeah.
And that's a mightily impressive innings.
I guess the hope is he won't have to bat again, but fair play if he does.
Somerset still just plugging away here. Obviously, very batter-friendly conditions, but you can hear the boys out there. They're keeping the noise levels high, keeping energy, trying to stay alert and wait for that moment when it does come.
Yeah, they've certainly not given up here, Somerset. This game, as you say, is still in the balance, despite it looking a bit placid out there and looking like it's tough going. It's absolutely not a foregone conclusion. All you'd need is, well, as I think head groundsperson Nick Pepper and the Somerset team expected, they think this pitch will turn come day 4. I think they'd hoped it would be turning more by now already, if you look at those raked spots towards the batters at both ends.
Yeah, certainly I think just as time goes on, the pitch just obviously naturally deteriorates. It should take turn a bit more.
That's pushed really nicely from Haynes.
Just beats Matt Henry at Wyman off. 4 more for Haynes.
Henry lays splayed out on the floor like a bowler who's worked quite hard.
As I mentioned to Liv earlier, I think that would have played a really key part in the decision to bat at the toss when there was a bit of cloud cover yesterday and the pitch was a little bit green on top. If it was going to offer anything, it was going to be early on. And the decision to still bat, I think, was very much with the 4th innings in mind and wanting to have ball in hand probably more specifically the ball in Jack Leach's hand come day 4.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because Knott's spin attack is by no means weak as well. Patterson White bowled the 39 overs in the first innings, only going at 2.59, which at Somerset, at Taunton, is not bad going.
Yeah.
And Ahmed looks equally exciting with his interesting run-up and the energy that he gets through the crease. So I'd say the spin attacks, well, you'd probably rather have Jack Leach. They're pretty comparable here. And so, yeah, bowling on that 4th day could be key. Vaughan's in again, and he does find some turn. James Rew does really well, but...
Intrigued to see if he ever left his crease there, the batter, because James Rew had ball in hand, but it looked very off balance there. But
yeah, I think he did
James
well.
Rew wasn't interested in taking the bails off.
He didn't quite take it clean. He just got caught up in the chest.
It'd be interesting to see the side on of that and see if that is a chance.
Vaughan is in again. He's played into the offside. Yeah, I think he did really well because he did move all of his weight forward. He shifted onto the front foot and almost overstretched, but
I think,
no.
Yeah, I think that foot was just always down, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did well, Slater. And Rew didn't gather it cleanly anyway, so it would have been tough. It's turned into a lovely evening. The crowd's still quite good. Most of them have shifted over to Somerset stands, blocks 2, 3, and 3, 4, and 5, just for a bit of shade to get out of that sun. Spending all day in the Trade Nation stand could be rather warm.
It is a bit of a sun trap over on that side. But yeah, still good numbers in the Cooper Associates County Ground here.
Yeah, it's great to see with County Cricket Day on day 1 and the Red Ball Festival of Cricket. It's been a really great occasion. It's been nice to see. Obviously, there's not been Red Ball cricket here for such a long time, and despite all of the, making it tough for the bowlers out there, it's still great to see so many people here and such a nice occasion. Weather helps, and you've got all the nice things going our way.
Yeah, and like you say, with the upcoming One Day Cup as well in August, it's a great chance to look into our half-season membership and a special offer in this game if you did purchase a ticket during this game, and then your half-season membership, that ticket price would be taken off your membership. So it's about 16 days cricket for £115. We've done the maths, and it's something about £8 per day of cricket.
That's a relative steal.
Very good value.
For what could be some very high-quality cricket as well.
Absolutely.
One Day Cup's looking exciting this year. Jack Leach is in again. Play straight back to it. Slater and Haynes have not really been troubled here. There's been the odd ball that's just gripped a touch, but these two are quite happy playing off the front foot or the back foot, and they seem to have this covered.
I think, as you say, so close to the end of the day's play, they wouldn't be looking to take on any huge risk. I think they'll be quite happy to go to bed tonight knowing they get to go out there again in the morning.
Yeah, lots of gaps out there if they're still looking to score. Director of Cricket Andy Harry looks like he's alongside CEO, former captain Jamie Cox up there. On top of that, Andy Caddick Pavilion.
Jack Leach still with that just kind of mid-off, 3/4 of the way back. Don't know if he's just perhaps tempting Jack Haynes to go over the top.
He could be, isn't it? He could be cover for one that just passes the left hand of Tom Abel as much as anything else. I know Jack Leach is in again for the 5th ball of the over. I know Shane Warne liked to have a slightly more defensive field because he felt it allowed him to bowl more aggressively, and I'm not sure Jack's thoughts on that, but it could be a bit of a fail-safe. But at this point, I think Somerset will be not still trailing by 167. Will still be looking for wickets.
I think with just the 3 overs left in the day, I think as well you can take a little bit more risk. The game's not going to get away from you in this 3-over period, but you can really, make those batters work to stay out there.
A bit more Thomas Rew in his greens here. He's on strike. He's now 131 from 87, and England of the 19s have got the total to under a runner ball, needing 61 from 64.
Just makes it look so effortless when he's on it, doesn't he, Thomas?
Yeah, quite. He's slightly different stature to James Rew. He's a little bit more slight. But then he is younger, so that is understandable. Vaughan moving into his 13th over here. Picked up 1 for 44. Yeah, you're right. They're still just as loud. You can hear lots of yes, Vaughan, yes, loud. There's lots of, and the fielders are still going. They know what it means to keep working here. And Thomas Rew's just got out. Well, if you head on to MV Play, you can watch the best of that Thomas Rew innings, watch a couple of boundaries, and stay tuned on Somerset social media, and we'll be clipping that up for you tonight.
Yeah, sensational 131 there from Thomas Rew for England under 19s against India, and set them up to win the match now. Just 60 needed a run of ball, so hopefully the mid to lower order can get them over the line.
Yeah, striking at 150, that's a real good innings. Vaughan is in again. Oh, just
beating Ben Slater's edge again. I mean,
just found a little bit of grip there.
Yeah, it has happened a number of times, beating Ben Slater's edge, but then again, he has faced 212 balls, so you can't hit every single one of them. But good signs again for Somerset. It's just grabbing and taking the turn, this pitch.
Yeah, that will be encouraging.
Interesting to see in the first hour tomorrow morning when the new ball becomes available, what Somerset's ploy is with that.
Mm-hmm. Just into the offside, and that's beaten Casey Aldred, but I won't go for 4 off the odd one or do some sweeping. Yeah, it's an interesting one because at Warwickshire last week, Somerset stayed with the old ball because they'd managed to find a bit of reverse. They worked really hard on it. Miguel Pretorius, especially last week, you could see he had the biggest red stain right up the middle of his county championship shirt as he was shining the ball, and they'd worked really hard on it, and they found some real reverse swing, and that's when Somerset were at their most dangerous because this Kookaburra ball doesn't really swing up top as the match summary moves onto screen. And so I think Somerset will be looking for something very similar today. I think they'll be working on that ball, and I think they'll have maybe learnt from Warwickshire that perhaps taking the new ball only makes it a little bit harder and a little bit easier to hit.
Well, yeah, precisely. That's why I raised the point of in 11 overs time, obviously 2 of those tonight, and then you're looking at sort of 12 o'clock tomorrow. Craig Overton's going to have a decision to make there. It'll be intriguing to see what he goes for. Jack Leach to bowl his final over of the day from the river end.
Into his 25th of the day, and he's currently going at 1.7 per over.
I don't think Ben Slater will be looking to do anything too aggressive here. He'll just be looking to make sure that he walks off that pitch in 8 balls' time with an asterisk next to his name.
Yeah, it's interesting to mention Miguel Pretorius because he did bowl very well at Warwickshire. Probably the pick of the bowlers in terms of the threat that he caused. He caused Sam Hain and Jacob Bethel a lot of problems just nipping the ball away when it was reversing in Warwickshire's second innings. He looked really good, but not playing today.
Yeah, I wonder if perhaps a fitness issue. I didn't see when I was out there yesterday morning, he wasn't kind of actively flying around in the warm-up.
Mm-hmm. Not played in the T20, so it was his first game.
Maybe not being rested. I wonder if he's picked up a knock. That is purely speculative, but I don't know. I was surprised to not see him playing.
Yeah, he bowled quite a lot of overs against Warwickshire and bowled one particularly long as the ball started reversing between about the 75th and onwards. He did bowl a big spell as Casey Aldridge just moves into a second slip. So now there's 4 around the bat, including James Rew. Played on the front foot.
Jack Leach's final ball of day 2 to Jack Haynes. Oh, and actually that was driven on the front foot into Tom Abel, who, as he jumped to get out of the way of it at silly point, hit the back of his leg and popped up in the air. Be interesting to see a replay of that. I don't think that ball was grounded, and it was aerial towards Jack Leach, and if that had been taken, I think that might well have been out.
Yeah, the sounds from the field definitely suggested that it was, yeah, right off the...
That is straight up and
front of his left pad, but...
If that was a metre to the left, that could have been trouble for Jack Haynes. That would have been an exceptional way to get the breakthrough for Somerset. So it will be Archie Vaughan to bowl the last over of the day.
Just thinking about that reverse, I'm looking at the Somerset players, and I think Matt Henry might be the designated ball shiner. I think it was Miguel Pretorius. So with him out of the side, they've got to take real care of the ball. Pretorius took real care of the ball. There was some... You could tell even from the far out stream cameras that it was very much one side had a real shine on it, even around the 80th, 90th over. Are they back allowed using saliva yet, or is it sweat?
I'm unsure. I know club cricket, sweat is okay, saliva is not.
Yeah, I think it's the same, because at Warwickshire I did see Matt Henry wiping the ball on his armpits.
Yeah, forehead's a common one.
Yeah, Jack Leach's forehead's got a bit of traction for England a couple of times. Somerset, I've not seen Somerset use Jack Leach's forehead actually.
So 3 balls remain in the day. Archie Vaughan, and hear shouts have come on Vaughan from Tom Abel out there, just trying to G him up. Somerset can finish this day on a high. Defended again by Ben Slater.
2 slips in, quite close together as you'd expect. Certainly looks like Overton and Aldridge.
So Notts 214 for 3. Archie Vaughan in again. It's slightly fuller that time, and Ben Slater's able to deal with it.
Just turned a little bit, that one. It's just a half shout. He didn't find an edge.
Outside half of the bat.
Yeah, outside half.
Towards extra cover. Yeah, Archie Vaughan just making a couple of changes for the final ball of the day here. Tom Abel back under the lid again at that silly point. So 2 slips and that silly point. And Tom Lambie and Sean Dixon in close in the covers. Just 1 ball to come. Ben Slater on strike. Archie Vaughan's in. It's just defended back. And that will conclude play on day 3.
Pretty attritional day of cricket. Both sides won't be extremely disappointed. Somerset did well to get to 379 eventually with some Matt Henry heroics. Him and Jack Leach put on a good partnership towards the end of the innings, and the two really got Somerset up to the kind of score that they'd be much more happy with, because it looked for a moment like it could be a little bit closer to 330, 340, but Notts finished 214 for 3, trailing by 165, but these 2 batters look very, very set. Slater now on 116, Haynes moves on to 34, and so it's well set up still. A couple of wickets tomorrow if they find the turn they're looking for, or perhaps the new ball takes effect, or the reverse swing comes in, and as the ball gets more roughed up, there's only been 70 overs bowled, so now is about the sort of time, 75, 80 overs, that will come into effect, and as the Nottinghamshire batters make their way off the field, still could be a very well set up game.
Yeah, I think, like we say, it goes back to that point of, I think it's going to take an exceptional spell of bowling to really take command of this game either way for one side. Certainly set up to favour the batters. I think the weather's supposed to be pretty impressive again the next couple of days. So I think if we are to see a result, it's going to take something special in the field and with the ball, but both sides capable of that. And as you say yourself, Will, it'll be interesting to see if we have any aggressive declarations to set something up, although my guess would be that I think both teams will look to keep batting once they get out there.
Yeah, I can't imagine any declarations or anything like that. As you see, the ground staff are just out there and scorecard on screen. And another good day of cricket. So Nottinghamshire finishing at 214 for 3, trailing by 165. I am Will Martin. That is Will Hall-Tomkin. And thank you very much for listening. We'll be back tomorrow for day 3.